Hello, John. What's up, John? Hello, John. Hard to go.
because of all the trees.
On Monday, Japanese discovered 3 bodies covered in a shed.
What's up, Iwu crew? It's the Raven, here to share with you another shocking, interesting, or just strange, but very true story. Today's story might just have the most insane twist I've ever heard. And what makes it so tragic is that none of the people involved could have ever seen it coming.
And I am back for another new video with my mom.
Hi.
Today I'm going to be covering a story so chilling, it'll make you second guess every stranger you see in public. In 2017, the prime and really only suspect of a horrific and heartless crime vanished. And to this day, despite leaving behind a trail of clues, they've never been. Today we're counting down 4 true crime. Today we're covering 5 cases with twists that I know you won't see coming. In May 1994, a house was being renovated in San Marino, California. The project was going to plan, except that when the backyard was dug up for a pool to be installed, human remains were found buried there. The discovery was shocking for the area known to be a rather sleepy suburb. The remains had been buried about 4 feet underground and wrapped up in 3 plastic bags tied together with twine. The bones were believed to belong to an adult white male who had been bludgeoned on the head by a blunt object and stabbed 6 times, including slashes in the flannel shirt the deceased was wearing. Before the house's most recent owners, the house had belonged to Dee Dee Soas. Dee Dee had lived there with her son John and his wife Linda in the 1980s. John was a computer programmer and his wife worked as a sci-fi artist. Also on the property was a British baronet named Christopher Chichester, who Dee Dee let live rent-free in the guest house. John and Linda didn't stay with Dee Dee for long. On February 8, 1985, the couple decided to move from California to New York to find jobs. Or at least, that was one story. Linda had also told her mother, Susan Mayfield, that she was headed to Connecticut for a couple weeks with John. But then no one heard from either of them. 2 months after they left, they were reported missing. For a long time, there was no sign of either John or Linda. But then Linda's mother received a mysterious postcard from Paris, France. It read, "Mom, I think we need a geography lesson, but not too bad. Linda and John." 2 other postcards were sent, allegedly also from Linda. Linda's mother said that her daughter didn't have enough money to travel all the way to France when she had disappeared, and also that she didn't even have a passport. Because of this, her family doesn't believe that the postcards were actually sent by Linda. Even stranger, though, the handwriting on the postcards was analyzed, and it was determined that Linda had written at least one. And they weren't the only ones to go missing. Soon after John and Linda left, Christopher Chichester disappeared as well. But unlike the Soases, no one was really looking for him, yet. The case of John and Linda Soas's disappearance
Hi, Gary.
went cold for a decade. Then, 10 years later, remains were found in Dee Dee's old backyard. After forensic analysis, the bones were determined to be John Soas's. He hadn't gone missing at all. He'd been killed. Though John's disappearance had been upgraded to a murder inquiry, the couple's case soon went cold again. Seemingly unrelated, in 2008, a man named J.P. Clark Rockefeller was on the run after kidnapping his daughter in Boston during his parental visit. After a week-long manhunt, Rockefeller was found and faced charges of kidnapping, assault, and battery with a dangerous weapon, and endangering a minor. But his unintentional publicity revealed something else. Clark Rockefeller looked familiar. In fact, he looked just like Christopher Chichester, who had been living in the guest house of the Soases back in the 80s. Clark Rockefeller and Christopher Chichester were the same man, but neither was his real name. He was also known as Christopher Mountbatten Crowe, James Frederick Michael Brown, and Chip Smith. But his real name was Christian Gerhardsreiter. He wasn't a British aristocrat as he had told the Soases. but a German national who came to America in 1978 at age 17. His entire life, Gerhardt's writer had lied about who he was, creating elaborate cons. Over the years, he had told people he was an Ivy League graduate and Hollywood producer, a bondbroker on Wall Street where he had somehow actually overseen an entire department of real bond brokers, and lastly, a descendant of the wealthy Rockefeller family, a con he used for about 20 years. Gerhardt's writer conned his way into high society, lied to get important jobs, and even into a marriage with a wealthy woman, where he controlled much of her money. His cons had been so good that he wasn't caught until he'd kidnapped his daughter. Gerhardt's writer actually denies that he's German, and instead claims to be the son of Ann Carter, an American child actress from the 1940s. Carter, on the other hand, denies that he is her son. Once Gerhardt's writer's many cons were revealed, investigators took a new look at the Sohus' disappearance from 20 years earlier. It couldn't be a coincidence that such a successful con man had been their tenant when John was killed, could it? Much of the evidence was all circumstantial. Another problem with the case was that over the years, the upper and lower jaw that were found in the backyard were missing. And tragically, the coroner's office speculates that they were probably cremated. Despite all these issues, Gerhardt's writer was charged with John Sohus' murder. Gerhardt's writer denied it, but it was revealed that while staying with them, Gerhardt's writer had told John and Linda he was a secret agent, and that he had managed to get John a secret government job and secret mission, which was where they were headed to when they left California, if they even did. Evidence against Gerhardt's writer included an elderly couple who claimed he tried to sell them a rug while still living at the Sohus house, with a quarter-size spot of blood on it. He later admitted to burning a rug, assumed to be the same one, when smoke was seen coming out of the guest house. A neighbor said that Gerhardt's writer borrowed a chainsaw in the spring of 1985. Also, while in the guest house, Gerhardt's writer had a friend over who asked why the backyard was being dug up, and he told them because of plumbing problems. 4 years after the Sohuses went missing, John's truck was found in Connecticut where it was being sold by Christopher Chichester. When he vanished after John and Linda went missing, he seemed to go into hiding, dyeing his hair blonde and growing a beard. Yet even with all of this, Gerhardt's writer's defense team alleged that the real killer was John's own wife, Linda, and since she was still missing, they proposed that she had killed him and intentionally vanished. The proof was the postcards from Europe allegedly sent by Linda, but her friends disputed this, saying the couple had been happily married. Prosecution thought that maybe Gerhardt's writer had sent the postcards to cover his tracks to make the Sohuses appear to be alive and well, and to frame Linda. Inside a locker that he rented in Baltimore were multiple postcards from international cities. It was theorized that Gerhardt's writer could have had someone living in Europe who sent the postcards for him. Another theory was that Linda and Gerhardt's writer could have been having an affair, and perhaps together they killed John. Or that Gerhardt's writer had killed John out of jealousy over Linda. More likely, though, the lead investigator suggested that Gerhardt's writer had been trying to con Dee Dee out of her house, which was quite valuable, hoping she would leave the place to him. His only real obstacle in this plot was John. As her biological son, she would have to disinherit him for Gerhardt's writer to inherit, which is exactly what she did. After years of not hearing from John, Dee Dee felt her son had abandoned her. She didn't make Gerhardt's writer her inheritor, but instead a couple, the Weatherbys, who took care of her at the end of her life. And who had introduced them? Gerhardt's writer. It came to light that the Weatherbys had made a deal with Gerhardt's writer. If he introduced them to vulnerable Dee Dee, they would pay him with the money from her estate when she died. In fact, they had given him $40,000 and had promised him another $100,000. Even though this information seems vital to the case, it was never brought up in court. Despite this, Gerhardt's writer was still found guilty of the first-degree murder of John Sohus. To this day, there is still no sign of Linda Sohus. The Whitaker family in Sugar Land, Texas, was as close to perfect as any family could be. Made up of Kent, who worked at the family-owned construction business, and his wife Patricia, a former elementary school teacher, and their 2 sons, 23-year-old Bart and 19-year-old Kevin. In December of 2003, The family celebrated Bart's graduation from Sam Houston State University over dinner. There, Kent and Patricia gave Bart a stunning gift, a $4,000 Rolex watch. This luxurious present was just like the other gifts they had given Bart, such as multiple luxury vehicles, even a lakeside townhouse, and paid for his tuition at Baylor University, and more recently, Sam Houston State. After dinner, the family returned home. As soon as Kevin entered the front door, he was shot in the chest by a masked intruder waiting inside the home. The bullet hit his heart. Patricia was right behind him, and she was also shot in the chest. Kent was still on the front porch. The bullet that struck him went in at an angle, through his chest, only 6 inches from his heart, and into his shoulder, where it shattered his humerus bone. When they got home, Bart had headed to his Chevrolet Yukon to grab his cell phone to check for messages. But hearing gunshots, he rushed into the house to confront the shooter. There they fought, and Bart was shot in the arm, but the gunman escaped out the back door. Kevin died minutes after being shot. Patricia was airlifted to the hospital, but she died before she ever made it. Only Kent and Bart survived their wounds. It was assumed to be a robbery that the Whitakers disturbed, but the scene looked staged. The drawers were only slightly opened and nothing inside was disturbed, and expensive items in the house were left where they were. A 9mm Glock handgun registered to Kevin was found at the crime scene, and a men's black leather glove lying on the curb near Bart's Yukon. The intruder got into the house through a crawl space in Kevin's room on the second floor. There they broke into his gun safe and stole his gun, which was a gift from Bart. As the investigation got underway, something weird was revealed. Bart hadn't been enrolled in Sam Houston University at all. He'd been lying to his parents about going to school and taking the money they gave him for tuition. This was strange, but seemed unrelated. Then Adam Hipp came forward. He had gone to school with Bart at Clemens High School, and he told detectives that only 2 years prior, in 2001, Bart had asked for his help killing his parents. The plan was for Hipp to be the gunman, waiting in the Whitaker home while the family went out for dinner. When they returned, he was supposed to shoot Kent, Patricia, and Kevin, killing them, and shoot Bart in the arm to make it seem like he had also been a target, not the mastermind. All sounds pretty familiar, right? Here's the really eerie part. Kent and Patricia knew about the plot to kill them. They were called by the police after someone heard about the plan. At the time, it was seen as too far out to be real, and Bart told his parents that the whole thing had been a misunderstanding. Shockingly, it soon came to light that Bart had recruited another student from Baylor to pull off a similar plan a year earlier in 2000, but it had fallen through. As part of a deal to avoid being prosecuted for playing a role in the earlier plot, Hipp agreed to help with the investigation into the Whitaker shooting. To do this, he agreed to record his conversations with Bart. In one of these conversations, Bart offered Hipp $20,000 to lie to the police about his involvement in the 2001 plot. He even sent $240 to a post office box in Dallas the two had set up for the money. Why the police did bring Bart in, I'm not sure, but they regretted it in 2004 when Bart's Yukon was found still running, but empty near a Houston apartment complex. For over a year, there was no sign of Bart. Police turned to the people who had been close to Bart at the time of the shooting, including a roommate, Chris Brashear, and a co-worker, Stephen Champagne, to see if they knew where he'd gone. The police wiretapped both young men's phones and subpoenaed their friends and family. This proved to be the last straw for Champagne, because he went to police and confessed. Not that he knew where Bart was, but to picking up Brashear from the Whitaker's house on the night of the shooting. Brashear, he said, had been the shooter. The only thing left was to find Bart. In September, a man named Rudy Rios told the police a shocking story. He said that Bart had bought his ID from him and paid him to drive him to Mexico. Once in Mexico, Bart used Rudy's ID and told people weird stories, like his gunshot wound was a war injury he got in Afghanistan, that he was an orphan and his mother had been a prostitute. Finally, Bart was tracked down and arrested. Bart had orchestrated his family's shooting so he could inherit $1.5 million, though he claimed he'd done it because he'd cracked under the immense pressure his family placed on him. He told Champagne and Brashear he would pay them millions from his inheritance if they went along with his plan. Brashear made a plea bargain for life in prison with the possibility of parole after 30 years, while Champagne was given 15 years in exchange for testifying and is no longer in prison. A jury only needed a half hour to find Bart guilty of capital murder and sentence him to death. Surprisingly, and to many people's disbelief, the person campaigning for Bart's life to be spared was his father, who he'd tried to kill not once, but 3 times. On February 22nd, 2018, at exactly 6 p.m., Bart was to be executed. He ate his final meal, and at 5:15, just as Bart was about to be strapped to the gurney, his sentence was commuted to life imprisonment after his father's campaigning saved his life. Today, Bart's father visits him in prison, where he will be for the rest of his life. In November 2010, 13-year-old Yara Gambarasio headed out just after 5 p.m. to practice gymnastics. The gym was only just a few hundred meters from her house in Brambate di Sopra, Italy. By 7 p.m., she still wasn't home. When her parents couldn't get a hold of her, they called the police. Within minutes, both state police officers and military police were dispatched to find Yara. The young girl was seen leaving the gym by her instructor, and she had sent a text message to a friend at 6:44. But that was the last time anyone saw or heard from her. Bloodhounds followed Yara's scent away from her home and towards a small hamlet called Mapello, where her phone also pinged last. The in-depth investigation to find Yara began with the wiretapping of hundreds of phones, attempting to trace who had been in Mapello and near Yara's home. The wiretaps revealed a strange comment made by a Moroccan man named Mohammed Fikri. He was overheard saying, "Forgive me, God, I didn't kill her," by interpreters. Investigators looked into Fikri only to discover that he had boarded a boat to Tangier. Finding the whole thing suspicious, Fikri was arrested. A blood-stained mattress was found in his possession, and it was assumed something horrible had happened to Yara. But once in custody, it was revealed that Fikri had been mistranslated, and the blood wasn't Yara's. With Fikri's release, Italy's attention fell on the investigation of the missing young girl. The country was horrified when 3 months later a man flying a radio-controlled airplane saw something strange among the weeds in a field, a small pair of shoes. It was Yara's decomposed and frozen body. Because of the media attention surrounding the case, the autopsy was conducted by Italy's most famous forensic pathologist. Yara had died from exposure after she was attacked and left in the field. She hadn't been assaulted, but she had a dozen lacerations from a sharp object. There were traces of lime in Yara's respiratory passages, and traces of a vegetable fiber used to make rope on her clothing, which suggested that whoever attacked her worked in construction. A male's DNA sample was recovered from Yara's underwear, which implied the attacker had been hurt in a struggle with her. Because the evidence was so slim, the case focused on the DNA sample. The investigation was huge. In fact, it was the most expensive manhunt in Italian history. 18,000 DNA samples would be taken over the course of the investigation. After thousands of tests, investigators found something. The sample found on Yara closely matched a man named Damiano Garanoni. But Garanoni had been in South America when Yara disappeared, and his DNA didn't match exactly. Instead, Garanoni was related to Yara's killer. The problem was Garanoni's father had 11 brothers and sisters, which expanded the search enormously. Desperately looking for a match, Garanoni's uncle Giuseppe was sought for a DNA sample, but he had died back in 1999, 11 years before Yara was killed. Still, Giuseppe's widow showed investigators a box with some of his old documents. Inside was a paper copy of his driving license and a postcard he sent to his family. Both had stamps that Giuseppe had licked before he died, and police realized that they could get a DNA sample from them. The DNA confirmed that Giuseppe Garanoni was the father of Yara's suspected murderer. Giuseppe had 3 children, a girl and 2 boys, Pier Paolo and Diego, yet neither son matched the DNA of the killer, and neither had children. There was only one answer. Giuseppe had an illegitimate child, whose DNA was found on Yara. Giuseppe Garanoni's body was even exhumed so his DNA could be verified as the father of the suspect, which it was. The hunt now was to uncover Giuseppe's affair that had happened 30 to 40 years prior. Soon, people realized that the police were looking for an affair, and gossip, tips, and old secrets started rolling in. A tip came in from one of Giuseppe's friends at his workplace as a bus driver who said Giuseppe had gotten a woman in trouble in the 70s or 80s. They believed that her name was Esther Arzuffi, but Arzuffi's DNA had already been tested, and there was no match. That's when investigators realized a mistake had been made. Her DNA hadn't been tested against the suspects, but Yara's. Arzuffi denied ever having an affair. She was married and was adamant that her twins, a boy and girl, weren't Giuseppe's. The boy's name was Massimo Giuseppe Bassetti. Was Massimo's middle name just a coincidence? Investigators weren't convinced that Arzuffi was telling the truth. Now 43, Massimo was a builder and lived in Mapello, the hamlet near Yara's home. He worked in construction, which could explain the lime found on Yara. Police set up a fake roadblock for breathalyzing and took 2 DNA samples from Massimo when he passed through. He was Giuseppe's biological son and an exact match to Yara's suspected killer. Massimo was found guilty of killing Yara Gambarosio and sentenced to life in prison for her murder. Interestingly, Massimo's mother still denies having an affair and says the whole thing is inexplicable. On December 15, 1980, 31-year-old Melanie Uribe, a divorced mother of an 8-year-old son and a nurse in California, didn't show up for work at Pacoima Memorial Hospital. When her co-workers couldn't get her on the phone, they called the authorities to report her missing. Melanie's disappearance made headlines, but there was no sign of what happened to her. 2 days after she was reported missing, a shipping clerk working at the Lockheed Aerospace plant, Etta Louise Smith, listened to a news report about Melanie when something strange happened. The aerospace worker would later describe that she had a feeling, a vision, a psychic experience, whatever you want to call it. Etta saw a woman's body laying somewhere on a remote hillside in Lopez Canyon, above Lakeview Terrace. Etta had to tell the police she knew the location of Melanie's body and report her psychic experience. Despite skepticism, Etta's security clearance and career meant that investigators didn't send her away. They had her point on a map to the place she'd seen in her vision. Etta headed home, picked up 2 of her kids and her niece, and drove out to the spot where she had seen Melanie's body. She worried that the police wouldn't take her seriously and check. Together, they searched the canyon road. After about 30 minutes of looking, Etta's daughter caught sight of a nude body. Etta called forest rangers and police and showed them the horrific discovery. It was Melanie Uribe. She had been kidnapped, assaulted, and beaten to death. The police were immediately suspicious of Etta. How had a random woman's psychic vision found Melanie? They thought she had to be connected to the crime and took Etta in for questioning, keeping her there for 10 hours. Then she was strip searched and left barefoot in a cell and wasn't given anything to eat or drink for 24 hours. Investigators hoped Etta would eventually break and admit how she had really learned about Melanie's body. Though no evidence connected Etta to the crime, she was arrested on December 18th, the day after her vision. While all this was happening, a man was bragging about having just robbed, beaten, and killed a woman. The neighbors he was boasting to turned to the police and shared the disturbing story. He was arrested on December 21st, and when questioned, he implicated 2 other men in the crime. They were a 17-year-old who wasn't named, 20-year-old Luis Carnell Morgan, and 21-year-old Spencer Nelson. The 3 men had spotted Melanie as she sat in her pickup truck waiting at a traffic light and jumped into her truck before forcing her to drive into the canyon, where they attacked, robbed, and assaulted her before hitting her in the head with a rock. Police were sure the men had some connection to Etta, but none knew her. 4 days after she'd been arrested, Etta was released. If Etta didn't know Melanie and didn't know her killers, how had she done it? Was it truly a psychic experience like she says? Police offered their own explanation. Rather than a psychic vision, they say she must have figured out the location of Melanie's body from neighborhood gossip or other natural means. Melanie's 3 killers were all convicted of her murder and are serving sentences of up to life in prison. 6 years later, Etta Smith sued the Los Angeles police for false arrest. She won her suit and was awarded $26,184. Etta didn't have any more visions, or at least ones she told anyone about. In September 2010, 55-year-old Greg Flanagan, a Louisiana oilman, walked into the Elegante Hotel in Beaumont, Texas. He went into his room, number 348, but he never came out again. Greg and his wife Susie usually talked on the phone every morning, but the next day he hadn't called her, and he didn't show up at his office. Greg was found by two of his co-workers who went to the hotel to find him. They had the hotel manager open his room. His body was on the floor, the television still on, candy bars and cigarettes scattered near the bed, and the $1,000 he had in cash was still in his room. There was no sign of a break-in, no sign of a struggle, no sign that anyone but Greg had been in the room. There wasn't any blood or wounds on his body. Greg smoked a lot, so much so that a cigarette was still stuck between two of his fingers when he died. It was assumed that Greg's death was from natural causes, something like a heart attack. Still, his body was sent to the medical examiner to confirm the cause of death. Everything about his death seemed to be unremarkable. But the examination revealed something unexpected. His ribs were broken. There were lacerations to his liver, stomach, and scrotum, and a hole in his heart. There was bruising around his groin and right hip. Some of his partially digested food had been torn from his intestines. His chest had taken a blow that was so severe, it would have been lethal. His death was ruled a homicide. Greg Flanagan had been beaten or crushed to death. Investigators didn't believe the autopsy. It didn't fit with the crime scene. There wasn't even anything heavy enough in his room to crush him. But the report was clear. Greg had suffered the type of severe internal injuries of crash victims, or someone crushed by a heavy object. But there was one incredibly important and strange detail. All this damage to Greg's internal organs didn't significantly damage his torso. There was almost no bruising except around his groin, meaning all his injuries were very internal. There were only a few plausible explanations. Greg must have been beaten up somewhere else before returning to his room where he died. But because of the trauma his body suffered, he would have bled out internally in less than 30 seconds. So there was just no way Greg would have made it back to his room. He had to have been beaten in his room, but there wasn't any piece of evidence. Nothing disturbed, and the people in the room next door reported that they hadn't heard anything. Doesn't make any sense, does it? The only unusual thing investigators could find was that early in the evening, Greg had made microwave popcorn and blown an electrical circuit. The circuit breaker in his room had to be fixed that night, and the maintenance man was sent up. This led to a theory. The maintenance man was a known sex offender. Perhaps the damage to Greg's scrotum and internal injuries had been caused by a bizarre and horrific assault. This theory was thrown out as the maintenance worker had an alibi. The next theory involved the men staying in the room next door to Greg. It was a group of electricians who often met in one room at night to drink. Perhaps when Greg knocked out the power, they became angry and had a fight with him, beating him in the hallway before he crawled back into his room where he died. This didn't seem plausible as the men said they didn't see Greg, and his injuries still didn't quite fit a beating. As well, the cigarette found in his hand seemed too casual a gesture to fit being beaten. This case was one of the most puzzling investigators had come across, and it stalled for months. Greg's family eventually offered a $50,000 reward to anyone who had information, but no one came forward. The legendary private investigator and former Long Island cop and DEA special agent Ken Brennan took on Greg's case. Brennan set about interviewing everyone, including Greg's wife and the medical examiner. There was a clue that no one else noticed. The cigarette Greg's hand had been found in his left, but his wife insisted he smoked with his right. Brennan's explanation was that he must have stood up and switched the hand the cigarette was in, perhaps to open the door. This clue led back to the electricians in the room next door. Perhaps Greg had stood up to answer the door when they knocked after he had blown the power. Some of his injuries, such as the laceration to his scrotum, could have been caused by a kick from steel-toed boots like electricians might wear. As Brennan interviewed the electricians, he realized the theory had been dismissed for a reason. But something else was revealed during these interviews. One of the men commented about a gun going off in a hotel. Brennan suddenly had a theory. The hotel room was inspected again, this time looking for a bullet. After hours of searching, nothing was found. That is, until Brennan noticed a small, repaired indentation in the wall. Checking the room next door, he found the small mark of a bullet entering the wall. The exit had to be that indentation in Greg's room. Greg had been shot. The medical examiner didn't buy Brennan's theory. There wasn't a bullet wound on Greg's body, and they wouldn't have missed something like a bullet wound. But together they re-examined the autopsy photos. Brennan asked if a bullet could have entered Greg's body through his scrotum, as there were lacerations there and bruising. The examiner agreed it was possible if it entered at just the right angle, and it would have disguised a bullet entry because of the folds of flesh. A bullet would have torn up through his body, explaining the blunt force trauma to his organs that looked like a severe beating. It was the hole in Greg's heart that convinced the examiner. Previously thought to be a burst right atrium from blunt force trauma, the doctor realized it was actually a bullet hole. Greg had been shot after all. The night Greg died, a few of the electricians were drinking in the room next door. One of them, Lance Mueller, was playing around with a 9mm Ruger pistol. It accidentally went off, the bullet going through the wall and into Greg's room where it struck him as he held his cigarette. He collapsed right there, leaving almost no evidence of what had happened. At the time, the electricians weren't sure someone was staying next door to them, as they weren't lying when they said they hadn't seen Greg. Mueller used toothpaste to try to hide the evidence of a bullet hole in his room. And when Greg's death was ruled natural causes, Mueller thought it was all a horrible coincidence. He was arrested and charged with the manslaughter of Greg Flanagan. In court, he pleaded no contest to reckless manslaughter and criminally negligent manslaughter charges. He was convicted and sentenced to 10 years. The circumstances of Greg's twist-filled case might be one of the strangest I've ever heard.
The wait is over. Everything's on sale at the Sephora Savings Event.
I want this and that, I want this and that.
Everything you really want, all on sale now.
Today, we're taking a look at 5 unpredictable cases filled with twists. The final case we're covering just might be the most baffling of all. Scott Ponder opened up a motorcycle and power sports dealership in 2001 in South Carolina that he called Superbike Motorsports. The business thrived, and he was soon able to hire his close friend Brian Lucas to work as the service manager. Everything seemed to be going great for Scott. Business was booming and had become a hangout for fellow motorbike enthusiasts, and he was happily married to a woman named Melissa Ponder Brackman. In fact, in 2003, the couple was expecting their first child together. On November 6, 2003, Noel Lee, a regular to hang out at the Superbike Motorsports dealership, called ahead to see if they were too busy for him to drop by. He was told they weren't, and he arrived at the shop about 10 minutes after he called. He walked in to find both Scott and Brian lying in a pool of blood in the shop's parking lot. Lee thought it was a gruesome prank. The guys had been fine only a few minutes earlier. He told them to get up and even poked at Brian with his foot. But when neither responded, he realized it was no prank. Lee ran into the shop to call 911, but inside he only found more horror. Scott's mother, Beverly Guy, often liked to help out at the shop, and Lee found her body lying on the floor near the bathroom. Farther in, he discovered the recently hired mechanic, Chris Sherbert, slumped over a bike he had been working on. All 4 people at the shop had been shot and killed. As soon as police arrived, they were puzzled by the 4-person murder scene. The easiest explanation would have been that it was a robbery gone wrong, but nothing had been taken, and easily accessible cash was even left in plain sight. As the investigation got underway, there was a lead right away. The last person to see the 4 victims alive was a customer at the shop only a few minutes before everyone died. This customer claimed that they saw a man in the dealership inquiring about a motorcycle and heard him talk as though he was new to bikes, but investigators couldn't find the identity of this mystery second customer. Police then turned to an unlikely person to investigate, Scott's widow, Melissa. She was questioned a number of times, including after she gave birth to her and Scott's son, Scott Jr. During one visit to the station, she changed her baby's diaper, and without her knowledge, the police took the diaper from the trash and ran a DNA test on her child. The result was surprising. Melissa's baby's DNA didn't match the DNA sample from Scott. Instead, it matched his best friend, Brian. When this strange finding was brought to Melissa's attention, she adamantly denied it and demanded they run another test. This second test came back with the same result. The baby's DNA matched Brian, not Scott. Hearing this, Melissa refused to speak to the police further, which raised their suspicions against her. For about 18 months, suspicion surrounded Melissa, and police watched her every move closely, but there was still no evidence tying her directly to the case. Eventually, investigators decided to take a look at Beverly and Brian's DNA, though they didn't specify why. They found that Beverly's DNA didn't match her son's. That's when police realized Scott's and Brian's DNA samples had been mixed up. Melissa was vindicated, her son was Scott's, and she was no longer under suspicion. In 2004, the sheriff's office brought in the former FBI agent and renowned serial killer profile John Douglas for aid. But for over a decade, police struggled to find any other leads. Though hundreds of people were questioned over the years, the Superbike murders became a cold case. It wasn't until another seemingly unrelated crime occurred that an answer was finally uncovered. A property for a real estate agent when something suspicious occurred. Their families believed they were missing, but they were still receiving Facebook messages. These messages claimed the couple had gotten married, bought a house, and were happy but wanted to be left alone. The strange part was that they refused to call their families, which raised their suspicion that something just wasn't right. Following the couple's last known location by pinging their phones, police ended up on a 95-acre property owned by a real estate agent named Todd Kohlhepp. Kohlhepp had a criminal record as a registered offender and had served 15 years in prison in 1987 for assault and kidnapping. On the property, police found something out of a grisly horror movie. They found Kayla where she was being held chained up, as police described like a dog, in a metal shipping container. She'd been living captive in the container for more than 2 months. But thankfully, she was mostly unharmed, though obviously shaken. Once she was rescued, Kayla told the gruesome story of how Kohlhepp and Charles got into an argument, and Kohlhepp pulled out a gun and shot him. Charles David Carver was found dead on the property with 3 holes in his shirt, each hole made by the bullets entering his chest. As police searched Kohlhepp's property, they found another gruesome discovery. The bodies of Johnny Coxey and Megan McCraw Coxey were also unearthed. The couple had been missing since 2015. In an even more disturbing twist, the feet were missing from the bodies, including Carver's. Though Kohlhepp claimed he had no idea why the feet were missing from the bodies, even saying, "My mother told me never to play with my food." Investigators said they hadn't been chewed off by animals and looked as though they were removed in a suspicious way. Personally, I can't imagine a not suspicious way to remove feet. Once he was taken into custody, Kohlhepp was interrogated, and during one interview, he admitted to having killed more people than the 3 bodies police knew about. He told a story about how he had visited a bike shop back in 2003. At the shop, he told the employees that his own motorbike had been stolen, but that he wanted to buy another. While there, he said he was given a hard time, claiming that an employee implied to him that they had been involved in stealing his first bike. He said that he returned a few more times, and at each visit he was mocked. Eventually, he decided to take his revenge. He waited for other customers to leave before he went into the shop and killed the 4 people there. Kohlhepp was the man responsible for the Superbike murders. What's especially disturbing to consider is that before Kohlhepp was found, the police were given a list of 400 Superbike customers collected by a private investigator, hired by Brian's family. The list had highlighted 15 names, including Kohlhepp's, because he had a criminal record. It's believed that the list was never fully investigated. Perhaps if it had been looked into closer, Kohlhepp would have been stopped before he took more lives. However, one interesting theory has arisen since Kohlhepp's arrest, that he actually didn't commit the Superbike murders and only took responsibility to build his reputation as a serial killer. When he explained what happened that day in 2003, he said he had shot all 4 victims in the forehead, but none of them had gunshot wounds to the forehead. He also got the type of bullets used in the killings wrong, and the placement of where Scott and Brian were killed. During a few interviews, he even denied having killed them at all. These inconsistencies were explained away by investigators, saying that the details could be confused after 13 years, and they were sure that he was involved in the 4 deaths. Todd Kohlhepp is currently serving life sentences in prison for killing 7 people. Do you think he's responsible for them? In the late 1960s, the List family appeared to be living the American dream. John List, the vice president of a bank, and his wife, Helen, his mother, and 3 children lived together in a mansion in Westfield, New Jersey, with 19 rooms, including a ballroom and marble fireplaces. Even though the family looked like they had everything, it was all appearances. In 1971, John lost his job, and he struggled to find another job. Instead of telling his family what was going on, as he thought that it was too shameful to admit, he would get up every day, almost as if he was heading to work, but instead went and sat at the train station, where he spent all day reading the newspaper and taking naps. But he no longer had an income and couldn't pay the bills. Instead of going on welfare, because then the whole community would know about his struggles, he started to secretly steal money from his mother's bank account in order to keep paying for his mortgage. But this plan could only last for so long. When the bank threatened to foreclose on the house, John realized that all his lies would be exposed. He decided there was only one thing to do. John List was going to disappear. To begin his thorough plan, he headed to the post office where he stopped the family's mail. Then he went to the bank and cashed in his mother's savings bonds. Once home, he made several calls to everyone who would check on them and said that the rest of the List family had already left for North Carolina to visit his wife's mother, and said that he was planning to follow them soon. That way, no one would go looking for them. John then went through his house with scissors and cut himself out of every picture in order to make it harder for anyone to track him down. After this, he went to the John F. Kennedy International Airport in New York. Instead of boarding a plane, he left his car as a fake clue and took a bus into the city. John List was gone. Because John had said the family would be away for a while, no one thought it was odd that they didn't see any of the lists.
Buddy, let me tell you, I was just ripping down the neutral zone, dangles, and then I just lined up this absolute rocket, bing, bar down. Best goal of the season.
Be ready with a high protein from Vector.
That the police knocked on the door of the List mansion. Inside, they found the family, or at least most of them. Laying on the floor of the ballroom were the bodies of John's wife and 3 children. All had been shot. Upstairs, also shot dead, was John's mother. There was a confession letter at the scene. It was addressed to John's pastor. John List hadn't run away from his family. He'd killed them all and then fled. But where had John gone? There was no sign of him. The only clue was the car at the airport, but then his trail went cold. And it stayed cold for years. The List's murder was regularly revisited, but it wasn't until 1989, 18 years after the murders, that the case was featured on America's Most Wanted. It included a picture of John List created by a forensic sculptor's impression of how he would currently look. In Denver, a group of neighbors recognized the man on the TV, but it wasn't John List. It was a man they knew by the name of Robert P. Clark. Recognizing Clark and John as the same person, the neighbors called the police. 11 days later, John List was finally found and arrested. After fleeing the crime scene at his home in 1971, John took the name of Robert P. Clark. He traveled unnoticed to Denver, where he worked as a hotel fry cook and then later as an accountant for H&R Block. In 1985, John got remarried to a widow named Dolores Clark, and the two of them moved to Richmond, Virginia. In court, all of John's crimes were exposed. On November 9, 1971, the three kids headed off to school. As soon as they were gone, John stood behind his wife and shot her while she drank her morning coffee. Then he went to find his 84-year-old mother, where she was eating breakfast upstairs, gave her a kiss, and shot her in the head. He used an old 9mm pistol he bought as a World War II souvenir and a .22 caliber target pistol. Following his careful plan, John dragged his wife's body into the ballroom and cleaned up the blood to not alarm his children when they got home. While he waited, he called around to make it look like the family would be away. In a show of callousness, John took a break from cleaning up his wife's blood and made himself a sandwich. As his kids came home, John killed each of them one by one. First was 16-year-old Patricia, Patty, then the youngest, 13-year-old Frederick. John apparently went to support his 15-year-old son John Jr. at his high school soccer game before driving him home and shooting him too. He dragged all the bodies into the ballroom, though he left his mother upstairs. Disturbingly, John slept in the house with the bodies overnight. The next day, he left the house lights on, turned on music, and made his great escape. List had actually watched the America's Most Wanted program about him with his second wife, but she didn't put it together that it was him. John's twisted justification for killing his family was that this was the only way to save them and ensure they went to heaven. In 1990, John List was found guilty and sentenced to 5 life terms. He claimed to be sorry for, quote, the tragedy that happened in 1971, but he never mentioned his wife, his mother, or his children. At 82 years old, John died in prison in 2008. On October 31st, 1992, Candace Fonagy went to the hospital in Kipling, Canada. She wasn't seeking medical aid, but was looking for her friend to talk to after she had just had a big argument with her boyfriend. Her friend wasn't working, but because she was so agitated over the fight, a nurse suggested she should see one of the doctors. Dr. John Schneeberger was available and agreed to see Fonagy. He told her that taking a sedative would probably calm her down, and she agreed that he was right. Instead of being given a pill, as she expected, Schneeberger gave Fonagy an injection. But the feeling wasn't quite what she expected, because instead of just feeling calmer, she felt completely and immediately numb. Fonagy's memory after the injection was foggy, but when she finally came to again, she was sure something horrible had happened to her. She was certain that while unconscious, Schneeberger had sexually assaulted her. She went straight to the police to report the disturbing incident and gave samples. Police found traces of semen in her underwear and pants, as well as evidence of the drug that the doctor had given her. Upon closer inspection, the drug Schneeberger had injected her with was identified as the powerful anesthetic, Versed, also known as midazolam, which induces sleepiness and decreases anxiety, but it also inhibits the creation of new memories. It's also normally used before medical procedures, or for people who are on mechanical ventilators because it will decrease their consciousness. In other words, it's not a drug normally used for circumstances like Fonagy's, and was a strange choice for Schneeberger to give her. It looked like Fonagy was right, and the doctor had assaulted her after ensuring she was helpless. When police approached Schneeberger about the allegations, he volunteered to give a blood sample to the police to be compared to the sample they had collected from Fonagy. His DNA didn't match. The first sample Schneeberger had given the police wasn't taken under police supervision, but a second sample was taken a year later under police watch. This sample also didn't match. Schneeberger offered up an explanation for Fonagy's allegations. He said that the drug he gave her was occasionally known to cause hallucinations of sexual activity, which could explain why she was sure something had happened while she was unconscious. Until the second sample was taken, the community had supported Fonagy. But now people were sure she was lying about the whole thing. Because there was no proof of any wrongdoing, the police stopped investigating.
Okay, I'm back.
But Vonnegut didn't give up. She hired a private investigator to get a sample of Schneeberger's DNA. She wanted to test it at a private lab. But as you can imagine, getting a sample of someone's blood isn't exactly easy to do. Most people notice when they're bleeding and are pretty wary about someone approaching them with a needle. The private investigator grabbed something easier, Schneeberger's chapstick. His DNA from the chapstick was tested, and this matched the DNA sample from the semen found on Vonnegut. With this evidence, Vonnegut launched a civil trial against Schneeberger. But in order to be successful, his DNA had to be taken again in front of witnesses to ensure that it was admissible. Once again, Schneeberger agreed. The technician tried to draw blood from his finger, but Schneeberger only agreed to give a sample from his arm. Though his vein was visible, the technician struggled to actually get blood out. The resulting sample didn't have enough DNA for testing, and so Vonnegut's case was once again dropped. For years, Vonnegut struggled to get her case to be taken up again. No one believed her anymore. That is, until 1997, when Schneeberger's wife, Lisa, went to the police to allege that he had been injecting his 15-year-old stepdaughter at night with a drug and then repeatedly assaulting her. After 2 allegations, police took a more thorough approach to the case and retrieved more than a blood sample from Schneeberger. This time, they took the blood from his finger, and they also took some of his hair. The DNA results were baffling. Schneeberger's DNA was the perfect match for the semen sample found on Vonnegut years earlier. But how was it possible that none of the other blood samples matched until now? He was arrested, but the sinister truth wasn't revealed until trial in 1999.
Is that the matcha, or am I this energized from scoring
Schneeberger admitted that he had been evading giving the police a true blood sample by slicing open his arm and implanting a 15-centimeter Penrose drain directly into his arm. He filled the drain with blood he had taken from a patient. When police took a sample from his arm, he guided them to the tube so that they extracted another man's blood. He had even added anticoagulants to keep the blood from degrading too much. But by the 3rd blood sample, it was over 2 years later, and he had almost run out of blood, which was why the technician struggled to get a usable sample. Despite admitting this, Schneeberger still denied that he had assaulted Vonnegut. He claimed that the semen sample found on her had been stolen from him. How? He said she took the semen from a used condom. No one bought this story, and Schneeberger was convicted of and obstruction of justice for the bizarre blood tube in his arm, and was sentenced to 6 years in prison. In May 2010, the family of 26-year-old Army veteran Sam Herr became worried when he didn't make it home for the weekend. They called the Orange Coast college student's phone, but he didn't answer. As their concern grew, his parents decided to check his apartment in Costa Mesa, California. They could never have expected the horror that they found inside. Lying face down on Sam's bed was a dead woman. The young woman's pants were ripped and pulled down around her ankles. It appeared as though she had been assaulted. There was a bullet wound in her head. She wore a tiara, and written on her back was, quote, "All yours, you." Sam's family had accidentally stumbled upon a gruesome crime scene, but there was no sign of Sam anywhere in the apartment. They worried that he'd also been attacked and was wounded somewhere. When police responded to the scene, they didn't begin looking for Sam as a missing person like his family wanted, but as a person of interest in the death of the woman in his apartment. The young woman was identified as 23-year-old Julie Jury Kibuishi, a college student and dancer. Sam's family actually knew of her, as he had told his father that Jury was his friend and like a kid sister to him. Despite this, police were sure that Sam had killed Jury, as all the evidence pointed to him being the only other person in his apartment when she died. They began a huge manhunt for Sam, assuming he was a fugitive on the run. The first lead came when they looked at his ATM records and saw that he was still withdrawing money. But when they apprehended the person taking out Sam's money, they found a 16-year-old with his ATM card, not Sam. The teen admitted that he had been asked to take the money out for someone else, but again, it wasn't Sam. It was a young man named Daniel Wozniak. Daniel, a community theater actor, lived next door to Sam at the apartment complex, and the two were friends. At first, police believed that Daniel was aiding Sam, helping to funnel him money while he was on the run. But there was still no sign of Sam. In order to question him about the suspicious ATM withdrawals, Daniel was arrested while partying at his own bachelor party in Huntington Beach. Under questioning, Daniel said that he had seen Sam leave his apartment with an unidentified man who was wearing a black hat. But then, after hours of denying any knowledge, he quickly gave up the entire ruse. Daniel admitted that he had been the one to kill Jury, and he told police where they would find Sam. If there was any hope that investigators would find him alive, it all ended when Sam's severed head was discovered dumped in bushes at the El Dorado Nature Center in Long Beach. He had been shot twice in the head. Daniel soon admitted that he had killed Sam too. Daniel said that he had asked Sam for help moving furniture in the attic of a theater where Daniel often acted in the community productions. While they moved the furniture, Daniel shot and killed him, stealing his ATM card, wallet, and cell phone. To hide the evidence more easily, Daniel dismembered Sam's body with a hatchet and saw. But why had he done it? And why kill Jury too? At the time of the slayings, Daniel didn't have a full-time job. He had no money, and he was on the verge of being evicted from his apartment. As he'd been arrested at his bachelor party, he was about to get married and was becoming desperate for money to pay for his upcoming wedding and honeymoon. Not knowing just how desperate Daniel was, Sam had mentioned that he had saved $62,000 from his combat pay from his service in Afghanistan. Daniel's plan had been to steal Sam's money from his bank account to pay for his honeymoon. As tragic as Sam's death was, Jury got caught in the middle of Daniel's wicked plan. In a truly sinister turn of events, Daniel used Sam's phone to lure her over to Sam's apartment. As the two were friends and classmates, Jury headed over when she received a message from Sam saying that he had family problems and that he just needed a girl's shoulder to cry on. Once at the apartment, Daniel shot her and staged her body and the scene to look like she had been assaulted and framed Sam, all in an attempt to cover his tracks. In 2016, Daniel Wozniak was convicted on 2 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. He has yet to be executed. On January 2, 2000, 18-year-old Zeb Quinn left work at Walmart in Asheville, North Carolina, in order to meet up with a friend. The friend in question was Robert Jason Owens, and the two were going to look at a vehicle that Quinn was interested in buying. They met at a gas station around 9 p.m. and set off separately. Owens' Ford pickup truck leading the way with Quinn's light blue Mazda Protege following. When they neared T.C. Robertson High School on Long Shoals Road, Quinn flashed his headlights to signal for Owens to pull over. Because this was before everyone had a cell phone handy, Quinn wanted to find a payphone because he had received a page and needed to make a phone call. Whoever Quinn had talked to on the phone left him frantic when he returned to where Owens was waiting 10 minutes later. He canceled their plans and jumped into his car. Quinn was so upset that when he tried to drive away, he accidentally rear-ended Owens' truck. He paused only long enough to say sorry before he took off. That was the last time Owens ever saw Quinn.
One of the most overpriced things I have ever...
Later that evening, in the early hours on January 3rd, Owens' luck took a turn for the worse. After leaving his frantic friend, Owens got in another car crash, but this one was far worse as he ended up in the hospital with head injuries and a broken rib. But a police report was never filed about an accident. While one friend ended up injured, something stranger happened to the other. 2 days after he received the mysterious page, Quinn called into his work and told them that he couldn't work his shift that day. But the employee who answered the phone was certain that whoever was on the other end wasn't Quinn, because they didn't recognize his voice. On January 4th, Quinn's mother, Denise Blahakis, officially filed a missing persons report for him. No one had actually seen him since that night with Owens, and his family was certain he would never have left them of his own accord. Beginning the investigation, police traced the mysterious page. It was sent from his aunt's house, but she denied that she had ever sent him a page. In fact, she wasn't even home the night Quinn disappeared because she was having dinner with a friend. Curiously, the aunt later filed a police report and said that her house had been broken into while she was out that night. Searching for him, police traced the call to Quinn's work. It led to the Volvo plant where Owens worked. Owens admitted that he had been the one to make the call, but said that before he disappeared, Quinn had asked him to call into his work for him and say he was sick. Interestingly, after this statement, Owens refused to talk to the police anymore. Though he was a person of interest because he may have been the last person to see Quinn, there was no evidence connecting him to any crime, as there wasn't even proof a crime had happened. 2 weeks later, the first real clue about what happened to Quinn was discovered. His car was found parked out front of Little Pig's Barbecue, but there was no sign of Quinn. On the back windshield of the car, a large pair of lips and 2 exclamation points had been drawn in lipstick. Strange, right? Well, that's only the beginning of the weirdness surrounding the vehicle. Inside, police found a live black Labrador puppy that didn't belong to Quinn, and a plastic hotel key that couldn't be traced to anyone or any hotel. There was also a jacket that wasn't Quinn's, and the driver's seat had been adjusted for someone shorter than him. I know you're wondering about what happened to the puppy, but don't worry, it was adopted by one of the investigators. One theory was that a girl he had been interested in, Misty Taylor, had accidentally gotten Quinn into trouble. Misty had a boyfriend, Wesley Smith, and he had allegedly threatened Quinn earlier the same day he went missing. Later, a couple called the police and said that they saw someone driving Quinn's vehicle before it was found. The couple gave details that created a composite sketch of the alleged driver, and police noted that it bore a striking resemblance to Misty. But no evidence was ever found that connected Misty or Wesley to Quinn. Interestingly, it was Misty's mother who Quinn's aunt was having dinner with the night he went missing, and both Misty and Wesley were there. The entire case is filled with questions. Who sent the page? What had Quinn heard on the phone? Did Owens actually get in a car accident, or had something else happened that night? What do the lips on the car mean? And where did the puppy come from? There were no answers. The clues didn't add up to anything, didn't lead anywhere, and after a few years, Quinn's case went cold. There were no suspects, and investigators had no idea what happened to Quinn. But then, years later, someone else went missing. In 2015, pregnant Christy Shone Codd and her husband JT Codd were reported missing by their family members. If you recognize her name, Christy appeared on the Food Network series, Food Network Star. Hoping to find the couple at home and the whole thing to be a misunderstanding, police stopped by, but the couple wasn't there. However, their dogs and other important items, such as Christy's purse and JT's wallet, were all left behind, almost like the couple hadn't left at all. Their neighbors reported that the man living next door to the Codds had been acting strangely right after the couple went missing. The man was seen dumping bags into a dumpster, which, when recovered by investigators, revealed a few things owned by Christy, including her ID. When police knocked on the door of the house next to the Codds, Robert Jason Owens opened the door. Owens admitted that he had broken into the Codds' home, which is how he ended up with the garbage bags filled with Christy's things that he then threw into the dumpster. He was charged with breaking and entering and larceny, but Owens didn't have such a simple explanation for what police found when they searched his home. Inside a wood stove, they found what appeared to be human remains. Upon this discovery, Owens was charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder and murder of an unborn child. More evidence was uncovered after fire crews were called to a mobile home that was on fire. There, they found human remains inside of the mobile home. The property it was on was owned by Owens. He didn't offer up an explanation to the police for the human remains in his house, but Owens' wife spoke to investigators anyway, saying that he had told her that his truck got stuck in the mud near the Codds' home. JT had allowed him to borrow his car, and it was while in this car that he claimed to have accidentally hit and killed both of the Codds. Eventually, Owens himself admitted to the killing, though he was adamant it was an accident. Even if it was, he had tried to get rid of the evidence by taking their bodies, cutting them up, and burning them. Owens claimed he didn't want to report the accident because he had been heavily impaired by medications that day. In 2017, Owens officially pled guilty to 3 counts of second-degree murder and 2 counts of dismemberment for the Cobbs' deaths. With Owens' connection to the Cobbs confirmed, investigators had renewed hope that they would finally know what happened to Quinn after he'd been missing for 15 years. One of Owens' family members finally came forward to speak with police. The story they shared was the first real lead in the case. In January 2000, Owens had dug a pit to burn something. He then poured concrete over the area and told his family he was going to make a fish pond. But he never made the pond, and he later covered the area with dirt. Digging up the area, police found fabric, leather materials, and unknown hard fragments that they never publicly identified. Though these items were never confirmed to be Quinn's, it was enough for Owen to be indicted for first-degree murder of Zeb Quinn. Currently, as of 2021, Robert Jason Owens is awaiting trial. What has yet to be explained is his possible motive, and since Quinn has never been found, it's left many to speculate about the truth of what might be the most baffling unsolved case. Soon, there may finally be answers. Today we're counting down 4 true crime tales with more dramatic twists and turns than a soap opera. The difference, however, is that these chilling stories are painfully real. And just wait, because you won't believe the ghastly outcome waiting at the end of the video. But first, let's discuss the unbelievable case in 4th place, which involves a small town, a beauty queen, and a killer hiding in plain sight. Nona Dirksmeyer was born on December 26, 1985, as one of Paul and Carol Dirksmeyer's 6 children. She was raised in the small town of Russellville, Arkansas, with many describing her as very sweet, kind, and shy. In high school, Nona began dating a boy named Kevin Jones, who she had known since kindergarten, and the two immediately became inseparable. Around this time, she started competing in beauty pageants, using her platform to help prevent violence against kids. Nona even volunteered her free time as a member of the Big Sisters organization. The beauty queen started college at Arkansas Tech University in 2004, majoring in music, and got her own apartment. Keep in mind that Nona, her mother, and Kevin were given keys to this apartment. Kevin enrolled at the University of Arkansas around 90 minutes away, but the couple kept up their relationship. On December 14, 2005, Kevin came home for Christmas break to visit Nona, and they discussed their plans for the following day. Nona had a couple of finals to wrap up at school, and then was expected to meet with her little sister. Kevin had plans to accompany his mother, Janice, to a school holiday dinner in the evening. The next morning, Kevin received a text message from Nona reading, "Good morning, Cuddle Muffin. I love you and hope you have a great day." Naturally, he expected to hear from Nona again when her exams were finished, but she never called. After nearly 5 years together, this struck Kevin as odd because she usually responded right away. So around 4 in the afternoon, he sent her a text message saying, "You alive?" Interesting choice of words. Kevin continued calling and messaging her phone until around 6, when he and his mother headed out for their Christmas party. During the drive, he grew increasingly concerned and contacted a friend who was out delivering pizza in the area. Kevin asked his friends to go to Nona's apartment and see if her car was parked outside. The friend reported back that her car was there, and the upstairs lights were on, but strangely, Nona wasn't answering the door when he knocked. Alarmed by the findings at her apartment, Kevin and Janice went to check it out themselves. First, they tried to pry open the front door, but it wouldn't budge. And unfortunately, Kevin had forgotten his spare key at home. So they ran to the sliding glass door in the back, which Nona always reinforced with a burglar bar. But on this night, it was suspiciously missing. Kevin forced open the sliding door and ran inside, noticing blood on the Venetian blinds as he moved towards the living room. There he saw Nona lying face down in a puddle of her own blood, wearing nothing but a small pair of white socks. Kevin rushed over and, without thinking, hugged her lifeless body. Authorities soon arrived at the apartment and found Nona with several stab wounds to her neck and shoulder. But that wasn't her cause of death. She had also been viciously beaten in the head, and there was no question about what the murderer had used for a weapon. Beside the body was an extremely heavy lamp broken into 3 pieces, with blood on the base and the light bulb. Also, despite Nona being completely nude, there was no indication of non-consensual intercourse, and there was no sign of forced entry into the apartment. However, there was evidence that someone had attempted to strangle her and cut her throat before inflicting the brain-damaging blow to her head. Additionally, detectives collected an open condom wrapper from the table next to the body, but they never located the actual condom. Now, some people believe detectives dropped the ball on this case because certain blood samples were overlooked, such as those on the Venetian blinds. Furthermore, the doors and blinds were never dusted for prints, and they failed to look for any evidence upstairs. But it quickly became apparent that the police already had a prime suspect in mind for the heinous crime. Any guesses? I'll give you a hint. It was Kevin. Investigators viewed the entire scene, including his emotional reaction and the use of his mother and friend, as an elaborate cover-up. Not to mention, they walked in and saw Kevin covered in Nona's blood, which, let's face it, doesn't look good. So they brought him down to the station right away for hours of intensive questioning. They also checked Kevin's body for injuries, as Nona had defensive wounds indicating she had fought her attacker, but he had none. The distraught boyfriend never requested a lawyer and adamantly proclaimed his innocence the entire time, but the police still weren't buying it. However, investigators knew they needed to look at everyone in Nona's circle, so they started by examining her other lovers. Wait, what? Yes, you heard me right. Unbeknownst to Kevin, his high school sweetheart had been casually seeing other men, a harsh side effect of many long-distance relationships. Police stated that they also looked at anyone in the area who might have had contact with the beautiful young woman. Still, when they were all ruled out, the focus was shifted back to Kevin, who they now thought had a clear motive for killing Nona. Desperate to clear his name, Kevin voluntarily went to the Russellville Police Department on the eve of Nona's funeral. He told investigators, "I'll do anything that you guys want me to do. I'll do a DNA test. I'll do anything." He also willingly agreed to take a notoriously unreliable polygraph test, as long as he could leave in time for Nona's visitation that night, which he had helped coordinate. This choice ultimately proved a huge mistake when the polygraph examiner announced he failed miserably. He actually said to him, "Kevin, there's no doubt in my mind that you killed her." 7 grueling hours later, Kevin was still at the station and had missed the visitation. Of course, many people, including Nona's parents, started speculating that he skipped the ceremony because he was guilty. But as you can see, that wasn't the case at all. Nonetheless, authorities asserted that Kevin had murdered Nona in a fit of rage after discovering her infidelity firsthand. They even held a press conference to declare that all potential suspects had been cleared but one, and we all know how news travels in a small town. Further testing showed Kevin's fingerprint and blood on the light bulb next to the body, so on March 31st, 2006, he was arrested and charged with her murder. Kevin's legal team called into question the condom wrapper, which had been tested for fingerprints but never checked for DNA. And wouldn't you know, there was some DNA left behind, and it wasn't Kevin's. Instead, it belonged to an unknown male. Now, this wasn't exactly a slam dunk for the defense, because the jury could view this evidence 2 ways. The first is that it came from a total stranger, and the second is that it fits in perfectly with the prosecution's theory that Kevin had caught Nona cheating. The prosecution and defense argued back and forth, but the entire case ultimately came down to that light bulb. While prosecutors claimed Kevin left the print after bludgeoning Nona to death, his defense maintained that he didn't even remember touching the bulb, insisting that it must have happened during the chaos of finding her body. Finally, it was time for the jury to deliberate, and while they were initially split on the decision, they returned the following day with a not guilty verdict. Then, shockingly, a local man named Gary Dunn was arrested for burglary in September 2007, and eyebrows were raised when the police recalled him being questioned during the initial investigation. He had provided an alibi and was released without incident, but detectives noticed something very alarming when they took a second glance. The date on the receipt he gave them to account for his time didn't account for the time frame in which Nona was murdered. Furthermore, Dunn had been living in the same apartment complex as Nona at the time of her death. So, the condom wrapper was retested, and authorities said the testing indicated a partial profile of Dunn's DNA was found. With the incomplete alibi, it was enough for police to arrest Dunn and charge him with Nona's murder. In April 2010, his trial began, with Dunn's ex-wife testifying that he was allegedly violent and obsessed with Nona. Frustratingly, it ended in a mistrial, and he was set free. He was arrested again in 2011 for attempted kidnapping and indecent exposure, landing him 15 years in prison. Well, it seems like most people have a pretty good idea of who they believe committed this brutal crime. There's yet to be justice for Nona. Alright, let's keep moving on to case number 3, and please be mindful that the details involved in this one are exceptionally tough to hear. However, an unbelievable twist restores hope that good can triumph over evil, regardless of the terrible circumstances. So on that note, let's dive in. Jennifer Hawk Pettit was born in Morristown, New Jersey on September 26, 1958. After college, she met her soulmate, Dr. William A. Pettit Jr., while working as a pediatric oncology nurse at the Children's Hospital of Pittsburgh. William was born September 24, 1956 in Connecticut, and over time became one of the top endocrinologists in the world. The power couple said their I do's on April 13, 1985, and together they furthered their medical professions. On October 15, 1989, the pair welcomed their first child, a daughter they named Haley Elizabeth. And then on November 17, 1995, another little girl was born, Michaela Rose. Around this special time, Jennifer began working as a nurse at a private boarding school, which is how the Pettit family found themselves raising their 2 children in the idyllic and seemingly safe suburban community of Cheshire, Connecticut. In the summer of 2007, Haley was a bright and ambitious 17-year-old, preparing to head off to college in the fall. Her little sister Michaela was a happy 11-year-old, eagerly awaiting the start of middle school. Now, let's talk about the day that changed this family forever. July 22nd, 2007. It was a day like any other, and Michaela, who loved cooking, decided to make dinner for the family. So, Jennifer drove her to the local Stop and Shop to buy ingredients around 7:30 that evening. Surveillance footage shows the pair calmly walking through the store, collecting items from their list, but it also reveals something far more ominous. Unbeknownst to the mother and daughter, a strange man had spotted them in the parking lot and was stalking them around the store. He then followed them out to their car and all the way home, where he hatched a sinister plan. Meanwhile, the Pettit family ate dinner around 8:30 and watched a television show before Jennifer and her daughters went off to bed. William chose to stay up and study some medical journals, which resulted in him falling asleep on the couch in the living room. Around 3 in the morning, the stalker returned with an accomplice and entered the home through the cellar door. The 2 intruders wore masks and were armed with a baseball bat and a rifle. As they moved around, they were caught off guard by William, who they had expected to be asleep upstairs. Without hesitation, they brutally beat him over the head with the baseball bat and dragged his bloody, unconscious body down to the basement, where he was tied up and left for dead. Then they entered the master bedroom where Jennifer and Michaela were sleeping and abruptly woke them up before forcibly moving Michaela to her own room. Next, they subdued Haley in her room and tied all 3 to their separate beds by their wrists and ankles with pillowcases covering their heads. The monstrous men then went about ransacking the home, looking for anything valuable to steal, but they were very disappointed not to find a safe. However, after locating a bank ledger stating the family's personal finances, they decided to wait until morning to bring Jennifer to the bank so she could withdraw cash. In the meantime, they went to a local gas station and filled 2 gas tanks. We'll get back to that later. The masked men returned to the Pettit home and checked on their captives, allowing Michaela a sip of water and untying Haley so that she could use the restroom. As the sun rose on Cheshire, the burglars knew William would be expected at work soon, so they forced Jennifer to call in sick for him. She did as they asked, and in a grueling moment of contact with the outside world, his co-worker wished her husband a speedy recovery and ended the call without concern. Around 9 in the morning, one of the intruders drove Jennifer to the bank while the other kept watch over the home. She was given strict instructions to stay quiet and not mention anything, or the girls would be murdered. Believing them to be motivated by money, Jennifer thought that if she did what they asked, then they would soon be gone, and her family would survive the ordeal. Still, she fearlessly scribbled a quick note on the deposit slip, expressing her dire situation to the bank teller. She wrote that she needed to withdraw $15,000 in cash because her family was being held hostage, and she urged them not to contact the police, or else they would all be killed. Of course, when someone is trying to take out a large sum of money without proper documentation, the bank manager has to get involved. Despite Jennifer's warning, she called 911 and said, "We have a lady who is in our bank right now who says that her husband and children are being held at their house." Then the bank official watched in horror as Jennifer left the bank in a car with a hooded man. Rather than head straight to the Pettit home, police rushed to the bank, missing Jennifer and her captor by just 2 agonizing minutes. They made this choice based on a fleeting belief that Jennifer may have been complicit in some sort of bank scheme. Eventually, it was determined that the family was in serious trouble, so a SWAT team was called, and authorities arrived at the home a few minutes after Jennifer. Unfortunately, they couldn't act fast enough, as the intruders had already doused the home in gasoline, and before long, the entire house was up in flames. Both men ran from the front door and jumped into the Pettit's SUV, but their escape attempt failed when they crashed into a police car and a roadblock. Fire trucks had to wait until the men were apprehended before they could reach the home, but by that point, all that was left were charred remains. Now, are you ready for this twist? Miraculously, William Pettit had untied himself with just seconds to spare and crawled from the basement. He'd been beaten beyond the point of recognition and could barely speak when approached by his neighbor. He was swiftly taken away by ambulance, not knowing what happened to his wife and children. When he later woke up in the hospital, William was given the crushing news that Jennifer, Haley, and Michaela had all lost their lives that day. The 2 masked men, Joshua Komasiewski and Stephen Hayes, admitted to assaulting and strangling Jennifer to death. Furthermore, an autopsy revealed that both daughters died from smoke inhalation, but not before Michaela had endured a violent attack. Authorities speculate that Joshua had developed an obsession with the young girl after spotting her at the grocery store. This horrific crime devastated the town and had many people questioning the actions taken by police. For starters, there was a 33-minute gap between when Jennifer left the bank and when the house erupted in flames. Additionally, the police chief had directed all units to stay away from the home until he arrived on the scene, and there was a delay with the SWAT team because they forgot their bulletproof vests. While it's hard to say whether or not a change in these actions would have saved lives, it's easy to see why people were all up in arms. In September 2010, Stephen's trial began, with Joshua's trial the following year. William Pettit testified in both, and the men were sentenced to death. However, capital punishment was overturned in Connecticut in 2012, so their sentences were commuted to life without parole. Instead of allowing this tragedy to define him, Dr. William Pettit eventually remarried and pursued a political career. He now represents Plainville and New Britain in the Connecticut House of Representatives. Finally, from the ashes of the Pettit family home came a stunning memorial garden filled with Michaela's favorite flowers, 4 o'clocks. Dartmouth College also dedicated a portion of its Life Sciences Center to the memories of Jennifer Hawk Pettit and her 2 daughters. I think it's clear to see how deeply impacted this tight-knit Connecticut community was by these untimely and tragic murders. I know, it's hard to come back from that one, but we still have 2 more shockingly twisted cases to cover. And believe me, this next one will blow your mind. Robert Birnbaum and Gail Katz met in the early 1980s and hit it off right away. She was young, beautiful, and motivated, working a series of odd jobs in Manhattan while studying to be a psychologist. He was a good-looking, charming, and intelligent surgical resident with passions for cooking, skiing, and flying planes. It seemed to be a match made in heaven, but unfortunately, someone was hiding a dark secret. Nevertheless, Robert, who often took his dates on romantic flights, swept Gail off her feet, and the two were married in 1982. They moved into a lavish Upper East Side apartment, but it didn't take long for some major red flags to emerge, and before long, Gail's family began expressing their concerns over her well-being. On one occasion, Gail called her sister sobbing and told her that Robert had tried to drown her cat in the toilet. But instead of opting out of the toxic relationship, she said, "I'm smart, I'm loving, my love will cure, this is going to work out." Then in 1983, Robert snapped and choked Gail into unconsciousness after catching her smoking on their balcony. She reported the incident to a local police precinct, but frustratingly, nothing happened. Desperate, Gail urged her husband to meet with a therapist, who wound up writing her a letter warning her that Robert could be capable of murder. Finally, she said enough was enough. Gail told her sister that she planned to leave Robert, but that time never came, because on July 7th, 1985, Gail disappeared without a trace. Gail's worried family pleaded with Robert for any information on her whereabouts, but all he said was that she left their apartment in the middle of a heated argument. He claimed not to have seen or heard from her since, but Gail's sister was immediately suspicious of the esteemed surgeon and stated in an interview, "She's not with me and she's not with my parents, and at that moment I know that my sister's dead." When months passed with no word from Gail, the Manhattan District Attorney's Office started an investigation. However, it was impossible to charge Robert without any evidence or a body, and the case slowly went cold. But then, in May 1989, a glimmer of hope emerged when a human torso washed up on a beach in Staten Island. However, DNA forensics weren't yet available, so investigators had an X-ray technician compare Gail's old chest X-rays to the torso, and they concluded, this is Gail. Meanwhile, Robert seemed unfazed by his wife's disappearance, as he was busy partying and picking up women. In 1990, he moved to Las Vegas, began his own plastic surgery practice, and formed a new relationship with Dr. Stephanie Youngblood, who reported that their first year together was perfect. Eventually, Stephanie left Robert after witnessing his rage firsthand, but he wasted no time and quickly started dating again. In 1996, he married a gynecologist named Janet Shallett. The pair relocated to North Dakota, where they had a baby girl together, and Robert became something of a local celebrity after saving a young boy's life at the North Dakota State Fair. Back in New York, detectives were revisiting cold cases when they realized it was now possible to test the DNA from the torso found nearly 10 years earlier. Unfortunately, Gail's family received the gut-wrenching news that the torso did not belong to Gail, thus ripping away any closure they had found. The determined investigators began re-interviewing anyone close to Robert, and one person's statement stood out from the rest. A former girlfriend from back in New York told detectives she had been with Robert when he got a phone call from Port Authority police saying they might have found Gail. After hanging up the phone, he ominously told her, "I doubt it's Gail." Furthermore, the lead detective on the case uncovered a truly shocking clue that would take this investigation to new heights. Literally. He found that the doctor had rented a plane from the New Jersey airport on the exact same day Gail went missing. Furthermore, Robert had actually doctored the flight log to make it look like he had taken the plane out the following day. So finally, the pieces to this twisted puzzle were starting to come together, and investigators could proceed with their case against Robert. 15 years after Gail vanished, a grand jury charged Robert with second-degree murder, and at long last, the case went to trial. However, with only circumstantial evidence, it wouldn't be easy to convict him of murder. Moreover, the jury was skeptical about whether or not Robert could have physically flown the plane and pushed a body out of it simultaneously. But the prosecutors recreated and recorded this scenario, demonstrating to all that it was entirely possible. And you know what? It worked. Despite the defense's best efforts to blame Gail's disappearance on mental instability and drug problems, Robert was found guilty of second-degree murder on October 24th, 2000. The ruthless yet sweet-talking killer was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison and has tried several times over the years to have his conviction overturned, thankfully without any success. But then, after decades of maintaining his innocence from behind bars, Robert dropped a major bombshell. During a parole hearing in December 2020, he stunned everyone when he finally confessed, proclaiming, "I wanted her to stop yelling at me, and I attacked her." He then went on to say he strangled Gail and went flying. Horrifically, detectives have since disclosed that they believe Robert used his surgical skills and took his time dismembering the body before renting a plane and dumping it somewhere between Montauk Point, New York, and Cape May, New Jersey. While her body has never been found, Gail's family believes her spirit has found its eternal resting place in an extraordinary nonprofit organization called Gail's House. Beyond honoring her memory, it was initiated to raise awareness surrounding domestic violence and to provide support for women in need. All right, we made it to the top of our list, and believe me, this last case will take you on a twisted journey you won't soon forget. Ready or not, here we go. We're traveling back in time to October 17th, 2006 in New Orleans, Louisiana. A guest at the Omni Royal Hotel looks out his window after hearing a loud thud and is horrified to see a man's body lying on the parking garage roof below. Police rushed to the rooftop and found the fatally mangled body of 28-year-old Zachary Bowen, an Iraq War veteran who had apparently jumped 5 stories to his death. As they surveyed the scene, detectives located army dog tags, house keys, and a folded-up note in Zach's pocket, reading, "This is not accidental. I had to take my own life to pay for the one I took. If you send a patrol to 826 North Rampart, you will find the dismembered corpse of my girlfriend Addie in the oven, on the stove, and in the fridge, along with full documentation on the both of us and a full signed confession from myself." Wait, say what? Beyond the very unexpected admission, it was clear that Zach had been living with some demons based on the 28 cigarette burns found on his body. He wrote that they were meant to symbolize his shortcomings in school, jobs, military, marriage, parenthood, morals, and love for every year of his life. However, according to his friends, Zach appeared in fine spirits the day before his lethal leap. So what happened? Well, hotel security footage captured him drinking for hours at the Omni rooftop bar before eerily pacing back and forth by the railing. It appeared as though he was contemplating his fatal choice. But then, at around 8:30 in the evening, cameras rolled as he suddenly threw himself over the edge, leaving behind a mess of unanswered questions. Of course, authorities immediately went to the address in Zach's note, and much to their horror, discovered that every gruesome detail was true. In various areas of the French Quarter flat, they found the partially cooked remains of a young woman. While she couldn't be immediately identified, it was suspected to be Zach's missing girlfriend, 30-year-old Addie Hall. Now, let's talk about these two for a second. Adrienne Matthias, Addie Hall, was a free-spirited and passionate dance teacher, poet, and seamstress from Durham, North Carolina, who worked in a local pub as a bartender. Zach, a carefree Los Angeles native, moved to New Orleans and enlisted in the Army in 2000. He served in Kosovo and Iraq as a military policeman, earning several awards for his heroic bravery. However, his experience in the Army left him severely depressed and led to alleged increased use of drugs and alcohol. Nevertheless, after receiving a general discharge, he had no trouble finding bartending jobs based on his good looks and charming nature. Zach and Addie met in 2005 at a bar, and it's believed by some sources that they quickly bonded over a mutual desire to have a good time, which allegedly included using copious amounts of different drugs and alcohol. Before long, they were madly in love and dependent upon one another. But then, Hurricane Katrina happened. In the time leading up to the devastating hurricane, Zach and Addie garnered media attention for their resistance to the evacuation, saying they planned to ride out the storm from home despite all warnings. Furthermore, once the storm had passed, they chose to stay without electricity, running water, or any essential supplies. While at first the couple seemingly grew closer in the chaos, many regard this as the start of Zach's downward spiral. As residents of New Orleans began returning to their homes and life crept back toward normalcy, Zach and Addie became increasingly rebellious. They enjoyed living a survivalist lifestyle without responsibilities, and when that all came crashing down, intense fighting commenced. The volatile relationship included both physical and mental abuse, with several friends expressing concern for their well-being. Some people believe things got even worse when Zach started frequenting gay bars and entered a secret homosexual relationship. As you can probably imagine, Addie wasn't happy when she found out he was cheating on her, and after breaking up with Zach, they got into a massive fight over ownership of their shared apartment. Then, in the heat of the moment, Zach snapped and strangled Addie to death. At the apartment, police located a series of strange messages spray-painted on the walls, and a full written confession from Zach stating, "I scared myself not by the action of calmly strangling the woman I've loved for 1.5 years, but by my entire lack of remorse." Then, horrifyingly, they opened the oven and discovered a pair of charred feet and legs in a tinfoil-lined pan. Oh, but that wasn't all. They also found hands and a severed head in separate pots on the stove, as well as a torso wrapped in a plastic bag and packed into the refrigerator. Something of a silver lining, New Orleans Chief of Detectives Anthony Canatella denied reports there was cannibalism involved in the crime, citing an autopsy that showed no evidence of body parts in Bowen's system. Regardless, just let that sink in for a second. Now, as if this case isn't already twisted enough, Addie was very best friends with a woman named Margaret Sanchez, who appeared as a narrator in the documentary Zach and Addie. But shockingly, in 2012, Margaret and her boyfriend, Terry Speaks, were charged with murdering and dismembering a dancer named Jaron Lockhart. In any case, the tragic tale of Addie Hall and Zach Bowen's whirlwind romance in New Orleans' French Quarter is a harsh testament to how abruptly a person can snap. Today, we're taking a look at 5 cases that, despite being cold for decades and deemed unsolvable, were finally solved in 2021. I'll let you know now that I've saved the most shocking case for the very end. Today's first cold case goes back to 1989. 14-year-old Stephanie Isaacson was a freshman at El Dorado High School in Las Vegas when she left the apartment she shared with her dad around 6:30 a.m. on the morning of June 1st, 1989, to head to school. But she never made it. Stephanie was abducted on her way. Tragically, no one realized that Stephanie's absence from school was actually something far more sinister. Her choir teacher was the first to notice that Stephanie was missing since she normally ate lunch with her friends in the choir room. Despite knowing that it was weird for Stephanie to miss school, no one contacted her father to report her absence, and no one realized she'd actually been taken. When she didn't come home, her family filed a police report and instantly began looking for Stephanie. They rode horses into a desert lot where Stephanie would sometimes cut through on her way to school. That's where her father found her school books abandoned just a half-mile from her home. Police soon arrived with a helicopter and a ground search team. Soon after, Stephanie's keys were found in the lot. Around 11 p.m. that night, a Las Vegas police K-9 unit found Stephanie's body about 25 yards from her books, in the brush near a residential area. She'd been covered in an orange carpet. Stephanie had been assaulted, strangled, and beaten to death. Her black hair was disheveled, her jeans were pulled down, her t-shirt pulled up, and there was evidence that part of her chest had been mutilated. One especially odd detail that the police noted was that her shoes were missing. They were never found. After learning that his beloved daughter was dead, Stephanie's father called the local radio station. He asked them to play Stephanie's favorite song, Bette Midler's Wind Beneath My Wings. At the beginning of the investigation, there were a few leads. Neighbors living near the lot had seen a car parked in the area earlier on the day Stephanie died. But there were conflicting reports on its description, and so the tip didn't lead to a suspect. Over the years, investigators traveled to Washington State, Ohio, and Texas to look into suspects, but never found anyone to connect to the case. It continued this way for decades until her case was officially pronounced cold. But there was still some hope, as DNA evidence had been recovered from Stephanie's shirt. In 2021, a Las Vegas resident and philanthropist, Justin Wu, approached the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. Wu offered to donate money in order to pay for advanced DNA technology to be used in a cold case investigation. Wu donated $5,000 to pay for Othram Labs Incorporated, a Texas-based forensic sequencing lab whose sole mission is to solve cold cases. After close examination, Othram was able to recover 12/10 of a nanogram of DNA from the sample, which is about 15 human cells. In comparison, the genetic tests used for most genealogical websites require at least 750 nanograms of DNA. Still, Othram managed to use the small amount of evidence to create the genetic profile of Stephanie's killer. It took 6 months for scientists to process the evidence, but they were able to develop a genetic family tree for the suspect. They narrowed the DNA evidence to a man named Darren Roy Marchand. The match actually set a world record for the least amount of DNA used in order to solve a case. In 1986, 3 years before Stephanie's death, Marchand had been charged with strangling 25-year-old Nanette Vandenberg. Nanette had been found naked in the bathtub of her apartment, and Marchand's fingerprints were discovered nearby the body. Despite this piece of evidence, Marchand went free, as investigators couldn't prove that he'd been the one to kill her. In January 1989, Marchand was charged with 5 counts of open and gross lewdness after publicly exposing himself to 5 different women. He ended up pleading guilty to 1 of the counts, and the other 4 were dismissed. For this, he served 9 months of probation. At the time that Stephanie was killed, Marchand was married with a 2-year-old daughter and had a son on the way. Investigators now believe that Marchand had either seen Stephanie crossing through the desert lot on her way to school and decided at that moment to attack her, or he was lying in wait there, and she just happened to, unfortunately, cross his path. After Marchand was connected to Stephanie's case in 2021, investigators compared the DNA found of Nanette and discovered it matched Marchand. Stephanie's killer managed to evade justice as Marchand, at 29 years old, took his own life 6 years after her death. Now on to our second cold case. Despite being different from our previous case in many ways, they share 2 very important similarities. They both happened in Las Vegas, Nevada, and they were both solved thanks to the same philanthropist. 16-year-old Kim Bryant was reported missing on January 26, 1979, when she didn't come home after school. The last place she was spotted was at a Dairy Queen. Kim had apparently called her boyfriend at 10 a.m. to get a ride home from the restaurant, which was across the street from her school. He drove to the Dairy Queen to pick her up, but when he arrived around 10:45 a.m., Kim was no longer there. When she was eventually reported missing, her boyfriend went to the police to tell them what he knew. A search began for the teenage girl, but nothing turned up until 5 days later, when her backpack was found abandoned, with her purse, gym clothes, and books. But still, there were no clues to what had happened to Kim. Tragically, her body wasn't discovered for almost a month after she'd gone missing, though her family and police had continued looking for her that entire time. 3 children found her body as they played in a desert area. On closer inspection, police determined that there was evidence that she'd been assaulted before she died. DNA evidence from a suspect, including semen, was found on her body. But unlike today, the technology to use this evidence simply didn't exist in 1979. And like many cases at the time, police struggled for years to identify a suspect in Kim's death. Those years turned into decades, and Kim's case officially went cold. That is, until it took a surprising turn. Justin Wu once again offered to pay for a lab to review the DNA evidence of a cold case. Wu's donation was used to pay for Othram Labs to look into Kim's 42-year-old homicide case. At the end of November 2021, Othram had completed genome sequencing to analyze the DNA evidence left on Kim's body. They took the sample and compared it across the various genealogical websites. It was then that the first break in this cold case came. There was a match to a relative of the suspect. The lab contacted this relative, who agreed to give a second sample for testing. With this sample, they found a match to a man named Johnny Blake Peterson. Hearing the suspect's name, police revealed that they were shocked that Peterson matched the DNA sample. As you might be surprised to learn, he'd never been on the radar as a suspect. The sample was also verified by testing done by the Las Vegas Police Department's forensic lab. Now, Peterson had a criminal history. He had previously been arrested for assault in April 1980, but the case was eventually dismissed. Peterson would have been 19 at the time that Kim was killed. With this new information, investigators have now been able to piece together more of the story about what might have happened to Kim. They now believe that Kim may have been kidnapped by Peterson from the Dairy Queen, or nearby on the day that she died. He then assaulted and killed her. However, they still don't know if Kim and Peterson knew each other before he took her, or if it was a random attack. Peterson had gone to the same high school as Kim, so there was a chance they knew each other, though he was no longer attending the school at the time that she was killed. Even though Kim's case was finally solved, it, like many other cold cases, doesn't exactly have a satisfactory ending. Peterson will never face justice for Kim's death because he died in January 1993. As Peterson has passed away, we may never know the motive behind Kim's death. Despite this, Kim's father, Edward Elliott, finally had some sort of closure after decades without answers. But I have to tell you that this case doesn't end here, and it only gets more tragic. As of the first week of December 2021, the DNA evidence recovered in Kim's case was used to connect Peterson to another cold case that had been unsolved for 38 years. 22-year-old Diana Hansen was reported missing by her family on December 31st, 1983. On that same day, her body was discovered. There was evidence she had been assaulted, and DNA was recovered from the crime scene. Over the years, different leads were explored in Diana's case, but none ever connected to a suspect. But just after Kim's case was solved, investigators decided on a hunch to compare Peterson's DNA with the sample from Diana's crime scene. A week after solving one cold case, they found out that it was a match. Peterson had killed both young women 4 years apart. As of this video, investigators are still looking to see if Peterson is connected to any other cold cases in the Las Vegas area. So I guess we'll wait and see if they find anything. Now it's time for today's third case that, as you'll find out, shows sometimes a mother's instincts are right, despite evidence to the contrary. 17-year-old Maureen Brubaker Farley went missing in 1971 from Cedar Rapids, Iowa. She was last seen alive on September 17th of that year and was reported missing after she failed to show up for work as a waiter at a diner. 2 teenage boys found Maureen's body a week later in a wooded ravine near a landfill in what is today known as Tate Cummins Park. Her partially clothed body was left lying in the trunk of an abandoned junk car. Evidence indicated that Maureen had been killed somewhere else, and her body was put in the car sometime after she died. The fact that she wasn't wearing shoes, but the bottoms of her feet were clean, supported this theory. Her death was caused by a skull fracture, likely from being hit on the head. There was also evidence that she had been assaulted before her death. Mary Brubaker, Maureen's mother, knew something, and she couldn't keep it to herself any longer. 6 months after Maureen's death, she wrote to Cedar Rapids police to tell them that she knew who was responsible for killing her daughter. She suspected that a man in his 50s named George Smith was her killer. Maureen knew Smith from the diner where she worked, and he also worked at a nearby liquor store. Unfortunately for us, Maureen's mother never publicly revealed why exactly she suspected Smith. Police interviewed Smith in 1971, and while there, he refused to take a polygraph test. Though a bit suspicious, investigators never found any evidence to charge him with Maureen's death. Even more suspicious was the fact that Smith would call to check in with the investigators and ask about any developments in the case, almost as if he was keeping tabs on it. Police struggled for years to find any evidence that would lead to a suspect. It wasn't until 2006 when a detective reviewing Maureen's case discovered there was evidence from her assault that could be tested for DNA. They created a complete DNA profile for a male suspect, but unfortunately, it didn't come up with a match when it was submitted to the FBI's combined DNA index system. This probably meant that whoever killed Maureen had never been charged with any other crime. Though this development was exciting and brought renewed hope to Maureen's family, her case still didn't go anywhere. That is, until the 50-year anniversary of Maureen's death. And what an anniversary it would be. Police finally obtained a search warrant to collect DNA from a known relative of one of the suspects they'd considered in her case. In October 2021, they finally had answers. Thanks to DNA technology that didn't exist when Maureen was killed in 1971, Police were able to confirm on the anniversary of the day her body was discovered, September 24th, 2021, that George Smith had killed her. Maureen's mother, now 86, had been right all along. Smith was never prosecuted because he died in 2013 of old age at 94 years old. All of the cold cases we've covered so far have been tragic, but our next one is not only the oldest, but is especially heartbreaking because of the victim's age. On March 6, 1959, in West Central Spokane, the 9-year-old and 4th grader Candace Candy Elaine Rogers left Holmes Elementary School and headed home. On her way, she picked up 7 boxes of Campfire Girls mints, as she was a member of the Bluebirds, an organization similar to the Girl Scouts. After going home for a while, she headed out again around 4 p.m. to sell the mints by going door to door to her neighbors. Candy was last seen alive while walking through her neighborhood in the afternoon and into the night. Because it wasn't at all unusual to see children walking outside alone in the 50s, no one could be sure when they realized Candy was no longer there. You see, at this time, many people couldn't fathom that something horrible could happen to a child in a safe neighborhood. Everyone assumed Candy had simply gone back home, but she hadn't. Her mother, as most mothers do, had asked Candy to be home before it got dark, around 5:45. When she didn't make it back, her entire family, mother, grandfather, friends, and neighbors headed out to find her. But they couldn't find her. They called the police, who joined the search around 8 p.m. By 9 p.m., 6 of Candy's 7 mint boxes were found abandoned on the street. She'd probably sold the 7th box. It was believed that she'd been kidnapped. Some people even theorized that Candy had fought her attacker and thrown her mint boxes out the window of the kidnapper's car in an attempt to get someone's attention, but police couldn't confirm anything. A vast search, including 1,200 volunteers on foot, horseback, in cars, and in the skies, began in the hopes of finding Candy alive. However, another tragedy occurred during the search for Candy. A helicopter flown by 5 Fairchild Air Force Base airmen accidentally flew into high-voltage lines the day after Candy went missing. The chopper crashed into the Spokane River, and 3 men died. But the 2 others managed to survive. Just over 2 weeks after Candy had disappeared, 2 men were out hunting when they came across a pair of shoes near a tree. The shoes were Candy's. The next day, 16 days after she'd gone missing, Candy's body was found under a pile of pine needles, where the hunters had seen her shoes. Only her kneecap had been visible where it stuck out from the brush. Her feet were bound by a torn piece of her own clothes. She'd been assaulted, brutally attacked, and strangled with another piece of her clothing. Candy's shocking kidnapping and horrific death had an enormous impact on more than just her friends and family, who were devastated by the loss. The community of Spokane was rocked as a whole, and parents began changing how late they let their children be outside because of fear of what happened to Candy. They also became warier of strangers. During the early 1960s, there were a few leads in her case, including suspicions that the serial killer Hugh Byron Morse, who killed 4 women, 2 of who were from Spokane, was possibly involved in Candy's death. But the reason for this suspicion was odd. Morse was known to like grape-flavored gum, and one of the detectives made a note that a stain on Candy's clothes looked like it was from gum and seemed to smell like grape. No other connection was ever found. Morse denied killing Candy, and eventually, Morse's DNA was tested against the stain and didn't match. After this, Candy's case went cold. Sometimes it takes a long time for pieces of evidence to come together, and that's exactly what happened with this case. Over 40 years after she'd been killed, investigators were finally able to collect enough bodily fluids from Candy's clothing in order to get a DNA sample. Though they used it to eliminate one of their suspects, as the sample wasn't a match, it didn't also match anyone in a federal database. Following 6 decades as an unsolved cold case, investigators referred to Candy's death as the Mount Everest of cold cases. They feared that it would never be solved. Waiting until technology had advanced enough, investigators reached out in 2020 to a lab to try again and put a name to the DNA sample. But the lab said the sample was too old and degraded, so they couldn't work with it. Still, investigators didn't give up. In 2021, police used the services of a lab that specialized in analyzing degraded DNA evidence, the same Othram labs used in Kim and Stephanie's cases, to create a profile for a suspect. The lab did what no one else had been able to do. They narrowed down the suspect to 3 brothers. The daughter of one of the brothers heard that her father was a suspect in Candy's case and offered to give a DNA sample to help narrow down the search. It was determined that her DNA was 2.9 million times more likely to be a genealogical match to the sample than a random person. The suspect's body was then exhumed in order to confirm the DNA. John Ray Hoff, who'd been 19 at the time of Candy's death, was named as her killer. The result was a surprise to everyone. His name had never made it onto a list of suspects and hadn't even been mentioned by anyone police had investigated over the years. Without the DNA, he would never have been connected to Candy's death. Hoff took his own life in 1970 when he shot himself in the head at 31 years old. He had a history of issues with the law. When he was 16 in 1955, he ran away from a state boys training camp. After he was captured, he joined the military. Around the time that he died, his military records revealed that Hoff was living only 1 mile south of Candy's house. 2 years after Candy was killed, Hoff was arrested for assaulting a woman and was in jail for 6 months. Sadly, because it took 62 years to solve Candy's case and find her killer, both of her parents had died and will never know who killed their young daughter. You've made it to our final case. As we've seen so far, sometimes when one case is solved, so is another. On September 28, 1974, in Reynoldsburg, Ohio, 15-year-old Lori Nesson went to a high school football game. After the game, she hung out at a house party before walking home alone around midnight. This was the last time anyone saw her alive. Lori's naked body was found where it had been left, lying on the side of a road, while her clothing was discovered scattered across a few miles. Despite the odd circumstances surrounding her death, Lori's cause of death was ruled as undetermined by a coroner. Her case, like so many others limited by the technology of the time, went cold with no leads and no answers. It wasn't until 2020, 46 years after she was killed, that a police officer reopened the case and noticed that there were inconsistencies in the police report. Autopsy photos showed that Lori had cuts on her lips, which looked like foul play. The listed time of death also didn't seem to match the timeline of when she was last seen alive. The investigator brought all of these issues up with a superior, and finally, Lori's death was ruled to be a homicide. In December 2020, a newscast aired the update on Lori's case. That same night, someone called the police with information. The person calling was the cousin of a woman named Karen Renee Adams. 17-year-old Karen had disappeared from Whitehall, Ohio, on March 9, 1975, as she was walking from her house to a friend's. When she never showed up and her parents began to worry, they called the police to report that she was missing. Karen's body was found in a ditch the day after. This was just 6 months after Lori had been killed. As I'm sure you noticed, the similarities between the cases were obvious. In 2011, DNA evidence was used to connect 2 names to Karen Adams' case, Robert Meyer and Charles Weber. At that point, Weber had already died in 1992 at 53 years old. Because he'd been cremated, Weber's son offered to give a cheek swab to check the familial DNA. The sample was used to confirm Weber's connection to Karen's murder. Meyer, on the other hand, was 70 years old when he was arrested in Cincinnati. He was sentenced to 15 years to life in prison, but he never served his full sentence, as he died a few years after being imprisoned. Investigators decided to test Robert Meyer and Charles Weber's DNA against the evidence they'd recovered from Lori's body. In 2021, they were both connected to Lori's killing. Meyer and Weber had a history of criminal activity, which resulted in them both spending time in the old Ohio penitentiary during the 1960s, which is where they met. Meyer was sent there to serve a 10-year sentence starting in 1963, after he killed a man with a hammer. Weber had been imprisoned for a robbery. The 2 men must have bonded while in the penitentiary, because after they were released, they moved in together in 1974 and lived in Whitehall, Ohio. While there, the 2 men were known to drink and drive around the city, where they often approached women who were on their own. Investigators speculate that this is what may have happened to both Lori and Karen. In 1977, Weber and Meyer were convicted of assaulting and kidnapping 2 women from the Toledo area. Today, the police are currently checking cold cases from 1974 to 1977 in the Columbus and Toledo area to see if the two men might be responsible for any more women's deaths. For the families of Lori and Karen, they can't help but wonder if Lori's death had been considered a homicide from the beginning rather than undetermined, if Karen's killing could have been prevented. But tragically, there's no way for us to ever know.
Hi there. Hello. I need police and a forensics team to my address, please.
What do you mean? What's happened?
My friend and I got into an altercation, and I am the only one who came out alive.
When a promising young student made a new friend on the internet, he was completely unaware of the fatal mistake he'd made. In the friendly town of Caterham in the Tandridge district of Surrey, England, Barry Bednar and Lauren LaFave welcomed their first child. It was a healthy baby boy they named Breck, as a tribute to Breckenridge, Colorado, where the couple met and fell in love. 3 years later, the family grew even more when Lauren gave birth to triplets. Lauren recalled that Breck adored his siblings and spent a lot of time playing with them growing up. The warm-hearted big brother excelled in school and was popular among his peers. He was even a member of the Air Cadets with the 135 Squadron in Red Hill and regularly attended church services in his hometown. Everything seemed to be going great for a while, but then Barry and Lauren separated just 6 years after the triplets were born. While Barry moved out of the family home, he remained an active figure in his children's lives. However, there was something dark brewing under the surface of Breck's perfect exterior. Around his 14th birthday, Lauren started to notice some troubling changes in her eldest son. Namely, that he would isolate himself in his room and play computer games for hours on end. On top of that, his moods were wildly unpredictable, and he began neglecting the things he once found very important, like going to church and participating in sessions for the Army Training Corps. As her once vibrant and outgoing son became increasingly irritable and disobedient, Lauren knew she had to figure out what was going on. These are all classic symptoms of depression. He also had another key symptom of depression, irritability, which sometimes presents instead of the more commonly known symptoms of depressed mood or sadness. Irritability is found in the diagnostic criteria of depression for kids and adolescents, but not for adults. Then Breck started talking about an internet friend named Lewis. Lauren was familiar with the small number of friends involved in her son's gaming club, but had never heard of Lewis before. Call it mother's intuition, but Lauren just felt something was off about Lewis, even speculating that he might not be the young gamer he claimed to be online. Still, Breck's preoccupation with his new friend snowballed out of control, and before long, he was talking about him all the time, and becoming more withdrawn than ever. Lauren attempted to limit Breck's communication with Lewis, but he always found ways around her restrictions. So the uneasy mother felt she had no choice but to call the Surrey police and report her concerns. She explained to the responding operator that she thought her son was being groomed by an older predator, pretending to be a young boy. At the end of the call, the operator said that officers would check out Lewis, but unfortunately, that never happened, and the inquiry was closed just an hour later. On February 16, 2014, after a year of talking online, Breck finally planned a secret rendezvous with Lewis. It would be their first time meeting in person, and he was excited because Lewis had become his closest friend. Lewis had also promised Breck a bright future as the new owner of his multi-million-pound tech company. If only Breck knew the fatal mistake he was just about to make. The following day was the start of half-term, and because Breck was to be staying with his father Barry for the duration, he informed him that he'd be sleeping over at a friend's house on the night of the 16th. While Barry was happy to see his son out socializing instead of sitting in front of his computer, he had no idea that Breck actually planned to take a taxi and stay overnight more than 30 miles away in Grays. Barry waited for Breck to return home the next morning, but he never came. And after multiple calls and texts went unanswered, Barry called Lauren and told her what was going on. Yet just as the pair was formulating a plan, they were struck with every parent's worst nightmare. Breck's gaming club friends had started receiving horrific text messages containing images of a bloody corpse, who they quickly realized was Breck. The photos spread like wildfire, and it didn't take long for word to reach Breck's family, with some people even reaching out to his 12-year-old triplet siblings to ask if the photos were real. I'm An eerie call they would never forget.
You're telling me he is definitely dead?
I'm telling you he's definitely dead.
Right, okay, Lewis, I need you to just take me back through that again. So what happened last night?
Okay, he was in a mess. I tried again.
Right, just slow down again, Lewis. I need to take...
I have a penknife in my room, adjacent to my bed. I have a chest of drawers. I had a penknife on there, folded. He picked it up, opened it, and then lost control.
Penknife on the bedside table. Brett grabbed this.
Yeah.
What, in order to harm himself?
No, in order to harm me. He opened it and then lost control. In self-defense, put my left arm up to block him from stabbing me effectively. We struggled. I got him to the ground. He got up. I got the knife. Can you not interrupt me with this part?
Okay, go on.
Okay. This is being recorded anyway, isn't it?
Yep.
I grabbed the knife and I stabbed him once in the back of the neck, I believe somewhere near the brainstem. He turned around, tried to carry it on, and I don't remember exactly what happened, but the fight ended with me cutting his throat. I believe I turned around and I slashed his throat. He fell onto the bed face first. I was trying to compress the wound at that time. And
Lewis, are you still in the room where Breck is?
No.
Where are you?
But don't interrupt me, just let me explain this if this is being recorded. I didn't know what to do. I don't remember what happened after that. All I know is I dropped the knife in my hallway. I stripped down and just sat in the shower.
Right, you've left the weapon in the hallway.
Yes.
And have spent how long sitting in the shower?
I don't know. Are the police on their way? I can hear
They are.
I'm going to go and do my part. Please, thank you for your help.
Right, just listen.
Police were very suspicious of this strange account, and upon arriving at the scene, it was instantly clear that the brutal attack was one-sided, with zero evidence of an altercation. That's because they found Breck's lifeless body on the floor, with his ankles and wrists bound with duct tape. In addition, the 14-year-old boy had a massive laceration across his throat. Detectives found Breck's bloody clothes in a trash bag within the flat, and they also uncovered a pile of encrypted electronic equipment under water in the sink. Lauren, who tragically learned of her son's senseless murder on her birthday, later stated in an interview,
"I am heartbroken and lost without my Breck, and I will never be the same. He was murdered on my birthday this year, and so much of me died as well."
So who was behind this ruthless attack? Well, it was none other than Lewis, and contrary to the initial beliefs, he really was a fellow young gamer. Now, allow me to shed a little light on this unsuspecting predator. Lewis Danes was a baby-faced 18-year-old unemployed computer engineer who spent most of his time playing online games. Investigators later determined that Lewis had complete control of the specific server used by the boys in Breck's gaming club, but apparently none of them really knew him. At 16, Lewis moved out of his family home and allegedly became very isolated from the outside world. Then he created an online persona that portrayed him as a multi-millionaire and started chatting with the younger boys. While they first respected his authority, Breck's other friends grew frustrated with Lewis over time, saying he would often mute them on the group chat and kick them out of games. However, they told detectives that Breck's allegiance to him intensified the more they tried to distance themselves from Lewis. Lewis displayed several psychopathic traits. He was charming, narcissistic, and he loved being in control. Muting the boys and kicking them off the games was one way he exerted his control. He was also highly intelligent, and his creation of a false persona about being a multimillionaire shows that he was a pathological liar. During the 911 call, he displays more psychopathic traits, such as when the 911 operator asked Lewis if his friend is definitely dead, and Lewis lets out a small laugh as he says yes. He has a very shallow affect, and at times is condescending, telling the operator on more than one occasion to not interrupt him. It's almost as if he is enjoying himself as he recounts the murder, and he shows no empathy for the suffering he's inflicted. And he is enjoying the power he has over the 911 operator when he tells her not to interrupt him. He even hangs up on the operator at the end, once again showing that he is in control of the situation. Lewis was arrested on the spot following the discovery of Breck's body and taken into custody. He contended that Breck's death was an accident, but his story had significant holes. As a result, his trial date was set for November 25th, 2014. However, he surprisingly changed his plea and confessed to the killing during the pretrial hearing. During this time, prosecutors commented on the brutality of the crime, noting the steps Lewis had taken before the murder, which included buying condoms, duct tape, and syringes. It's likely that Lewis chose Breck as his victim well in advance. He saw that Breck was vulnerable, and he took advantage of that situation. He likely gave Breck privileges and attention that he didn't give to the other boys, which made Breck feel special and therefore more loyal to him. Lewis was good-looking, charismatic, and he was idolized by Breck. He spent months earning Breck's trust, only to brutally kill him, achieving complete control. On January 12, 2015, Lewis Daines was handed a life sentence with a minimum term of 25 years in prison. Breck's mother said of the ruling, "No amount of years behind bars will ever change the poisonous attitude and actions of a psychotic animal who can behave this way." The Crown prosecutor also spoke to the court, saying, "The degree of planning and manipulation by Daines is shocking, and when you consider the young ages of perpetrator and victim, it stands out as one of the most cruel, violent, and unusual cases we have dealt with." Lauren and Barry took legal action against both the Surrey and Essex police departments for neglecting their reports of possible grooming. Unfortunately, it didn't take long for the Independent Police Complaints Commission, IPCC, to discover that the responding operator was ill-equipped to handle such a call. Beyond not being connected with a specialist agency, police never ran a background check on Lewis Daines. If they had, they would have seen on his record that he'd been accused of assaulting another young boy in 2011. Desperate to prevent this from happening to another innocent family, Barry and Lauren established the Breck Foundation, which seeks to create a safe internet environment for minors. Their slogan urges gamers to play virtual, live real. The Bednar family may never recover from the tremendous loss, but they find a bit of solace in knowing their actions may help save another young life.
Need a loan? Don't stress, it happens. Mogo offers personalized loans to meet your needs. You can get pre-approved in just 3 minutes. There's no obligation and no impact to your credit score when checking which amount you might qualify for. Yes, it really is that simple. You can finalize your loan with Mogo online and get funded as soon as the same day to help relieve your money stress. With flexible repayment options, including no repayment.
And just like that, we're on to our second case. Oh, and you won't believe the surprising tool that cracks this viral case wide open. But let's start at the beginning, shall we? Haley Anderson was a 22-year-old nursing student at Binghamton University in New York. The shining fifth-year senior had many friends, and in one of her classes, she befriended another student named Orlando Tercero, a 23-year-old Nicaraguan native with dual citizenship. The two developed romantic feelings, but Haley made it clear that she wasn't interested in anything serious. Plus, she was already involved in an on-again, off-again relationship with her ex-boyfriend, Kevin Acampo. By all accounts, Haley just wanted to enjoy her freedom while in college, which included dating with no strings attached. Many reports state that Orlando simply couldn't accept the idea of her dating around. Haley's friends recall him being obsessed with her, with one of her roommates reporting that Orlando would frequently come by their off-campus apartment without invitation. She also said that Haley attempted to distance herself from Orlando, but her kind, trusting nature made it extremely difficult. Orlando's roommate spoke of their relationship, saying, Sometimes they were bickering, and other times they would laugh hysterically, and other times they kept their distances and wouldn't see each other for a little bit. It all seemed harmless, but then in September 2017, things took a threatening turn. Haley posted a Snapchat video showing that someone had slashed her car's tires. Kevin had been staying the night at her place, and not so coincidentally, Orlando had allegedly found out that he was dating Haley again the night before. Kevin said that he told Haley right away, it must be Orlando, and he wasn't the only one who felt that way. Many of Haley's friends and family felt Orlando was responsible for the vandalization, but he denied the accusations and even tried to pin it on Kevin. Haley's mom was outraged and encouraged her daughter to file a police report against Orlando. However, when Haley realized it would be a felony charge with up to $600 in fines, she decided against reporting the incident. Her mother believes that she didn't want to be the reason Orlando was removed from the nursing program. Orlando exhibited the following common signs of violence toward a partner: showing extreme jealousy and possessiveness by not accepting that Haley wanted to date around, destroying belongings, such as allegedly slashing her tires when she began dating her ex again, and unpredictability. He also exhibited stalker-like tendencies, and his violence escalated over time, starting with allegedly slashing her tires. Over the next few months, Haley kept Orlando at arm's reach, but she eventually let him back into her life again, a choice that would soon prove to be a fatal mistake. While we can only speculate why she did this, it's quite common for victims in these situations to return to their abuser. There was clearly something about Orlando's personality that drew Haley to him initially, but abusers are not abusive all of the time. There are periods of time where the abuser can be quite charming and pleasant, which is something that makes the victim stay or draws them back in after they've left. Haley also didn't have solid proof that Orlando was the one who slashed her tires, so she may have rationalized to herself that he didn't deserve to be punished. From the way she's described, Haley was a very compassionate and empathetic person, which could be a factor in why she continued her friendship with Orlando despite the warning signs. On March 9th, 2018, Haley failed to show up to a planned hangout at a local bar and was unreachable by phone. It was very unusual for her not to answer calls or texts, and her friends couldn't even track her on Snapchat. Now, instead of calling the police and having them do all of the work, Haley's two roommates, Josie Arden and Michelle Tapali, took investigative matters into their own hands. While it can take days or even weeks for police to obtain cell phone records and narrow down ping locations, Haley's roommates simply opened the Find My Friends iPhone app. Oh, but when they did, the young women were horrified by what they saw. Haley's phone was in Orlando's house. Unbeknownst to the two friends, Orlando's sister had already contacted police that day, requesting a welfare check at her brother's home. She said that he left her an ominous voicemail message, but no one answered the door when police arrived, so they left. That phone message could be a key in understanding Orlando's state of mind on that fateful day. Michelle and Josie sprang into action and made their way over to the house. When there was no answer at the door, Josie hoisted Michelle through an open window and then pulled herself inside. As soon as she got in, she heard Michelle scream, "Josie, call 911. Haley's pale, lifeless body was draped across the bed, and Orlando was nowhere in sight. Authorities descended on the scene and found Haley with apparent bruising to her arms and neck. An autopsy the following day concluded that she'd been strangled and listed her cause of death as asphyxiation by neck compression. Meanwhile, investigators were busy reviewing surveillance footage from outside Orlando's house, and at around 4 in the morning, they saw Haley willingly enter the residence. She was never caught on the tape again, but Orlando appeared several more times.
Everyone is back.
It's clear that Haley trusted Orlando, and he completely broke that trust. Receipts found inside the house showed that one of those times was during a trip to CVS, where he purchased over-the-counter sleep aids. Detectives also found evidence that suggested Orlando had attempted to take his own life, including a Spanish-written note reading, "I'm so sorry for this, Father. I will see you soon." Then he was seen walking out the front door one last time, carrying luggage. Police quickly realized that Orlando had boarded a plane more than 3 hours away at New York's JFK International Airport and flown back to Nicaragua. He was captured on airport cameras with some kind of large bandage around his head, possibly from attempting to take his life. It is possible that he did not actually want to die himself, which is why his attempt failed and he chose to run away instead. Another possibility is that he didn't have access to more lethal means, such as a gun. But his attempt at escape shows that Orlando knew what he did was wrong. Now police were dealt the grueling task of catching a fugitive on the run in another country, and some of them feared Orlando had just gotten away with murder. But then, 4 days later, Orlando's mother brought him to a local hospital to treat his head wound, and Nicaraguan authorities arrested him. He was charged with second-degree murder. But based on his dual citizenship status, it wasn't going to be easy to bring him back to the U.S. An existing treaty between the two countries stated that neither was required to extradite one of its own. So, much to the dismay of Haley's loved ones, Nicaragua declined to extradite Orlando. As a result, his overseas trial began on September 1st, 2019, and he was now being charged with femicide under Nicaraguan law. This charge doesn't exist in the U.S., but represents the murder of a woman romantically involved with the defendant. Prosecutors painted the picture of a scorned college boy who couldn't handle Haley's rejection and let jealousy take over. On the other hand, Orlando's defense claimed their client had experienced temporary insanity at the time of the murder. Orlando didn't have temporary insanity, as his defense claimed. He exhibited a clear pattern of jealousy and possessiveness when it came to Haley. It was too much for him to have Haley in his life, and possibly in his classes, but know that she would not fully commit to him. Orlando likely felt that if he couldn't have Haley to himself, then no one could, which ultimately led to him making the decision to kill her. Murder was his permanent solution to keep Haley away from everyone else. Once both sides rested their case, the judge took just 90 minutes to reach a verdict. Guilty of femicide. Orlando was handed the maximum sentence of 30 years in a Nicaraguan prison. On February 4th, 2020, Orlando appeared in court once more to appeal his conviction, citing the need for another psychological evaluation. But the appeal was ultimately denied. As if it wasn't shocking enough that a fellow nursing student killed Haley. You know, someone who's supposed to be dedicated to helping others. Orlando was also someone she trusted and defended. Haley's father mournfully stated of his beloved daughter, "She was a kind, compassionate person who always saw the good in people and wanted to become a nurse to help others." Haley Anderson was loved by so many, and the swift action taken by her roommates says it all. I mean, they located her body before the police using a popular networking app. Whoa, would you look at that? We made it to case number 3. Now, get ready, because this last one will have you questioning everyone. Our story begins in St. Augustine, Florida. 21-year-old Amy Blount, a senior at Flagler College, was out on the town at a place called St. George's Tavern with a group of friends. It was getting late, and Amy's roommate, Kelly Brockman, decided to call it a night. When she left, Kelly said Amy was still at the tavern with a boy she had a crush on, named Sean Nolan. Kelly fully expected Amy to be back at their dorm room the following morning, so she was surprised to find her bed empty when she woke up. It wasn't typical of Amy to stay out all night, but at first, Kelly just figured her friend simply got swept away in a budding romance. However, when Amy failed to attend her classes that day, Kelly reached out to Sean for some peace of mind, but what he told her only intensified her fears. To Sean, he left the bar at around 2 in the morning with Amy to go for a walk along the coastline. He explained that everything was fine until they got into a fight while waiting for a taxi. When the cab finally arrived, Sean said he got in and headed home while Amy walked off into the darkness on her own. The young man claimed that was the last time he saw her. But Amy's friends weren't buying his story. Kelly would later state in an interview, "As much as Amy liked Sean, I thought Sean didn't seem like he was really too concerned, to be honest." Amy's disappearance was reported to the local police, and Kelly took on the grueling task of informing her parents. Naturally, Amy's friends and family got right to work, trying to retrace her steps and passing out posters with her bright face. Meanwhile, detectives brought Sean down to the station for an interview, and they were instantly put off when his story changed from what he had told Amy's friends. In this different account of events, Sean told police that Amy had suddenly vanished while he was using a payphone to call a taxi. So investigators tracked down the cab driver, but things only got more confusing when he told them that Sean had been asleep on a park bench when he arrived. The driver also ominously said there was no sign of Amy anywhere. Around 10 days after her disappearance, authorities posted a $10,000 reward for any information leading to Amy. Many tips came flooding in, but only one proved valuable, and it came from a man named Timothy Gatchell. He told investigators that he recognized Amy from the flyers and had seen her downtown on the night she vanished. But then, he said something truly chilling. He saw her get into an older model vehicle with two unknown people. While the shocking new information scared Amy's loved ones, her family was so grateful for the help that they actually called Timothy to thank him personally. Police started scouring the area for cars matching Timothy's description, but were getting nowhere. Then a gruesome break in the case came a few weeks later. On New Year's Day, 1991, a man walking his dog in a secluded area of St. Augustine saw something horrific within a pile of logs. It was human bones. Officers rushed to the scene and discovered the corpse of a young woman wrapped in a floral bedsheet and hidden in a shallow grave. The victim was wearing the same clothes described by Amy's friends as those she was wearing on that fateful night, and slashed holes suggested a horrific cause of death. Although police already suspected it to be Amy, dental records confirmed her identity, and an autopsy revealed she had been stabbed 5 times. The once vibrant student also displayed bruises on her head and shoulder, indicating some kind of violent struggle had taken place. Investigators turned their attention back to the site where the body was found, as it seemed like a place only someone local would know. They contacted the property owner and learned that he rented out 2 mobile homes on the land. As a side note, he mentioned that one of the tenants had been giving him some trouble, and when he told investigators the man's name, their jaws hit the floor. It was Timothy Gatchell. Timothy was a high school dropout who worked random jobs around town and struck many people as strange. Police actually had some suspicions of the Good Samaritan from the jump, but they were put to rest when he passed a polygraph test, although those tests are notoriously unreliable. You could call it police intuition, but there was just something that wasn't right about him, said one of the detectives working the case. Sparked by this new development in the case, authorities raced to Timothy's home and found everything from traces of blood and long hair that matched Amy's to a floral sheet matching the one located at the crime scene. That might have been enough, but they also noticed a small piece of paper containing a phone number alongside the name, Toby. Police called the number and spoke with Toby, who said he'd been out at the bars with Timothy on the night in question and saw Amy. Toby was brought in for a formal interrogation, where he continued to tell them that he was driving when they saw Amy walking alone. Timothy told him to pull over so he could offer her a ride, and he did. According to Toby, Amy willingly got into the car, and they all headed back to Timothy's house. He alleged that Amy seemed uninterested in Timothy's advances towards her, but after going to the bathroom, he went back to his own house and didn't see either of them again that night. When Toby saw Amy's face all over town in the following weeks as a missing person, he confronted Timothy, who insisted he brought her back downtown later that night. He also said he saw her talking to 2 men in an older model car. So Toby, believing his friend needs to clear his name, urged Timothy to contact the police and report what he witnessed. That was more than enough for the police, who quickly returned to Timothy's house and arrested him. He initially maintained his innocence, swearing he brought Amy back downtown using the property owner's truck after Toby left. Now, that might have been just peachy if investigators hadn't uncovered a major flaw in his story. The truck he claimed to have used was resting in the driveway with 3 flat tires. Since he had been caught in a lie, Timothy finally started talking about what really happened that night. He admitted to fighting with Amy, but then said he blacked out, and when he woke up, Amy was lying on the floor bleeding from multiple stab wounds. Timothy finished by telling detectives that he went outside and dug a hole, wrapped Amy in a sheet, then said a prayer as he carried her body out to the shallow grave. Timothy Gatchell was charged with first-degree murder, and his trial was set for July 1991. Instead, however, he pleaded guilty to avoid the electric chair and was given a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Amy's family was devastated to learn that the person who took her away was the same person they trusted to be helping them. "We hope someone will kill him in prison. We wanted him to die in the electric chair," Amy's sister stated.
Sometimes,
I hope you're ready, because today I have 4 true crime stories lined up for you. And believe me, these are some of the most twisted cases I've ever encountered. Prepare yourself for the tale of a cold-blooded killer that absolutely no one suspected. And when you find out all of the details for their unspeakable crimes, you might never look at a farm the same way again. Susan Monica was born Stephen Buchanan in California on July 8, 1948. She served
Yeah, it is pretty cool. It works pretty damn good, too.
in the U.S. Navy during the Vietnam War, and after being honorably discharged, she entered the world of engineering. Susan thrived in this field, and by 1991, she had saved enough money to buy a 20-acre parcel of farmland in rural Weimar, Oregon. From there, she wasted no time and immediately got to work building her own house, raising chickens and pigs. After years of working alone, Susan placed an ad on Craigslist in 2013, looking for some extra help on the farm. That's when 56-year-old Robert Haney entered the picture. He was a jack of all trades and agreed to work as a handyman, laborer, and carpenter in exchange for cash payments and a place to stay on the property. However, when months passed without a word, his children decided he had gone a little too far off the grid for comfort. So, on New Year's Day 2014, his worried children drove out to the farm, but were promptly greeted by Susan, who insisted she hadn't seen him since he quit and left 4 months earlier. Furthermore, she asked if they could take care of his remaining belongings, including his trailer and dog, which seemed very odd to, well, everyone. Jesse said of being on the farm, "It made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up." Haney's kids sprang into action and filed a missing persons report with the Jackson County Sheriff's Office. However, they found it very difficult to track him down because his income was mainly cash, which meant he left no paper trail behind. Additionally, they discovered that no one had heard from him in months. So naturally, detectives made their way over to Susan's property to inquire about Haney's disappearance, where they were met with a shocking scene. There were cars and different vehicles strewn about the property, with piles of debris all over and strange odors permeating the air. Susan explained to police that Robert had lived and worked on the property for roughly 6 months before he up and left in early fall. According to Susan, he received a disturbing phone call shortly before his departure from a relative, saying she had been the victim of assault. Susan told deputies that Haney was distraught over the news and began drinking profusely and behaving erratically before suddenly leaving the farm and all of his possessions behind. Susan's story seemed very suspicious to police, but obviously they couldn't go off just a hunch. However, their gut instincts would soon be validated when they tracked Haney's Oregon Trail electronic benefit transfer card. They were startled to find that his card had been used in December after Susan alleged he disappeared at a Walmart just 25 minutes from her property. Adding fuel to the fire, detectives watched the security camera footage and saw Susan clear as day using Haney's EBT card. Officers executed a search warrant on the farm, but it was no easy job as they had to sift through massive heaps of industrial waste, rotten food, and garbage. But the worst was yet to come. As they made their way through the filth, investigators saw something absolutely chilling sticking out from a catchment pond. It was a human leg. It appeared to have been cut mid-femur, down to the toes. Immediately, Susan was taken downtown for questioning, and she offered a bizarre story to detectives. She claimed to have stumbled upon a feeding frenzy in the pig pen last fall, and Haney was in the middle, so rather than call the police, Susan grabbed a gun and shot him to put him out of his misery before leaving his body there for a few more days. Then she put his remains in various garbage bags and left them in the barn, saying an animal must have found them and dragged the leg down to the pond. Susan told investigators that she didn't immediately tell them the truth because she was scared of what might happen to her pigs. So, it's not not a pretty story, but it's certainly plausible. That is, until Susan kept talking. Now, here's where things really take a twisted turn, because when asked one last time what detectives might find on her property during the search, Susan finally caved and admitted they might find something else. She requested a pencil and paper to sketch a map of her property, and to the absolute horror of every investigator, she drew a large X right in the middle. Susan said, "Right there, that's where you're going to find Steve." Wait, what? Yes, Susan just outright confessed to concealing the body of another handyman named Stefan Delicino. She told them he had worked on her farm a year before Haney and blamed him for stealing 2 of her guns in the summer of 2012. According to Susan, when she confronted him about the theft, they started wrestling and one of the guns went off, shooting Delicino in the head. However, the blast didn't kill him, and he began chasing Susan to the barn, where she raised a rifle and shot him once more in the head. So, what did she do next, you ask? Morbidly, she fed his body to her pigs, and then buried whatever was left behind where she had marked the X. As if this story couldn't get any more outlandish, police asked Susan once again during the interview if there was anything else she forgot to mention. Her response sent a chill down their spines. She confessed to burying 17 more bodies on the farm.
Is that the matcha, or am I this?
After you saw coming, Susan Monica was arrested on January 14th, 2014, and booked on 2 counts of first-degree murder, 2 counts of abuse of a corpse, and 1 count of identity theft. Over the next few weeks, investigators continued to comb through the mess at Susan's farm, and they dug around 100 holes until they located the remains of Haney and Delicino. Interestingly, they were unable to find any other bodies on her property. However, the lead investigator maintains that more people are out there, as they did locate a massive pile of shoes during the search. Additionally, several witnesses testified to seeing her feed animals to her pigs, with many saying she even joked about feeding humans to them as well. Pleading not guilty on all counts, Susan took many liberties representing herself during her trial, and even cross-examined the case's lead investigator, Eric Henderson. She would regularly interrupt the trial proceedings and was removed from the courtroom several times. The prosecution alleged that her sequence of events was incredibly skewed, and claimed that the evidence pointed to Susan having intentionally shot both men before feeding them to her pigs. During the second week of the trial, an Oregon State Police anthropologist testified that Haney's legs were removed with an axe and that his thigh bones could have been gnawed on by animals. However, he couldn't state with certainty whether or not Haney was deceased before the dismemberment of his legs. But he did declare that Delicino had been shot 3 or 4 times in the head. Strangely, a cellmate of Susan's also testified that she had signed a birthday card in jail from the sweetest murderer in Jackson County. Her attorneys tried to say it was just a sick sense of humor, but the court thought otherwise. On the very last day of her trial, April 21st, 2015, and while Circuit Judge Tim Barnack addressed the jury prior to deliberations, Susan interrupted court one more time, raising her hand and saying, "I'd like to demonstrate how I shot him for 10 seconds. At first, she was simply ignored, but then she started lifting her hands in a crazed demonstration, and the judge ordered sheriff's deputies to take her away until the verdict was read. Finally, after deliberating for just 1 hour, a jury found Susan Monica guilty on all counts. She was thereby sentenced to a minimum of 50 years at Coffee Creek Correctional Facility, with no opportunity for parole. The families of Robert Haney and Stefan Delicino were at last given the closure they so desperately craved. I'll leave you with a quote from Judge Tim Barnack, who oversaw the trial. "You shot 2 people and fed them to your pigs. I don't know how else I can put it. You valued pigs more than you value people. It may sound harsh, but you are a cold-blooded killer. I couldn't have said it better myself." Alexandria Allie Madison Costiel was born on September 11, 1997, in St. Louis, Missouri, to Cindy and Keith Costiel. In July 2019, Allie was gearing up for her senior year at the University of Mississippi, and she recruited her parents' help in setting up her new off-campus apartment. While the 21-year-old couldn't wait to graduate in the spring of 2020 with a marketing degree, she was also excited to be teaching yoga and Pilates classes throughout the year. So, Allie said a heartfelt goodbye to her parents after several days together. But what they didn't know was that it would be the last time they would ever see their beloved daughter alive again. In just 3 short days, the once bright and bubbly young woman would be found dead. At around 1:15 in the afternoon on Friday, July 19th, 2019, Allie wrapped up an exam for her Introduction to Retail summer school course. It's unclear what she did next, but we know for sure that at around midnight, she was caught on surveillance video footage leaving Funky's Pizza and Daiquiri Bar, located in the heart of the Oxford Square, wearing a blue dress and a white jacket. She could be seen walking across the street to wait at the corner outside the famous Rooster's Blues house. After several minutes of Allie standing outside, appearing to be on her phone, a gray Uber minivan pulls up, and she gets in. Her roommate, Lauren Riddick, reported seeing her friend back home at around midnight, but she couldn't verify when she left the apartment again. Some sources claim she was picked up on surveillance footage at a convenience store near Harmontown early Saturday morning with a mysterious man. In any case, a discovery later that morning would shake the college town right to its boat.
Hey, looks like things are rolling up.
Allie's body was discovered just before 10:30 at a campsite on Sardis Lake by a Lafayette County Sheriff's Department deputy patrolling the Buford Ridge area of Harmontown, approximately 30 miles from the university. The Lafayette County Sheriff's Department confirmed her shocking death on Sunday afternoon, and it was immediately labeled as a homicide. Well, it didn't take long for the name Brandon Thiesfield to emerge. Originally from Fort Worth, Brandon was a former Ole Miss student who had developed an on-again, off-again relationship with Allie a few years earlier. According to close friends, their relationship was complicated, to say the very least. And it only became more unstable when Allie sent Brandon images of an inconclusive home pregnancy test in April 2019. He responded to her with a text saying a baby would ruin his life, and his computer revealed countless searches for abortion services and pills. Over the next 3 months, communication between the pair grew more strained, as Allie repeatedly requested to meet up and discuss whether she was pregnant or not. Sadly, however, things took a turn for the worse on July 12, 2019, when Brandon reportedly sent Allie an ominous message telling her there was no need to meet. Unbeknownst to everyone, he had traveled back home to Texas and retrieved his father's .40 caliber Glock 22. 2 days later, he posted a photo of the pistol to social media with the caption, "Finally taking my baby back to Oxford." Oh, and that's not all. It turns out this guy was pretty busy on his computer the next few days as well. According to the state's evidence, he looked up tactical face masks, how to listen to police scanners, and even how serial killer Ted Bundy lured victims. You know, totally normal stuff. Anyways, Brandon made his way back to Oxford on July 16th, 2019, and texted Allie the next day to let her know that he was finally ready to meet in person. Then, just after 9 that night, he messaged back asking her to let him know when she was home. Brandon picked Allie up from her apartment, and surveillance captured his truck headed towards Sardis Lake at around 1:15 in the morning. Approximately 1 hour later, a resident of South Sardis Lake reported hearing gunshots, and by 2:50 in the morning, GPS data showed Brandon's cell phone moving back towards Oxford. As word of Allie and Brandon's tumultuous relationship began to surface, law enforcement officers grew eager to speak with him. However, after failing to appear at the station twice, the police had no choice but to bring him in the hard way. On the morning of July 22nd, 2019, Brandon was apprehended at a gas station in South Memphis with the murder weapon still in his truck. He was booked into the Lafayette County Detention Center that afternoon Ironically, just as Allie's body was sent to the state crime lab in Pearl for an autopsy. Meanwhile, as the investigation into Brandon's Oxford apartment commenced, police uncovered a 2-page handwritten letter saying, "Dear Mom and Dad, I'm not a good person. It is not your fault. Something in me just doesn't work. I've always had terrible thoughts. I've always had these demons. I know I'm going to get caught." Pretty damning, if you ask me. Furthermore, ballistics tests verified that the shell casings and bullets found in and around Allie's body matched the gun found in Brandon's possession. He was officially charged with her murder on July 23, 2019. Brandon's father quickly hired attorneys who declared their client intended to enter a not guilty plea. As the trial got underway, an astonishing piece of evidence came to light that made this case even more senseless and painful for those who loved Allie. While it didn't come as a surprise to anyone that the autopsy report listed her cause of death as multiple gunshot wounds, it was a complete shock to learn that she was not, in fact, pregnant. During Allie's autopsy, the medical examiner found no evidence to support that she had been expecting at the time of the heinous crime. And although Brandon has never fully admitted his motive for killing Allie, many suspect it was due to the possible pregnancy, and it was undeniably the thread holding this entire case together. So, therefore, it's devastatingly possible that Allie was murdered over something that wasn't even true.
Hello there and welcome to Go Mining.
It came out that Brandon was facing a capital murder charge. He publicly switched his plea to guilty of murder in the first degree. This change was very strategic, given it took the death penalty and life in prison without the possibility of parole off the table. Consequently, Brandon Thiesfield was sentenced to life in jail and will be eligible for a conditional release when he turns 65. In her heartbreaking obituary, people were encouraged to honor the Ole Miss student by taking time to fully appreciate the world's natural beauty, something Allie did every day of her short life. All right, now let's move on to the next case. And be careful not to jump to conclusions here, because sometimes the killer isn't who you first suspect. The date is Monday, June 17th, 2019, and 23-year-old Mackenzie Lewick has just returned to Salt Lake City after attending her grandmother's funeral in her hometown of El Segundo, California. Her flight landed at 1:35 in the morning. Shortly after, Mackenzie got into a lift outside the airport, and from there, she seemingly vanished into thin air. On Thursday, June 20th, 2019, Mackenzie's father contacted the Salt Lake City Police Department, frantically explaining that he hadn't heard from his daughter since Sunday night. Word spread fast, and by the next day, friends and family were handing out flyers with the missing girl's face on them all around Salt Lake City. A little background. Mackenzie Speth Lewick grew up in the Los Angeles suburb as the second of Diana and Gregory Lewick's 4 children, and the couple's only daughter. She was known for her infectious smile and outgoing personality. Seeking some independence, Mackenzie enrolled at the University of Utah, majoring in kinesiology and pre-nursing. So, Mackenzie had just disappeared after getting into a lift, and naturally, investigators wanted to speak with the driver right away. And just like everyone else, they had their suspicions. Nevertheless, police managed to track down the man behind the wheel, Michael Canada, who fully cooperated and admitted to dropping the young woman off at Hatch Park in North Salt Lake, just 20 minutes away from the university. He claimed it was a pretty typical ride, but as the two made small talk, he said Mackenzie mentioned how strange it was to be dropped off in the middle of a park so late at night. Still, she said a friend would be picking her up. Chillingly, he told investigators that he had even put Mackenzie's bag into the trunk of the Subaru that pulled up around 3 in the morning, but he didn't get close enough to see the driver. Michael Canada was officially cleared by police in relation to Mackenzie's disappearance. Although a setback in the investigation, this discovery meant that the person everyone immediately suspected wasn't actually the last person to see her alive. Police grew more desperate for answers, and on June 24th, 2019, they made a public plea for any information regarding her whereabouts. They even released the last known footage of Mackenzie from the airport, but no clues came until they took a closer look at her phone. Mackenzie, like many other young women, was active on several dating platforms, including Tinder, Seeking Arrangement, and Call Her Daddy. As police dug deeper into her dating app history, the name Ayoola Ajayi stood out as someone Mackenzie had been chatting with on the night she vanished. In addition to a slew of incriminating images and messages from that night, cell phone data also placed them both in Hatch Park at 3 in the morning on June 17, 2019. Officers questioned him at his home, but with no hard evidence to go on, they had no choice but to leave empty-handed. 1 week after Mackenzie went missing, Ayoola voluntarily walked into the Salt Lake City Police Department to offer an alibi, explaining to police that he was with his baby mama and had never met Mackenzie in person. He appeared cooperative during his conversation with officers and said he came down because I knew I could help. That might have worked out just swell if it wasn't for the digital footprints he left behind, which resulted in a search warrant being issued 2 days later. On Wednesday, June 26, 2019, investigators searched his home, and what they found sent a ripple of fear through the community. After digging holes in the backyard where neighbors reported witnessing Ayoola burning something with a horrible smell, police could be seen leaving the residence with multiple bags and boxes of evidence. Testing would later confirm that some of the items included human remains and Mackenzie's personal belongings. They also searched for a mattress and box spring Ayoola had listed for free on the website Let Go just a few days earlier. As if this case couldn't get any creepier, contractor Brian Wolf was watching the news when he realized he knew the home being searched. He explained to police that the man living there had asked him to build a weird room 3 months earlier, but he declined after hearing the unsettling details of his request. Ayoola had asked the contractor to customize a
Watch the WH.
hollowed-out area under the front porch into a secret soundproof room with large hooks anchored above head height into the concrete wall. 1 day after the extensive search, a SWAT team arrested Ayoola at gunpoint. The 31-year-old tech support worker was booked into the Salt Lake County Jail for investigation of aggravated murder, aggravated kidnapping, desecration of a human body, and obstruction of justice. The investigation narrowed in on Logan Canyon, an isolated location nearly 100 miles north. Mackenzie's charred remains were recovered on July 3, 2019, in a shallow grave in the canyon. According to his lawyer, Ayoola had planned to murder Mackenzie before ever meeting her in person, and had even switched off his home security cameras in advance. After picking her up at the park, Ayoola drove Mackenzie to his home, forcibly tied her hands behind her back, and strangled her with a belt until she stopped moving. However, an autopsy determined her cause of death to be from blunt force trauma to the left side of her head. Strangely, she was also found to be missing part of her scalp, and had a 5-centimeter hole in her skull. Ayoola confessed to burning her remains the next day before burying her body and some belongings in his backyard. After police paid him a visit, he dug up the remains and took them to Logan Canyon. Ayoola gave a brief apology to the Lewick family in court, saying, "I'm sorry for what I did, and I deserve what I get, deserve what I'm going to get. I know this won't bring her back." The motive behind Mackenzie's death remains unknown, but prosecutors alleged he simply wanted to know what it felt like to take someone's life. Either way, Ayoola pleaded guilty to murdering Mackenzie and is now serving life in prison. Ahmet St. Gian was born in Boston, Massachusetts on March 2nd, 1981, to Samundo Gian and Maureen St. Hilaire. Sadly, her father passed away when she was just 9 years old, but Ahmet continued his legacy by pursuing a master's degree in criminal justice at John Jay College of Criminal Justice in New York City. The beautiful and bright student was on track to graduate in May 2006 and was even ranked in the top 5% of her class. But sadly, Ahmet's life would be cut short just months before that could happen. With her 25th birthday rapidly approaching, Ahmet took a trip to Florida with friends and family. Returning to New York on Friday, February 24th, 2006, Amet decided to go out bar hopping in the Bowery area of New York City with her best friend, Claire Higgins. The girls were out until around 3:30 in the morning when Claire decided to call it a night. She begged her friend to catch a cab home with her, but Amet stubbornly insisted on staying out a little bit longer. The two had a heated discussion before Claire, realizing she couldn't force Amet to do anything, got into the cab and drove away. Concerned about her safety, Claire called roughly 30 minutes later to check in, and much to her relief, Amet said that she had moved to a different bar but would be heading home soon. Tragically, just 17 hours later, police received an anonymous phone call at around 8:30 on Saturday evening, informing them of a dead woman's body found on the side of a remote street in Brooklyn. When authorities arrived on the scene, they were met with something more gruesome than they could have ever imagined. An unidentified young woman was found naked and wrapped in a comforter with her hands and feet tied, her head bound with clear packing tape, and a sock shoved down her throat. There was no identification on or near the body, and the presence of broken and bloodied fingernails indicated that she had desperately fought for her life. Investigators were immediately struck by the level of violence inflicted, and oddly, they also discovered that someone had intentionally hacked off portions of her hair. An autopsy later revealed the unimaginable pain and torture she had endured in her final moments, concluding that she had been brutally beaten and assaulted before succumbing to asphyxiation. Additionally, they noticed strange red fibers attached to the adhesive tape, but there was still very little to go on at that point. The Special Victims Squad of the New York Police Department got right to work, seeking to identify the unknown woman or the anonymous male caller. After several hours with no contact, Amet's family began to grow worried. They filed a missing persons report with police the next day, Sunday, and Amet's sister, Alejandra, drove from Boston to New York to check out her Upper West Side apartment. While she was there, Alejandra got in touch with the police, who, after hearing of Amet's recent trip to Florida, requested she come down to the station. You see, the body in the morgue had very distinctive tan lines, and when Alejandra arrived, she was, unfortunately, able to positively identify the woman as her sister. Simultaneously, Claire had been out canvassing the city, looking for any sign of Amet and sharing her photo with anyone who would listen.
Need a loan. Don't stress.
Finally, she stopped at a bar called The Falls on Lafayette Street to ask if anybody there had seen her when Alejandra called to deliver the devastating news. Tears streaming down her face, Claire turned to the bar's manager, Danny Dorian, and said, "My friend was missing, but they found her body." The manager responded without any emotion, saying, "New York can be a tough town." Due to the incredibly violent nature of the crime, detectives suspected the motive was personal and began looking into Amet's love life. They contacted her ex-boyfriend, and for a brief period, police thought they had their guy, but he was ruled out due to an airtight alibi. Strangely, just 2 weeks before the attack on Amet, a woman had been picked up in a cab and was violently assaulted before being thrown out into the street. Now, of course, New York is a big city, but the attack took place just a few blocks from where Amet's lifeless body had been dumped, so it seemed far from coincidental. As a result, newspapers went to town with headlines depicting a crazed cabbie on the loose. Then, suddenly, following a heartfelt plea from Amet's mother on the local news, the cab driver responsible for assaulting the other woman turned himself in to police. Still, like the ex-boyfriend, he too had a rock-solid alibi for the night of February 24th, 2006. So, their hunt for a vicious killer continued. Detectives scoured the area surrounding Amet's last known whereabouts.
Okay, Gary, have a good night, buddy. Thank you.
And to gather any clues, but their big break didn't come until her credit card records came back. The last charge on Amet's card was at the Falls. Yes, you heard me right. That's the same bar Claire had been at when she got the heartbreaking call from Alejandra. Oh, and remember the bar's not-so-nice manager, Danny Dorian? Well, it turns out police claimed he hadn't been entirely truthful when they first came to ask questions. According to investigators, Dorian was very evasive during their first visit and asserted that he had never seen Emmett before. However, with new evidence proving she was last seen alive at the falls, he came clean. Dorian told police that Emmett had been halfway through her second drink at closing time and got angry when asked to leave, so the bouncer, Daryl Littlejohn, escorted her from the premises. The manager reported hearing the two arguing outside the bar for a short period, and then nothing. All right, now get ready for this. Dorian's twisted reason for not telling detectives that Emmett was in his bar that night had nothing to do with Emmett, but another high-profile murder. That's because his family owned Dorian's Red Hand on the Upper East Side, the spot where convicted killer Robert Chambers, aka the Preppy Killer, met 18-year-old Jennifer Levin in 1986 before strangling her to death in Central Park. According to Dorian, he remembered all too well how his family was treated during that time and couldn't bear the idea of more negative publicity. The fact that yet another attractive young woman found herself at a Dorian-owned establishment and wound up dead the very same night certainly raised some eyebrows, but police had to speak with the bouncer to get the whole story.
Oh, okay.
Authorities first looked into Littlejohn's background and found some disturbing information, including that he had spent more than 12 years in prison for drug possession and armed robbery charges. Additionally, he was out on parole at the time and had been violating the curfew of his agreement by working at the bar. After hours of being interviewed, Littlejohn finally started talking and admitted to accompanying Emmett out of the bar, but insisted they both went their separate ways. Fortunately, police were able to hold him on the parole violation while they searched for more evidence, and it didn't take long to uncover some seriously incriminating details. Detectives weren't surprised by the lack of eyewitnesses, given it was around 4 in the morning. But in the city that never sleeps, the homeless population is always watching. So they spoke with a homeless man named Miguel Angel Cruz, who claimed to have seen Littlejohn walking a very intoxicated Emmett down the street towards a dark van. He heard him say, "Don't worry, I'll take you home," before putting her in the front seat and driving away. At his home, authorities found the same van described by Cruz in Littlejohn's driveway, and that was just the tip of the iceberg. Inside his basement apartment, a red carpet and several fur coats carried fibers matching those found at the crime scene. Cell phone tower records provided additional evidence that the bouncer was moving from his home to a location near where the body was found. Then, just as things were really heating up, police made a bombshell announcement. The blood found on the zip ties around Emmett's wrists was a match to Daryl Littlejohn. He was subsequently charged with 1 count of first-degree murder and 2 counts of second-degree murder for her death. Naturally, photos of Littlejohn and his vehicle were plastered all over the news, and right away, 2 women came forward to share their own harrowing stories. They both testified that he had posed as a police officer in Queens and abducted them in the same black van, confirming the detective's suspicions that Littlejohn was an incredibly dangerous individual with a history of assault. After being charged with the 2 attacks in Queens, prosecutors used this evidence at his trial for the murder of Emmett St. Gian. Opening arguments began on May 11, 2009, with the defense claiming Littlejohn was being framed to protect Danny Dorian. However, after a series of chilling testimonies and condemning evidence, the prosecution rested their case on May 28, 2009. It took the jury less than 7 hours to reach a verdict, guilty of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life without parole and will serve it consecutively alongside his previous 25-year-to-life term for kidnapping the Queens woman. It's beyond devastating to think that someone who wanted nothing more than to advocate for others became the victim of such a heinous crime.
These little mover.
The following footage of killer Richard Samuel McCroskey has never been seen before.
Alright, so I'm making this video because, or if anybody finds this, I really don't know what I'm trying to say, and just I'm breathtaking at what I've done, and I apologize, and I'm gonna pay for my consequences. You know, I wish that I could have not done this, but I just lost my mind. I snapped, and I did what I did, and I gotta pay for it now. My consequences. I'm like all shaky and stuff, but like, to anybody that finds this, tell my parents that like I love them, and I'm very sorry for doing this, and there's nothing really else to say. To everybody that is probably gonna hate me for this, I'm sorry, and I had to do it. My mind just snaps. I couldn't control it anymore. That's it. Fuck you to the big world. Fuck everybody in the world. I can't stand this place.
Richard filmed this video as he was living in the home of his victims and their rotting corpses. He stayed in the house with their dead bodies for days after their deaths. Neighbors began noticing a sickening stench emanating from somewhere in the neighborhood, but couldn't pin down the source. They shrugged it off, attributing the smell to a dead animal. Little did they know they were smelling 4 human bodies as they began to decompose. When Richard finally fled the house, he left behind a crime scene so horrific, police wouldn't even describe what they found beyond the victims dying of blunt force trauma. What exactly was he doing during his time in the home remains a mystery to this very day. But one thing is for certain, when he set off to visit his online friend for the first time, no one could have possibly imagined everything would take such a shocking turn. "20-year-old Richard Samuel McCroskey III was an aspiring horrorcore rapper who lived with his father and sister in Castro Valley, California. Richard had been relentlessly teased and harassed in high school, primarily because of his red hair and weight, but he was very submissive and didn't fight back. As a result, he dropped out of 2 different high schools and never graduated. For a while, he worked as a graphic designer and was skilled at making websites. Many described him as a quiet young man who kept to himself, but his MySpace profile showed the juxtaposition of his online and real-world personalities. Under the names Lil Demon Dog or Psycho Sam, his MySpace page was littered with references to the underground horrorcore scene, which included obscene lyrics and various depictions of murder. You can see some of the horrorcore artwork Richard displayed in his bedroom. Many believe his stage name was inspired by an unhealthy obsession with David Richard Berkowitz, also known as the Son of Sam, a serial killer who murdered 6 people from 1976 to 1977. Many of his photos show him posed in cemeteries or holding weapons such as an axe. In one video Richard posted, he is wearing a skull bandana while standing outside a Gothic church during a lightning storm and rapping lyrics about the evil voices inside my head. They just want me to murder continuously. They want me to take lives on a mass murder spree. They love the smell of a body that's rotten and decayed. That's what I think about when I'm stalking my prey. The fact that Richard says, evil voices inside my head, does not necessarily mean he is hearing voices in the same way that a person with schizophrenia hears voices. While people who have schizophrenia can commit murder in response to a commanding hallucination, it doesn't seem like this was the case with Richard. People with antisocial personality disorder often have many different selves. People with APD also sort of morph into different identities, depending on the situation and what they want to achieve. For instance, they can be very charismatic in situations where they need to manipulate someone to get their way. So in Richard's case, the voices inside his head that he's referring to can simply just be his evil side, or his own inner violent tendencies. As Richard's confidence within the horrorcore niche grew, he started chatting with other like-minded individuals, among them 16-year-old Emma Kelly Niederbrock, who went by the username Rag.
Alright, so you wanted a video, and you made me videos, so, and he said please, so I'll make you this video, even though I'm not gonna, like, do anything, because my room's kind of dirty, and, yeah, I don't want to show you my dirty room, but this video is for Emma, because you just told me to say your name, so, I don't know. I'll make you another video once clean, I promise. Unless you just want to, like, see my wall, because that's not dirty, but behind me is dirty, so that's not good. Alright, this video is for you, Emma. The ragdoll, amazing ragdoll. And I really don't know what to do for you on video. So I guess I'll show you my room a little bit, if that's what you want to see. First off, we got my door. And then we got my addiction for energy drinks. And then we got my small underground CD collection going on right here. And then I got my wall of awesomeness that I call it. Lots of posters and flyers and a Hatchet Man charm and random stuff. A hatchet. Oh no, the battery's dying. No.
Emma lived in Farmville, Virginia, with her mother, Dr. Deborah Sue Kelly, and her father, Reverend Mark Allen Niederbrock. Since middle school, she'd been homeschooled and was described as a sweet and well-rounded girl. As she got a little older, Emma developed a rebellious streak and began listening to horrorcore music. To fit her new aesthetic, Emma eventually dyed her hair a vibrant pink and began to wear heavy black eye makeup. Her parents hoped that her new interest was just a phase, but they couldn't have been more wrong. Emma's father, Mark Niederbrock, was a reverend and head of Walker's Presbyterian Church in Hicksburg. Her mother, Deborah Kelly, was a sociology and criminology professor at Longwood University and a beloved mentor to her students. When her parents separated, Mark moved out of the family home, leaving Emma and Deborah to live there together. Still, the parents maintained an amicable relationship. However, at this point, Deborah has started to become concerned about Emma's interest in horrorcore, and so all three family members went to counseling. Emma also met one of her best friends, 18-year-old Melanie Wells, online through the popular horrorcore artist Razakel. In the horrorcore community, the artists and fans often grew close and frequently communicated online. Razakel had befriended both girls separately while chatting over MySpace. She bonded with Emma not only because of their mutual love for horrorcore, but also because they could relate on a deeper level. Both enjoyed photography, makeup, and doing hair, and they both had fathers who were Presbyterian ministers. When Razakel learned that Melanie and Emma actually lived near each other, she decided to introduce them. Melanie used the online handle Mrs. Free Abortions, posted photos of herself in cemeteries, and listed her interests as cigarettes, alcohol, lust, restorative arts, blood and gore, and open graves. As soon as she met Emma, the girls became inseparable. Emma, Melanie, and Richard were brought together through this expansive online community, and unbeknownst to the girls, their fate was sealed.
We defiled the grave, and then lightning struck seconds ago. I think we're being warned. And now it's starting to rain. It's because of me. It's not my fault. And now it's starting to rain really hard. So, peace.
Before long, the relationship between Emma and Richard turned somewhat romantic. However, while Richard referred to Emma as his online girlfriend, Emma may not have been as serious about him. Razakel says that Emma never referred to Richard as her boyfriend, but said they were close and getting closer. Still, they exchanged flirty messages back and forth for around a year before making plans to meet in person. The three teenagers hatched a plan to attend a horrorcore music festival in Southgate, Michigan, called Strictly for the Wicked, but they would need some help. Emma's parents weren't exactly thrilled with their daughter's music choices, and they grew more upset when Emma started writing ominous messages on her bedroom walls. However, all they wanted was for their daughter to be safe and happy, so they chose to be supportive even if they didn't understand it. They agreed that she should attend the music festival, but only if everyone stayed at their home in Farmville, and that they would drive the trio to and from the music festival. Emma and Richard were ecstatic to meet for the first time in real life. For Richard, he was looking forward to something good finally happening to him. His own family unit had broken apart 5 months earlier when his father asked his mother to move out of their home. If this was weighing on him, he seemed to put it out of his mind by focusing on seeing Emma. On September 7th, Emma wrote on his MySpace page about her own excitement, saying, "The next time you check your MySpace, you'll be at my house. I love you so, so much, baby, forever and always. You are my one and only everything. I can't wait to see you, baby. It's like 6:17 a.m., and I've been up since 4-ish, filled with uber amounts of excitement. I can't wait. I leave to pick you up in 5 hours. Gah, my insides feel all squishy." Several days before the concert on September 7th or 8th, Richard arrived in Farmville. He'd flown all the way from California just to finally meet Emma. But as we all know, things aren't always as they appear online. Emma was immediately put off by Richard's shyness and physical appearance. Even before the concert, there may have been cracks forming between the once loved-up couple. But still, on September 12, 2009, they all went to the show as they'd planned. The drive was no small feat, about 10 hours, which shows just how committed Emma's parents were to keep their 16-year-old daughter safe, or at least try to. As well, Mark and Deborah had been separated for about a year at this point, further proving their dedication to protect Emma. While on the way there, Emma posted about the trip saying, "Talk about a long-ass drive sharing the car with a preacher. It's gonna suck, but no doubt is it worth it." It isn't known for sure what exactly happened between Emma and Richard, but some sources claim she began flirting with other boys while at the festival, and there's even a rumor that she went out of her way just to avoid him during the concert. Richard's sister later said she was told by his friends that the two even had a falling out that night. Another rumor is that they had a fight because Emma received a flirty text from another guy at the show. Given what was going to come, something unpleasant must have happened between Emma and Richard. It seems like Richard may have been under the impression, or at least wanted to believe, that he and Emma were exclusively together, so naturally Richard was feeling rejected, betrayed, and even a little angry. Even so, they all returned to Farmville the next day after the concert, and things seemed to be all right. Seemed to be is the key here. Both girls logged into their MySpace accounts once they returned to the Niederbrock house. At 2:43 a.m. on Monday, September 14th, Melanie posted online that she would be home on September 16th. She even wrote about missing people at home, but she would never make it back. Her parents became worried when that day came with no word from the young woman. Her father drove to the home in Farmville where he knew she was staying, but no one answered the door after hours of waiting. The distraught parents made countless attempts to track down Melanie over the next 2 days, calling her phone, Emma's phone, and even Razakel, who hadn't seen them since they left the concert. But then they managed to get through to Richard on the phone at least 2 times. Something was off. Yet when they spoke with him, he gave them a different story every time regarding the girls' whereabouts. They called the Farmville police and requested a welfare check, but officers didn't find anything suspicious. Well, at first. That same day, Melanie's mother, Kathleen, also reached out to Mark Niederbrock and asked if he could go check out the house. He agreed, and Kathleen was relieved that she would finally have answers soon. But her relief was short-lived. Hours passed, and there was still no call from Mark.
Well, yeah, this is Carmel Police Department. Okay, did you just speak with somebody at the residence?
Yes, I just spoke to the daughter's boyfriend.
Okay, well, I don't know. My sergeant went over there and he said that it was a young kid, a boy, and that Melanie and the girl she's staying with are at the movies now. Yesterday they went to Richmond. Vehicle had broken down and the cell phone's dead and that kind of thing. So is that what he talked to you about?
What he told me, yeah, and like I said, but I don't know where the mother is. I don't know where, she's usually the one that, I guess, drives them around, and she's just disappeared. I haven't spoken to her at all. The father I talked to earlier on today,
right.
He said that he was on his way, as a matter of fact, he was on the road when I was talking to him. He was going through Farmville, he was supposed to stop at the house. I haven't heard from him since.
Okay.
Like I said, I'm at the point, I don't know. I don't know what to think at all.
Okay.
And him being at the movies, I just tried to call. He said that Emma tried to call, or just called him from the movies. And I tried to call the phone that he said she called from. There's no answer. It goes right into it.
Okay.
Heard back, Kathleen called the police again. They arrived at the Farmville house and were greeted by Richard at the front door, who explained that the girls had left to see a movie. The officers left without looking inside the home, but naturally, Kathleen wasn't satisfied with the answer Richard had given. She called the home and once again spoke with him, but this time, instead of giving excuses, he simply stated that the girls couldn't answer the phone.
This is what doesn't make sense. My daughter would call.
Right.
So I just don't know what to think. Well, you heard me earlier. She was saying, "Oh, there's noises. There was noises in the basement coming from, in the house." And, I don't know. All right. If you don't hear anything from her, then just call us back, and I'll send an officer back over there. Okay. Yeah, it just, like I said, none of this makes any sense at all. I've heard that, they were supposed to be home by 9 this evening and then 10 and then, so I don't know. All right, well, just try, wait and see if Melanie calls you in the next hour, and if not, call us back. Yeah, I will. Thank you so much for your help. You're welcome, Ms. Love. All right, bye-bye.
Kathleen insisted that Richard call the police himself because something seemed very wrong, and surprisingly, he did. Richard called 911. However, instead of revealing anything about the girls, he complained about a strange sound coming from the basement of the home.
I don't know.
Hey, can I have a police unit come by my house? Because I keep hearing sounds in the basement, and I'm scared to go down there and check what it is.
Okay, what kind of sounds do you hear?
Like just noises, like something moving around down there. I think it's the dogs, but I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
We have 2 dogs, but one of them is upstairs. I just put him up there, and the other one, it might be down there, but I'm not sure if it's the dog or not.
Okay, and it's in the basement. What's your name?
Sam.
Sam?
But this isn't my house. I'm staying at my girlfriend's house.
Okay. All right, we'll get somebody to come up there, okay?
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Bye.
Police showed up once again and did a quick search of the basement, but found nothing and left. Authorities later defended their choice to leave the Niederbrock home without seeing Melanie, Emma, or either of her parents during the welfare checks because they thought Richard had reasonably answered all of their questions. Yet around that same day, when neighbors walked by the home, they noted that even from the street, something smelled dead nearby, which they attributed to an animal. It's both surprising and troubling that the police did so little to investigate this situation after receiving multiple phone calls about minors not being heard from in days and alleged noises in the basement. The law gives police officers the authority to act in whatever manner they deem necessary when performing welfare checks, including investigating unexpected criminal activity. The police certainly had the ability legally to do much more than they did. It seems highly unlikely that they wouldn't notice an odor that was commented on by people much further from the scene. It also seems impossible to believe that once they were inside the home, there was no evidence of a crime when 4 people had been murdered in such a violent and gruesome manner. The families of the deceased could try to sue the officers for their failure to do more to investigate. However, it's an uphill battle to do so. State laws provide police officers with protections from civil lawsuits and criminal charges. These protections are not simply defenses that the officers may raise after they're charged or sued. They effectively prevent a criminal charge or civil lawsuit from even going forward. The police have what is called qualified immunity. Qualified immunity means that police officers are protected from being sued as long as they're acting within the guidelines of their job and not acting negligently or unreasonably. This gives police officers room to do their job without the fear of lawsuits interfering. In this particular case, it could be reasonably argued that the police did in fact act negligently by not thoroughly searching the home for the missing minors, or because they missed the wretched odor emanating from the Farmville home that was noticed by neighbors. At some point on the 17th, Richard made a call home. His sister said he was checking to see if his family was okay, and he ended the message with, "I love you guys." Hearing this, his sister knew something was off. They didn't say "I love you" to each other. However, because she knew her brother was someone who wouldn't kill a spider if she asked him to, she couldn't have imagined just how horribly wrong things had gone in Farmville. It's possible that Richard wasn't a very assertive individual. Maybe he was highly sensitive and fragile in many ways, unable to kill a spider. He may have, at one point in his life, been a rather weak person. The fact that Richard was teased and harassed in high school means that he could have developed some trauma during his adolescent years. However, teens who were bullied and subsequently traumatized typically don't grow up to become murderers. Richard appears to have had an immense amount of underlying anger and hatred that was never expressed in a healthy way. When a person remains passive against bullying or abuse, they will harbor a lot of self-hatred, and of course, hatred of others. The self-hatred develops because the person is not standing up for themselves, and protecting themselves from the abuse. Helplessness and powerlessness then develop as a result. In Richard's situation, he likely felt helpless and powerless for so long after being bullied. He may have developed a mental image of himself as this tough individual that others should fear. This pretend image he developed made him feel bigger, stronger, and more powerful. This self-image likely gave him a sort of high, so he really embodied that image more and more with time. Once Richard felt betrayed by Emma, his online girlfriend, this betrayal triggered that underlying anger and hatred of others. Almost like that inner angry and violent nature remained dormant until he felt betrayed by his romantic interest. He stepped into and acted on that tough, powerful image that was really only in his mind for years, but to him it was real. To Richard, he was that strong, powerful person. It took a trigger, romantic rejection, to lead him to act on those feelings of hatred and desire for violence that he harbored for so long. Kathleen continued to call the police for help finding Melanie.
Yes, I don't know who I need to talk to, or my daughter is with a family in Farmville, Virginia, and she's been basically missing for the past 2.5 days. I can't get a hold of her. Her cell phone's turned off. What's worse is the girl that she was staying with, nobody knows where she is. Her cell phone is turned off. This daughter's boyfriend is staying there, and I've talked to him several times today, and I've gotten different stories. But my husband went down. He was supposed to pick up my daughter yesterday. And he went down there. He arrived at about 11 o'clock in the morning. He sat there for 8 hours outside the house. Nobody showed up. Nobody answered the door. I mean, we're about 4 hours away here, and I don't know what else to do. Okay, is your husband still here in Farmville? No, he's home. He came home. Oh, okay. He was going to head back down there tomorrow to pick her up, but everybody seems disappeared off the face of the ocean. I just don't know what to do. I checked the cell phone records with my cell phone company. The last time she used her cell phone, 1:28 in the morning on September 15th. And actually, she wasn't even somebody called in and left her a voicemail.
After relentless calls from Kathleen, Farmville police returned the following day, September 18th. But this time, they were stopped dead in their tracks by a horrific odor emanating from behind the closed front door. Knowing that sinister smell all too well, officers swiftly entered the home and stumbled upon what they later described as a slaughterhouse. 3 bloody bodies were found brutally murdered in a downstairs bedroom, with a 4th body uncovered later in an upstairs bedroom. The unrecognizable victims were identified as Mark Niederbrock, Deborah Kelly, Emma Niederbrock, and Melanie Wells. Melanie, Emma, and Deborah had been mercilessly bludgeoned to death in their beds as they slept. Several weapons were discovered at the crime scene, but experts believe the injuries were specifically from a wooden splitting maul taken from the family's own backyard. When Mark had shown up to check on the girls, he had been attacked from behind with the same instrument. Because there was no evidence that Mark had tried to fight back, it looked as though he'd been ambushed as he entered the house. The father had been beaten so viciously that the hardwood floor under him was nearly destroyed and soaked with blood. None of the 4 victims had any defensive wounds, and all had died from blunt force trauma to the head. Both Mark and Melanie's bodies had been moved down to Emma's room with her corpse in a twisted effort to clean up. Authorities were horrified at the chilling crime scene, but more than that, they were faced with the realization that during their previous visits to the home, they had unknowingly missed the gory evidence. But something was missing. There was no sign of Richard anywhere. Earlier that same day, at around 4 in the morning, Richard had stolen and crashed Mark's car. Unaware of the horrors he had committed at that time, or that the car he crashed was his getaway vehicle, a police officer issued him a summons for driving without a license. The officer even went as far as to help secure him a ride with the tow truck and simply let him go. Richard was dropped off at a convenience store around 6 a.m. by the tow truck driver, who reported that Richard had an overwhelmingly foul, putrid odor. The smell was so strong he even noticed it inside the crashed vehicle. He said Richard stunk like the devil, and he was forced to roll down the car windows and stick his head outside. The fresh air didn't help much because he still heaved visibly twice. Yet Richard didn't seem to mind the foul smell. During their trip, the driver also noticed that Richard had red marks on his neck that looked like hickeys. When he commented on them, Richard claimed that his girlfriend gave them to him. In fact, he was so comfortable with the driver that he admitted the 2000 Honda he just wrecked belonged to the father of his girlfriend. Once at the convenience store, Richard then called for a cab to take him to Richmond International Airport. In a strange turn of events, on their way to the airport, the taxi was pulled over by a police officer for speeding. Apparently unconcerned, Richard had simply calmly exited the vehicle and had a smoke by the side of the road while the incident was sorted, as though he didn't have a care in the world, even after 2 very close calls with police officers. Little did anyone know the true horror he had left in his wake. Just hours after the grisly crime scene had been discovered, a man named Andres Shrim called the police. Shrim was the boyfriend of the horrorcore rapper Razakel. He went by the stage name Sectanic the Soulless, and his record label was called Serial Killin' Records. In his call to the police, Shrim said that one of Richard's friends had spoken to him recently, and said that Richard was noticeably upset and that he had made some disturbing comments, including that he had killed someone, maybe even a couple of people. The police were now certain that Richard was the perpetrator in the 4 horrific murders. They circulated a photo of him from his MySpace account in an attempt to track him down. It wasn't long before officers found Richard sleeping in the baggage claim area on September 19th and arrested him before he could hop a flight back to California. The cold killer had actually left behind a piece of paper at the crime scene containing the exact address of the airport. His grand escape plan had been to wait in the airport for a flight in 2 days. At some point, he must have panicked because he attempted to buy a ticket for an earlier plane, but it was too expensive, so all he could do was wait, which is exactly how police found him.
Advised you're ignoring the rights. You said you understood your rights and you signed the form saying you were willing to talk to us and you still willing to talk to us?
Yes, but I would like to have somebody here too, like a lawyer.
Okay, that is your option. So are you invoking the right to remain silent?
Yes.
After he was arrested, it was noted that his clothing was totally caked in gore, as he hadn't changed or bathed since committing his atrocious crimes. Then he pointed out after the news broke of Richard's arrest that, ironically, one of his songs was titled, "I Kill People for Real." It appears that sometimes life really does imitate art. But after his arrest, many were left with more questions than answers. While Richard claimed to have chosen the 8-pound maul as the murder weapon because he thought nobody would suffer, he also allegedly drank beer, smoked marijuana, and might have taken painkillers for a migraine headache before the killings. It's hard to know if he planned what he did next, or if it was the result of his rage because of his and Emma's faltering romance, or even if the cocktail of substances pushed him over the edge. Rather than go to trial and risk the death penalty, Richard accepted a plea deal, and almost 1 year later, he pleaded guilty to 2 counts of capital murder and 2 counts of first-degree murder. His defense attorney tried to claim that Richard expressed remorse and that he said he felt bad for what he had done. Yet as he left court, he gave onlookers a sinister, slight smirk, further proving his wickedness. Richard Samuel McCroskey III was given 4 consecutive life sentences, and as part of the plea bargain, he waived his right to an appeal. Since the case never went to trial, a clear motive in the savage murders has never been released. When asked why he had done it by reporters as he was brought back to Farmville, Richard had simply responded,
How did you do it?
Jesus told me to do it.
His sister later denied that his response was a sign of psychosis. Instead, she said that this was just his sense of humor and that he was being sarcastic. Several theories exist surrounding a possible motive for the barbaric attacks. The most popular is that Richard was either jealous of the attention Emma was giving other young men, or angry because she rejected him. If this is the case, Melanie and both of Emma's parents had tragically just been in the wrong place at the wrong time. Richard's attack on Emma's parents and her friend Melanie could have been purely due to the fact that they were present in the home, and therefore would be witnesses to what he wanted to do to Emma. It's also possible that he felt humiliated by Melanie too, and maybe by Emma's mother. When Emma decided that she wasn't interested in Richard romantically, maybe he got the cold shoulder from Emma, her mom, and Melanie. Emma's father, on the other hand, may have just literally been in the wrong place at the wrong time. Richard may have crossed a threshold when he succeeded at committing his first 3 murders, so killing one other person, Emma's father, was easier for him. This further supports Richard being a total psychopath, because if, let's say, the murders would have been an impulsive move that occurred because of his anger and obsession with Emma, a crime of passion, and because he was intoxicated, any half-normal person would be devastated and likely wouldn't have killed another person, a 4th person. However, in Richard's case, he didn't mind adding to his murder tally, even after having days to reflect on what he did, and even after spending days in the presence of those lives he ended. I believe this really shows the depths of his psychopathy. Richard could have very likely just have been a ticking time bomb. It's possible that anyone that really triggered his anger and past traumas would have been the victims of murder at his hands. In this case, it was Emma, her parents, and her friend Melanie. Maybe it was only a matter of time, and for the right circumstances to be present, for Richard to finally fully embody that persona of a strong, powerful person. However, Richard reportedly told the cab driver who brought him to the airport that he'd gotten into an argument with Emma after overseeing a text message she received from a guy she met at the festival, saying he loved her and wanted to be with her. This is similar to the rumor about her texting another guy while at the concert. Richard told the cab driver that Emma had become angry with him for invading her privacy, but he claimed that to avoid arguing with her, he waited for her to fall asleep before he left. The cab driver noted that Richard seemed like a nice young man. He was very polite and well-spoken, and he spoke passionately about Emma. Of course, he'd already killed Emma at this point, at least 2 days earlier. The report by the cab driver reveals some important details about how people with antisocial personality disorder tend to present themselves. They can certainly be very polite and well-spoken. It's not surprising that the cab driver's initial impression of Richard was that he seemed like a nice young man. This is likely what happened with Emma. Richard was probably very charismatic during their online interactions. However, once she really interacted with him more closely, she probably realized the unappealing antisocial traits and didn't want to have anything to do with him, thus leading to her rejection of Richard, which then triggered his anger. It makes sense that Richard would speak about his passion for Emma to the cab driver, despite having killed Emma 2 days earlier. Sociopaths who commit murders will often refer to their victims in an affectionate way after having killed them. People with APD take possession over people and things quite frequently due to their sense of entitlement and lack of empathy or consideration for the needs and rights of others. Therefore, the fact that Richard murdered Emma could have been at least partly due to feeling that if he can't have her, no one else can. Or he may have believed that Emma could not exist if she doesn't belong to him. He wanted to get back at Emma for rejecting him. Very little evidence has ever been publicly revealed about what happened during the several days that Richard was alone in the home, with 4 rotting corpses. He didn't move the bodies into Emma's room until after the first time the police showed up at the house for a welfare check, meaning he was living in the home while surrounded by bloody bodies. The self-recorded videos are some of the only pieces of evidence we have that tell us about Richard's state of mind during this time. What we do know is that he took the time to film himself as he contemplated taking his own life.
Alright, I'm making this video because it's in my final minutes of being alive, and to anybody that finds this, I want you to tell my parents I love them deeply, and I'm very sorry.
Hi, Patrick.
To my brother, sister, aka Eric, and Emily, I love you guys deeply, and I'm sorry for going this route. I know I said I'd turn myself in, but I'm not gonna do that. I can't do that. I can't pay those consequences, so I gotta do what I gotta do, which is gonna be over there. If you could see that, I'm not gonna tell you what I'm gonna do, because I'm sure you guys know what I'm gonna do. I'm really sorry, but it came to this. But I'm gonna get going and do what I gotta do. I'm gonna pay my consequences. So my last words before I go Fuck you to the world. Fuck everybody in it. I can't stand this place. Fuck your God. And no, I'm not a nut rider. But fuck your God. SKR. Wicked intent. For life. Peace.
Many were quick to blame the horrorcore genre for the mass murder because of the way the music seems to glorify murder. But supporters argue that the music is merely a dark fantasy, and only those suffering from mental health issues would carry out such a heinous act. But regardless of his musical preferences, this was a rage-fueled attack against a teacher, pastor, daughter, and friend at the hands of absolute evil. The Farmville community will forever remember and mourn the losses of those 4 innocent lives.
Progress isn't out of reach. Coho is the app that puts it in your hands. Build your credit history and level up your finances for the future. No interest, no credit checks. Guaranteed approval. Sign up for credit building today.
Today I have 5 cases for you filled with deceit, lies, and, of course, surprises. Each case is more shocking than the last, but I've saved the biggest twist of all for the end. In 1999, 42-year-old Mark Dribbin was employed as a United Airlines cargo worker at Portland International Airport. On July 2nd, Dribbin called into work to ask his bosses if he could take the night off, because he was dealing with what he called a personal emergency. Not thinking too much of it, as it was a perfectly reasonable request, his boss agreed. But this seemingly normal call was the last time anyone heard from Dribbin. Investigators looking into his sudden disappearance were disturbed by the scene they found at Dribbin's apartment. Inside, they found evidence that some sort of struggle had taken place, and multiple items were missing from his home. For one, his car wasn't there, and only showed up 2 weeks later when it was found abandoned in an area that Dribbin wasn't known to visit. All of this was very mysterious, to say the least. However, even if investigators weren't sure exactly what had happened to Dribbin, perhaps a robbery gone wrong or a fight, there was still hope that whoever else was involved, they would be identified. Investigators had found DNA evidence from someone else in both Dribbin's apartment and car. The once promising lead fizzled out as quickly as it was discovered when the DNA sample failed to find a match. At this point, police were starting to suspect that Dribbin had likely been killed, but they never found a body, and soon his case went cold. For close to 2 decades, there weren't any answers, with Dribbin's family and friends long since losing hope that they would ever have satisfactory answers. That is, until 2019. As we've recently seen with many cold cases that have DNA evidence, matches can pop up years later when family members of suspects submit DNA to public genealogy websites. Investigators had taken the suspect's DNA in Dribbin's case and submitted it to a third-party company for forensic analysis. They soon learned it could be connected to a family, and specifically one of several brothers. Police then narrowed that lead to 53-year-old Christopher Lovren and obtained a search warrant to get a DNA sample from him. Prior, Lovren had never been considered a suspect in the case, but it came back as a match. Very few details have been released about Lovren, though it's believed he had worked at some point in Tualatin at a metal fabrication company. Lovren was arrested, and several weeks later in May 2020, investigators decided to search his property, hoping that they might finally recover Dribbin's body. Even all these years later, it was during the search of Lovren's shed that they stumbled upon something alarming. It was a body. Now, being as they were looking for a body, this shouldn't have been a shock, except that this dismembered body looked nothing like Dribbin. Beyond that, Dribbin had been missing since 1999, and his remains would have been highly decomposed or even mummified. But this body couldn't have been dead for more than a few months. There was only one answer. Investigators had gone looking for one body, and accidentally discovered another, killed 20 years apart. The body belonged to Kenneth Griffin. He had last been seen alive 3 months before his remains were found in the shed. Lovren's charges were doubled from 1 case of second-degree murder to 2. As well, he was charged with 1 count of abusing a corpse in Griffin's death. Griffin's body has still never been recovered. What may be strangest of all is that both of the killings appear to be random, and there's no known connection between any of the 3 men. Even though police had once suspected Driven knew his killer, given his phone call into work, depending on the outcome of Lovren's trial, there's a chance he didn't. Lovren has pleaded not guilty, and as of this video, he is awaiting trial. Currently, investigators are trying to determine if there may be any more victims. They suspect there may be because of undisclosed suspicious evidence they found at Lovren's property. Since they stumbled across one body, who knows what else may be out there to find. Though the result of Driven's case is not yet known, this next case has come to a conclusion, though I doubt you'll find it any more satisfying, as it is nothing short of tragic.
Hello there and welcome to Go Mining, the most efficient and
In the mid-1980s, Patricia Stallings was working as a convenience store clerk in St. Louis when she met David. The two started dating in 1986 and were married 2 years later. Just 1 year after tying the knot, they welcomed their first child, a son they named Ryan. At first, the couple couldn't have been more overjoyed, but tragically, just 2 weeks after he was born, Ryan started showing signs that something wasn't quite right. Ryan began struggling to breathe and vomiting. His rightfully concerned parents rushed him to the hospital, where he was admitted into the pediatric intensive care unit. Ryan's symptoms were strange. Doctors ran every single kind of test, but when they checked his blood, the test results only raised more questions. It appears that Ryan's blood had elevated levels of ethylene glycol. Horrifically, one of the explanations for this elevation was that it was caused by antifreeze poisoning. Obviously, the doctors caring for Ryan were worried that this was the case and went to the police to share this concerning information. Until an investigation could determine the cause of his illness, Ryan was put under protective custody. After 2 weeks in the hospital, Ryan appeared to recover and was released. Rather than return home with his parents, he was turned over to the custody of family services. Still, Patricia and David were allowed to visit Ryan every Thursday, and they continued that way for 3 months. Then they saw him on August 31st for what seemed like a regular visit. But only 4 days later, Ryan was once again hospitalized. Police arrested Patricia the very next day, and she was charged with assault under the assumption that during her last visit with Ryan, she had once again poisoned him. 2 days after her arrest, Patricia was told her son was dying. Doctors treated him for ethylene glycol poisoning, but it wasn't working. Tragically, Ryan died soon after. Patricia was charged with the death of her 5-month-old son. A bottle of antifreeze was found by the police in the Stallings home. Patricia adamantly denied that she would ever harm her baby, never mind kill him. But despite this, she wasn't allowed to attend his funeral. No matter how much Patricia proclaimed her innocence, no one could explain Ryan's blood test results or the strange circumstances surrounding his death. So, when the case went to trial, Patricia Stalling was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison. Unknown to both Patricia and her husband, she had been once again pregnant at the time she was charged. Patricia ended up giving birth to a second son, who she named David Jr. while behind bars. Of course, Patricia was in prison for the death of her first son, so this baby was immediately taken away from her and placed in foster care. Not that she could have kept custody while incarcerated. In fact, she was only allowed to visit her second son on 2 occasions and was never alone with him. Yet, soon after he was born, it was clear that there was something wrong with this baby as well. He was listless and refused to eat, similar to the same symptoms that Ryan suffered from before his hospitalization. He was rushed to the hospital, and it must have felt like deja vu for the parents who had just experienced this same horror the year before. But unlike before, David Jr.'s test came back with the diagnosis of methylmalonic aciduria. Methylmalonic aciduria is a genetic disorder that created excess propylene glycol, but not ethylene glycol, as was found in Ryan's blood tests. David Jr. was treated with vitamin B12 doses and recovered completely fine. Patricia's defense attorney argued that due to the similarities in their symptoms, Ryan had actually been suffering from methylmalonic aciduria just like David Jr. But unlike his brother, he had been misdiagnosed. The two types of glycols are very similar, and it wasn't out of the question that they could have been mixed up during lab testing. However, it wasn't until Patricia's case was featured on Unsolved Mysteries that any real answers came to light. A biochemist saw the show and decided to get involved. He tested the blood sample from Ryan and passed the results over to Dr. James Shoemaker, the director of the Metabolic Screening Lab at St. Louis University. He concluded that Ryan had also suffered from methylmalonic aciduria. In July 1991, after Patricia had spent 14 months behind bars, she was released while she waited for a new trial. By September, the case against Patricia was dropped, and it was officially ruled that she had been wrongfully convicted of her son's death. The same day that the Jefferson County prosecutor personally apologized to Patricia, David Jr. was returned to his parents' custody. Patricia and David sued the labs who confused Ryan's test results and the hospital. They came to a settlement of several $1 million. However, in another tragedy, this case doesn't have a very happy ending, as David Jr. died in 2013 at only 23 years old. On April 28, 1997, Celeste Nurse gave birth to her daughter Zephanie in Cape Town, South Africa. Celeste and her husband Mornay were overjoyed. They had their nursery ready and set up, decorated in blue, yellow, and white. The only thing that was left was to take their new baby home. For 3 days after Zephanie was born, Celeste held her, forming that special bond between mother and daughter while the couple waited for permission to take her home. But then something went horribly wrong.
The holidays at Walmart are just magical.
The woman dressed in the hospital's nursing uniform took 3-day-old Zephanie out of Celeste's room. Celeste, a bit drowsy from pain medication, just assumed that the person was a maternity nurse. Why else would they be wearing the colors of the nurse's scrubs? But sometime later, when she was woken by another nurse, there was no sign of Zephanie. The nurse asked Celeste where her baby had gone, and Celeste told her about the other nurse. She was horrified to learn that the hospital hadn't sent anyone into her room. There was no sign of Zephanie. Still, there were some clues left behind, including a pillow found discarded in a tunnel through the hospital that led from the maternity unit to a road just outside the hospital. You may be wondering why a hospital would have a tunnel that someone can use to flee after stealing a baby. I know I was. Well, the hospital says that the tunnel was designed to help connect to the hospital's old main building, to the psychiatric department and the outpatient section. But in Zephanie's case, it was used for her kidnapper to vanish without a trace. After Zephanie's disappearance, the tunnel was understandably closed. As more clues emerged, one thing became abundantly clear. Whoever took Zephanie had planned the kidnapping down to every detail. The pillow found in the tunnel had likely been used to fake a pregnant belly, because no one would question why a pregnant woman was in the maternity ward. They had also worn a uniform which matched the maroon pants and oatmeal top the nurses wore. It was also revealed that another mother had woken to find the alleged kidnapper holding her baby. When she asked her why, the woman was friendly and said that the baby had been crying and she was comforting it. It seemed like she had gone to the hospital to take a child, and she didn't care which one she took. All of this information didn't help to reveal who took Zephanie or where they'd gone. The police were called, but they didn't come up with any leads. Celeste and Mornay were distraught, but were told that investigators would keep looking for their missing baby. They were sent home without Zephanie. The story made headlines, and the public helped to find a few strong leads at first. One concerned citizen called the police to say that their neighbor, who they hadn't seen pregnant, now had a baby, but it turned out the child was a boy. Another instance in 2009, someone called and said they knew about Zephanie's whereabouts, but wanted to be paid for the information. Mornay even wore a wire to meet up with the informant, but the person never showed up. For an agonizing decade, the nurse family were tormented by false leads like this, but Zephanie was never found. Since Zephanie had disappeared, the nurse family eventually had 3 more children. All of the children look a lot alike, something that has let the nurses imagine what Zephanie may have looked like. This story then took a strange turn. In January 2015, school started for the Swanswick High School in Cape Town. For a 17-year-old girl named Michelle Solomon, it was her final year of school. It seemed like any other first day, except that throughout the day, other students kept telling Michelle something odd. One of the new students, a girl 3 years younger than her, apparently looked just like her. At first, Michelle thought it was weird, but not that interesting. After enough kids commented on the striking resemblance, Michelle decided to have a look for herself and met up with this other girl in the corridor of the school. Instantly, Michelle felt like she knew her. The younger girl, Cassidy, also took an immediate liking to Michelle. The two became fast friends, spending a lot of time together. Michelle would call Cassidy baby girl, and she would call her big sis. People still commented on how much they looked alike, and they would even make the joke that they must have been related in another life. Michelle and Cassidy took a selfie and went home to show their families the new friend they'd made. Michelle's mother, Lavona, said that the girls looked quite similar, while her father, Michael, said he recognized Cassidy from the electrical store her father owned. They thought the similarities between the girls were interesting, but nothing remarkable. Cassidy's parents had a very different reaction. You see, Cassidy's parents were Celeste and Mornay Nurse, and they couldn't stop staring at the other girl in the photo with their daughter. They told Cassidy to ask Michelle if she was born on April 30th, 1997. When she did, Michelle said, "Why? Are you stalking me on Facebook?" A few weeks later, Michelle was called to the headmaster's office during class, where two social workers were waiting to speak to her. They told her about a baby girl named Stephanie Nurse, who had been abducted from the hospital 17 years ago. They told her that she may have been that baby. Michelle was sure it was a mistake, but agreed to take a DNA test. The result shocked her. Michelle was actually Stephanie Nurse. Her true identity had only been uncovered by her chance friendship with her biological little sister and a selfie. For Michelle, her entire life was turned upside down. She wasn't allowed to return to her home and was placed in a safe house. The woman who had raised Michelle, and who she believed to be her mother, was arrested and charged with kidnapping and fraudulently claiming to be the mother of a child. Michael Solomon was just as shocked. He had believed Michelle was his biological baby. 17 years earlier, Lavona had been pregnant, but police believed that she hid a miscarriage and faked the rest of her pregnancy before she stole Stephanie and brought her home as her own child. The Nurse family, on the other hand, finally had the happy ending they never thought they would see. As it turns out, Michelle had been raised only 3 miles from her home. At her trial, Lavona Solomon denied any wrongdoing, and the judge even commented on her lack of remorse. But despite this, she was sentenced to 10 years in jail for kidnapping, fraud, and violating the Children's Act. Today, Michelle still struggles with the turmoil of this revelation. She may have 2 families, but the circumstances of her kidnapping have left her with a fractured relationship with both. She has, however, perhaps surprisingly, chosen to keep the name Michelle Solomon, who she was raised as rather than the one with which she was born.
The Ashley Black Friday sale is happening now. Score unbeatable.
Moving on. 2 cases go hand in hand, as both seem like they have fallen right out of the pages of a spy novel, except they are both shockingly real. Georgy Ivanov Markov was an author and playwright in the 1950s and 60s, known for his critical writings about the communist regime in his home country of Bulgaria. Some of his more outspoken works ended up being banned, but despite this, Markov found success. Still, as you can imagine, the Bulgarian government wasn't particularly pleased with Markov's criticism. Eventually, in 1969, Markov decided to defect and flee to the West, where he moved to London, England. On September 7, 1978, 49-year-old Markov was headed to work across London's Waterloo Bridge when something only slightly out of the ordinary occurred. He waited for the bus to his work, just as he usually did. Nearby, a man holding an umbrella. It wasn't an unusual sight. This is England, after all. But as Markov is standing there, he feels a small yet sharp pain in the back of his thigh. The stranger is bending down to grab the umbrella they've just dropped. He heard the stranger mumble something like an apology, possibly in a foreign language. Without thinking much of it, Markov saw the stranger hurry across the street and get into a taxi. By the time Markov got to work, he noticed that the back of his thigh was still stinging, and the initial pain there had diminished at all. He checked his leg and found what looked like a small red pimple. It was all a bit odd, but nothing imminently concerning. That is, until later that night. By that evening, Markov was experiencing a fever so severe that he went to St. James Hospital in Balham. Over the next few days, Markov's health continued to rapidly decrease. Only 4 days after being admitted to the hospital, on September 11th, Georgy Ivanov Markov died. Officially, his cause of death was from septicemia, which, if you don't know, is a form of blood poisoning. But before Markov died, he told everyone around him, including his doctors, that he thought he had been poisoned. Poison would account for his quick decline, and he even knew already who had done it. Markov believed that the Bulgarian authorities had been gunning for him just before his untimely death. This claim was a bit hard to believe. It would mean that he had been assassinated, and that is no small accusation. It was especially doubtful given that Markov had been in poor health before he died and suffered from kidney trouble, as well as co-workers knew him as paranoid and on edge. And the claim that he was poisoned fit with his previous behavior. According to these co-workers, Markov would occasionally lock himself in his office or refuse to eat food at friends' houses. Yet Markov was convinced, and he even knew exactly how he had been poisoned. In one of the more bizarre methods of poisoning, Markov was sure that when the stranger bumped into him in the street, it had been the tip of the umbrella which poisoned him. Markov's suspicion about the poison umbrella was not entirely impossible, and soon the Special Branch and Scotland Yard's anti-terrorist squad became involved in trying to determine exactly how and why he had died. First, they had to prove that he had in fact been poisoned. Different theories were thrown around, with one doctor speculating that Markov had been bitten by a venomous snake, or that he had been poisoned with jelly rubbed onto his skin. None of these bizarre ideas ever came to anything. During an autopsy, the red mark on his leg was examined and x-rayed, but there was no sign of any foreign material. But a sample of the mark was still taken to be tested at a lab for biological weapons. It was then that a very tiny pellet, only 1.7 millimeters long, was found hidden within the mark on his leg. By the time the pellet was examined, there was no sign of any poison left. Still, it was concluded that Markov had probably been poisoned with ricin. Markov was right. He'd been killed with an umbrella that was specially designed for unsuspecting assassinations and weaponized to shoot a pellet and administer poison. The pellet itself was designed to only release the poison once inserted inside a human body. How exactly? Well, the tiny pellet had 2 holes covered in a sugary substance that only melted at 99 degrees Fahrenheit, the temperature of the human body. It was like something straight out of James Bond. Even with this knowledge, there would have been no chance to save Markov. At the time, there wasn't an antidote to ricin. But who had killed him? 3 weeks before Markov died, something happened to another Bulgarian dissenter, Vladimir Kostov, who had been the former head of the Paris bureau of the Bulgarian State Radio and TV network. As he was leaving the Arc de Triomphe metro station, Kostov heard a loud noise and felt something sting his back. A pellet similar to the one found in Markov was quickly removed from Kostov's back. Luckily, he survived. Hearing about what happened to Kostov, there was some speculation that Markov had been assassinated by agents from the KGB or by some other secret agent or hitman. There have been countless suspects who fit these descriptions, but the identity of his assassin remained a mystery for years. Today, no one has ever been charged with Markov's death. Today's final case is the most unexpected of all, as it concerns conspiracies at the highest levels of government. As well, it begins where most cases end. Rodrigo Rosenberg already knew that he was going to die, but he wasn't approaching old age or suffering from a terminal illness. No, in the spring of 2009, Rosenberg knew that his death was going to be gruesome and untimely. Rosenberg, a corporate and anti-corruption lawyer in Guatemala, knew that he was going to be assassinated. But here's the thing, there weren't any signs to anyone except Rosenberg that he would meet such a tragic end. And because of this, no one really took him seriously. Everything was going well for him. One thing that was concerning to him was the rampant violence that consumed Guatemala. For example, Guatemala City has been rated the 3rd most dangerous city in the world. And if that isn't concerning enough, in Guatemala City, an estimated 98% of the murders are never solved. a fact that bothered Rosenberg. Around 2009, Rosenberg served as counsel for some of Guatemala's most powerful elites, and he believed he was going to be assassinated because of one of these cases.
Save up to 25% during Canadian Tire's biggest tire sale.
The case had involved Khalil Musa, a Lebanese immigrant who manufactured textiles and produced coffee. Because Musa was 76, his daughter Marjorie helped him manage his businesses. On April 14th, 2009, the two were driving together when they stopped at a red light just outside their factory. A man behind them got out of his vehicle and approached them on the passenger side. As he neared, he pulled out a 9mm pistol and shot both Musa and Marjorie in the chest before escaping to a motorcycle where the driver was waiting. The brutally efficient shooting left both father and daughter dead. Rosenberg had been distraught over the news of the shooting, which was surprising to those around him because he hardly worked with the Musas and barely knew them. Well, that's what his friends thought at least. It turns out that Rosenberg and Marjorie had been having an affair and planned on getting married. He was mourning the death of a woman he loved. The Musa's shooting shocked more than just Rosenberg. Khalil Musa had known Guatemala's president, Alvaro Colom, and Marjorie was a good friend of Gustavo Alejos, Colom's private secretary. Those in Guatemala were terrified at the message the Musa's death sent. If friends of the president could be killed, then no one was truly safe. Rosenberg became obsessed with solving Marjorie's murder. His intense investigations led him into the subterranean world of Guatemalan politics. The more he dug into the case, the more concerned he became that he would be next. Rosenberg told friends he had started to receive death threats, that his apartment was under surveillance, and that he was sure he was being followed everywhere he went. On May 10, 2009, Rosenberg, an avid bike rider, took a ride around 8 a.m. Camera footage caught the terrifying moments that followed. As Rosenberg rode through a quiet tree-lined street, a Mazda is following close behind him. In seconds, Rosenberg is shot 3 times in the head, once in the neck and once in the back, and collapses off his bike where he bleeds out on the side of the street. The Mazda assassins fled from the scene. At Rosenberg's funeral, one of his close friends, Luis Mendizábal, handed out a 17-minute video to mourners. It had been filmed only 4 days prior. The video showed Rosenberg seated behind a desk. What Rosenberg said rocked the entire nation. The now-dead man spoke posthumously and not only predicted his death, but named who he claimed to be his alleged killers. If you're listening to this, it's because I was murdered. He continued by naming the people who he alleged were responsible for his killing: President Alvaro Colom, his private secretary, and a businessman named Gregorio Valdez. The shocking video included other allegations, including high-level corruption at a government-run cooperative bank, including the involvement of President Colom. Rosenberg alleged that this discovery is what led to his death. Rosenberg then told Vice President Espada, whom he described as not a thief or an assassin, to take the presidency from Colom in order to ensure that the guilty would be delivered to justice. Only hours after the funeral, the video was uploaded to YouTube. It quickly went viral within Guatemala and crashed the servers because so many people were viewing it. As Rosenberg may have predicted, his video caused extreme tension in the government, between the president and vice president who it seemed could be involved in a coup, and between those who believed Rosenberg's claims and those who didn't. But the truth of it all was even more twisted. In January 2010, the truth of what actually happened finally came to light. As it turned out, shocking much of the country, President Colom had nothing to do with Rosenberg's death. 2 brothers, Francisco Jose Valdez Pais and Jose Estuardo Valdez Pais, were accused of hiring hitmen after being asked to do so by none other than Rosenberg himself. The Pais brothers had been Rosenberg's cousins through his previous marriage, and had allegedly agreed to find hitmen for Rosenberg after he told them he feared for his life. Rosenberg negotiated the specifics of the hit, telling the hitmen descriptions of what their target looked like and where he would be. He also paid the hitmen's fee of 300,000 quetzal. Rosenberg even went as far as to fabricate evidence, including buying 2 phones, one which he used to send himself threats, and the other he used to contact the hitmen. The target he gave the hitmen was himself. Rosenberg then recorded his final video, blaming his death on the president, but Rosenberg had technically taken his own life. With this shocking revelation, more information about Colom's state of mind was revealed. We already know he was mourning the loss of Marjorie, but his mother had also passed away. He was going through a second divorce, and his wife had moved his children to Mexico. Hearing the truth finally come to light, Colomb was publicly vindicated, though he said he had no rancor in his heart over the ordeal he went through at the hands of Rosenberg's manipulations. The real question that remains is why Rosenberg had gone to such elaborate means to stage his death. Did he really want his death to spark reform that would end corruption in his country? Or was it all about revenge? Some suspect that Rosenberg believed Colomb may have been involved in Musa and Marjorie's deaths, though no connection has ever been proven. But this belief would explain why he had gone to such lengths to frame Colomb. However, we may never know the truth, so you can be the judge of that.
You better not be using all the Old Spice.
Today we're taking a look at 5 truly unpredictable cases filled with twists. As you listen to each, remember one thing. Not everything is as it seems. In July 2008 in Duluth, Georgia, 40-year-old elementary school teacher Janai Coleman was sitting in her car, waiting to pick up her daughter after she finished work at a restaurant. Her gold Dodge was parked near a transit station. There was nothing unusual about the night, except for one thing. At some point while she waited, a man walked out of the gas station across the street. He pulled out a gun and demanded that she get out of the vehicle. What happened next isn't entirely clear. Either Janai refused to get out, or she agreed, but either way, she was shot. It pierced her heart and lung, killing her instantly. The man pulled her body out of the car before driving away. The next day, Janai's vehicle was found abandoned in Forest Park, Clayton County. Police thoroughly processed the vehicle, hoping to find any evidence that could help uncover the identity of the man who had senselessly shot and killed Janai. Lucky for investigators, they found something. A cigarette butt from under the driver's seat. It was a jackpot piece of evidence. Saliva for a DNA profile was recovered from the cigarette. There was a good chance that her killer had accidentally left behind a clue that could find him. With this, police searched the national database of convicted felons, looking for a name. Another clue was uncovered. The gas station across the street from the crime had video surveillance. Sadly, it didn't actually catch the shooting and carjacking on camera. Still, using witness descriptions of the suspect, police were able to find him on the video surveillance. A man who matched this description was also seen in the area where Janai's car was abandoned, just a few hours after she was shot. The DNA came up with a match, a man named Donald Smith, who had a prior drug-related conviction. Donald also matched the witness descriptions and the surveillance videos. Donald was arrested on February 3rd and charged with Janai's murder. But there was one huge problem. Donald denied the whole thing. This was hardly surprising. Few people actually admit their guilt right away, but even when Donald was shown the DNA evidence and the surveillance video, he was still adamant that he hadn't killed Janai. There was no denying that the man in the surveillance video looked just like him, but Donald had a different explanation. He said it wasn't him, but his twin brother. Here's the thing. Identical twins have the exact same DNA profile. There's no way to tell one's DNA apart from the other. Was Donald lying? Could he have been throwing the blame on his twin brother? Police wanted to check his story, so they asked his sister and parents to identify which twin was seen in the surveillance. All three agreed with Donald's statement. It was his twin brother, Ronald Smith. After several days, Ronald was found and brought in, but the police now had one very big problem. The DNA evidence that they had thought was undeniable proof couldn't tell the brothers apart. They had to find other evidence to be sure which brother was Janai's killer. Investigators turned to fingerprint analysis, lifting prints from Janai's vehicle. The fingerprints matched Ronald Smith. As well, Ronald's cell phone records placed him at the area where Janai's car was abandoned. Donald was finally released as Ronald was charged. Eventually, Ronald admitted to it all, saying that he had shot Janai with a .357 Magnum before he stole her car. But he also said that the shooting had been an accident because the gun had a hairpin trigger. Yet when his case went to trial, Ronald had a totally different story. He said that despite his initial confession, the police once again had the wrong twin. Ronald claimed that the only reason his fingerprints were found in the vehicle were because he had helped Donald clean the car after he had been the one to shoot Janai. Despite his attempt to blame his twin, the jury didn't buy Ronald's story and sided with Donald. Ronald Smith was found guilty and sentenced to life plus 25 years in prison. The next case is one that I'm sure will leave you feeling haunted and questioning the truth. For several weeks in the fall of 1992, the community of Knox County, Tennessee, was riddled with fear. Patricia Rose Anderson was missing for a week before her body was found by a hunter where it had been left under a mattress off Cahaba Lane. Cahaba Lane is known as a remote spot and can only be accessed by back roads. Anderson had been strangled and bound, and tragically, she'd been pregnant when she died. The gruesome discovery horrified the community, but it would only get worse. As investigators started looking into Anderson's death, they made another horrifying discovery: another woman's body. And then, in the brush nearby, was another. One of the women had been killed recently, but the other's remains were already decomposed. If 3 bodies weren't shocking enough, as they kept searching the area, they also found a 4th, though this one was only a skeleton. All had been strangled and were left naked. Police had stumbled upon a serial killer's dumping ground. Eventually, the 3 other bodies were identified as Patricia Johnson, Darlene Smith, and Susan Stone. Anderson had been a sex worker at the time of her death. Because of this, and the location where her body was found, investigators assumed that her killer must have been a local, because no one else would really know how to get to Cahaba Lane. One detective already had an idea of who could be involved in Anderson's death, and possibly even the other 3. The Knoxville detective Tom Presley remembered an incident where a woman who was a sex worker came to police after a man had been far too rough with her and robbed her. The woman ended up taking Presley to the exact area where the incident happened, Cahaba Lane. As Presley and the woman arrived, they realized they weren't alone. A man and a woman were already there, and the woman was naked. The man turned out to be 31-year-old Tom Husky, a divorced father of 2 who worked at the Knoxville Zoo, where he took care of the elephants. He was also the man who hurt the woman who had gone to the police seeking help. Husky was arrested. It turned out that many of the sex workers who knew of Husky had given him a nickname, the Zoo Man, because he frequently took the women behind the zoo. Many of the women said that he was mean to them, and they tried to stay away from him, but some of them weren't in the financial position to turn him down. But when it came time to cooperate and build a case against Husky, all of the women refused. Why? It isn't exactly clear, but ultimately any case against him was dropped. What were the chances that there was more than one man known to frequently bring sex workers to the remote spot where Anderson was found? It seemed pretty unlikely. But this was just a theory. They needed evidence. With a search warrant that would later turn out to be flawed because it had been signed by a city judicial commissioner and not a judge, the police went to the mobile home where Husky lived with his parents. They confronted him and searched his room where they found what they were looking for. Investigators uncovered rope that they believed was similar to what was used to bind the killed women, and even jewelry that matched some that belonged to the women.
What do I get an 8-year-old? Walmart has all the...
The case was solid, but that's when everything took a turn for the strange. The first interview with Husky was perfectly normal, but it wouldn't last. In another interview, the officer had to leave halfway through, and when they returned, Husky had changed. His voice and body language suddenly changed from mild-mannered to angry. He said he wasn't Tom Husky at all, but a man named Kyle. Confused, so were the investigators. The man calling himself Kyle told them, quote, "Give me a cigarette and I'll tell you everything you want to know. I hate Tommy." Kyle was Husky's alternate personality. He confessed to investigators that he assaulted, tortured, and even killed women in order to hurt Husky. Investigators thought Husky was putting on an elaborate act. He used his right hand, where Kyle used his left. Husky's facial expressions and body mannerisms would totally shift. But apparently Kyle wasn't alone. Soon Husky showed his other personalities, including an Englishman named Philip Dax, complete with an accent, and another named Timothy. Husky's multiple personalities threw a wrench in the case. At court, Husky pleaded not guilty, with his lawyer adding quickly after, not guilty by reason of insanity. The investigators thought that he was faking all of it, and they had good reason. The personality of Dax didn't emerge until after Husky had been watching a soap opera while in jail. He seemed to be based on a character from Days of Our Lives. While the trial was waiting for a court date, Husky was also charged for a series of assaults, both physical and otherwise. He was convicted in 1996, but interestingly, his multiple personalities were never brought up during these trials. His murder trial began in 1999, and prosecution sought the death penalty. Mental health experts squared off about whether or not Husky was honestly suffering from mental illness or making it up to avoid a murder charge. Those who believed he was honestly suffering from multiple personalities, or rather dissociative identity disorder, testified that Husky's condition had manifested because of childhood trauma, including assault. His ex-wife claimed that she had seen Husky's other personalities. As well, his defense argued he had a low IQ and wasn't capable of faking. They argued that Husky hadn't confessed at all, but instead it was Kyle, which technically wasn't proof. However, in contrast, other specialists testified that genuine dissociative identity disorder was extremely rare. An inmate who knew Husky claimed that he told them that after reading Sybil, a book that describes the treatment of a woman with dissociative identity disorder, he said he was going to pretend to have mental illness to avoid getting a death sentence. And, in contrast to Husky's wife, his mother said that she never saw his other personalities. The whole case was convoluted, and it wasn't clear which side had more evidence. The jury struggled to come to a verdict. For 5 days they deliberated, but they didn't seem to be getting anywhere. 4 believed Husky was not guilty by reason of insanity. 5 thought he was sane and guilty, and 3 couldn't decide either way. The judge had no other choice but to declare a mistrial. Now the logical thing would be to have another trial, one which would result in a verdict one way or the other. But there were 2 problems. In 2002, it was determined that during his alleged confession, Husky had asked for a lawyer, which he wasn't given. The confession was ruled as coerced, and therefore inadmissible. Then it was revealed that the warrant used to find the jewelry was flawed, which made this evidence also inadmissible. By 2005, the murder charges against Husky were dropped. Husky was already in prison, serving a sentence for the assaults and kidnapping charges, which amounts to about 64 years behind bars, meaning he won't be freed until 2056, unless, of course, he gets parole. Moving on to the next case, this story will remind you that sometimes all the facts just don't add up. In 1977, a grave in a family cemetery on Del Rio Pike in Franklin, Tennessee was disturbed, or, to be more accurate, it had been vandalized. Any disruption to a grave is distressing, as most people can agree graveyards are usually a place of respect. But there was something particularly important about this grave. It was the grave of a Confederate Civil War hero named Colonel William M. Shy. If you haven't heard of Colonel Shy, his story is a remarkable one. He grew up in Williamson County, Tennessee, and had joined the 20th Tennessee in 1861, where he quickly rose through the ranks. At its creation, the 20th Tennessee Regiment was made up of 880 men, including Shy, and ended up fighting in some of the more memorable battles of the Civil War. The 20th Tennessee Regiment was fighting at the Battle of Nashville. On December 16th, Shy, alongside many of the men in his regiment, were killed. Shy was shot in the head at close range with a .58 caliber ball. Shy's grave was undisturbed for a century. The vandalism of his grave was noticed around Christmas 1977, when the Shy mansion was undergoing restoration. Now, when I say that the grave had been vandalized, I'm sure you're imagining that it was smashed or spray painted and graffitied, but that isn't quite accurate. The police had to be called to the scene. The grave was opened, and a hole was cut in the cast iron casket where Shy had been buried. This was all disturbing, But the main reason the police were called was because a male body was found lying half out of the grave. A headless body. Also missing were both feet and one hand. The obvious answer was that Shai's grave had been smashed open, and it was his body hanging half out of the casket. But there was one big problem with this theory. The body was barely decomposed. It was mostly intact, except for the missing limbs, and still had most of its flesh. Shai had died over a century earlier. He should have been highly decomposed, or even just a skeleton, but his body was in great condition, especially because 100 years in the damp Tennessee weather would have certainly helped a corpse to completely decompose. The Williamson County Sheriff at the scene realized that the headless body had to be a recent homicide. They also concluded that the culprit must have tried to hide the evidence of their crime in an old grave, where they thought no one would notice. And if the Shai mansion hadn't been undergoing restoration at the time, they may have been right. But if this was true, then what happened to Colonel Shai's body? There was no sign of it in the grave or nearby, and whose body had been placed in his grave instead? Though the questions were obvious, the answers weren't so clear. There was a chance that Shai's body had decomposed completely, which is why his coffin was empty. But there should have still been some sort of residue left over that would indicate this, and there wasn't. The first thing investigators did was check to see if there were any missing persons report that matched the headless body, but none did. Of course, a positive identification was made all the more difficult because the corpse had no head, which led some people to believe that the victim had been decapitated in order to make it impossible to identify the body. After struggling to get anywhere with the identification themselves, the Sheriff's Department reached out for help from Dr. William M. Bass, a forensic anthropologist from the University of Tennessee. Bass is famously known for his body farm, an experiment where bodies were buried underground to study the stages of human decomposition. As Bass began his examination, he first stated that the body found in Shai's grave had been dead for about 6 to 12 months. Some of the flesh was pink, and the intestines were still identifiable, but even upon close examination, there was no sign of what killed the man. Bass determined that the body belonged to a victim in his mid to late 20s and was probably about 5'9" to 6 feet tall. All of this information would hopefully help narrow down who the body belonged to. But there was more. Bass noticed that the clothing worn by the deceased was an older style without any labels. The pants also laced up on the sides. He tested the coat and determined that it wasn't made of any synthetic fibers. The corpse's clothing was old, like 100 years old. Had the body been dressed up in older clothing to help disguise it? Bass wanted to find more evidence, and he was lowered into the grave with someone holding onto his heels. The head was found deeper inside the coffin, along with the pieces of a tuxedo shirt, vest, coat, pants, and a white glove still on the right hand. The head looked like it had been shoved into the grave, and the assumption was that it must have fallen off the body when it was being shoved down into the coffin. Gross, right? The head had one gaping clue, a single bullet wound. Finally, it came together. The body wasn't a recent murder victim. It was Colonel William Shai, perfectly preserved 112 years after his death. So how had Shai's 100-year-old body been so well preserved that his corpse only looked like it had been dead for less than a year? There are a few reasons, one being that Shai may have been one of the first people in Nashville to be embalmed using arsenic. As well, his cast iron coffin had been airtight and didn't allow any oxygen, which kept his body from decomposing. It also kept out all the moisture and bugs. Shai's grave was likely broken into by grave robbers who were hoping to steal any goods that were buried with him. And when they broke into the casket, they let in air, which began the decomposition process that had been held off for so long. After the robbers took whatever they wanted, they tried to rebury Shai, shoving his body into the casket again. This is what dislodged his head, and why the body was found lying half out of the grave. With the mystery solved, Shai's cast iron casket was kept in the Carter House Museum for visitors to come and hear the incredible story. This next case made national headlines as a high-profile scandal, but there's still a good chance you haven't heard of it and all the shocking twists. Alfred Bloomingdale, as his last name implies, was a millionaire and a man who was the longtime friend of President Reagan and a member of his kitchen cabinet. His wife, Betsy Bloomingdale, had her own high connections, as she was also one of Nancy Reagan's closest friends. But despite their high-profile lifestyles, there were secrets hidden behind the scenes. Vicki Morgan was only 17 when she met Alfred Bloomingdale in Los Angeles. The then 54-year-old Bloomingdale had handed her an $8,000 check, and so began an affair that continued on for over a decade. Vicki became a part-time model and had several minor parts in movies. As his mistress, Bloomingdale gave Vicki up to $18,000 every month. She spent her days shopping, driving expensive cars, and living in expensive areas. The exchange was that she allegedly had to take part in sadomasochistic play with Bloomingdale. They continued on this way for 12 years, until Betsy discovered their sordid affair and forced her husband to end it. She made him cut off all of Vicki's money. It should be noted that at this point, Bloomingdale's health was failing as he fought cancer, and he was in the hospital. But Vicki didn't take the end of her lavish lifestyle easily. On July 8, 1982, Vicki filed a palimony lawsuit to get financial support from Bloomingdale for the rest of her life. She demanded the sum of $11 million. The lawsuit and affair made tabloid headlines. But by the end of August, Bloomingdale was dead at age 66. Still, Vicki went forward with the lawsuit, this time against his estate. She alleged that Bloomingdale had made promises to her. As soon as she filed the lawsuit, Vicki stopped working, and she soon found herself struggling to pay her bills. When the case finally went to court, the lawyers representing Bloomingdale's estate never denied that he and Vicki had an affair, which normally would imply that she would be eligible for palimony. But they argued that because of the nature of their relationship, Vicki was essentially a prostitute. The judge agreed and ruled against the palimony suit. In 1983, 30-year-old Vicki was found dead in her condo. She was found sprawled across a bed after she had been horrifically bludgeoned to death with her son's baseball bat. It seemed obvious who was behind Vicki's demise. Rumors spread that Vicki hadn't just been killed because of the suit, but because she knew secrets about the Bloomingdale family. After all, Vicki claimed that she was writing a tell-all. Her final revenge would be to share the dirty details about her affair with Bloomingdale, which would surely ruffle a few feathers if released. She'd even been meeting with agents to sell her book and movie rights to her life. One thing was clear: Vicki had a lot of secrets that people were interested in hearing. But everything wasn't as it seemed. For the 3 weeks before she died, Vicki had been living with a friend, along with her 14-year-old son Todd, in a condominium in North Hollywood. The friend was Marvin Pancoast. The two had first met back in 1979 while they were both patients at a mental health center in Cedars-Sinai Hospital. Vicki was at the Center for Depression, paid for by Bloomingdale. Pancoast, on the other hand, was there for treatments for his various diagnoses, including schizophrenia, manic depression, psychosis, and masochism. Vicki and Pancoast never dated or were lovers. In fact, Pancoast was gay. But still, Pancoast would later explain that they had their own special kind of love for each other. After 3 weeks of living together, the two were forced to move out of the condo because Vicki wasn't making payments. They were set to move on the same day that she died. Following Vicki's death, Pancoast surrendered himself to the police, confessing that he killed Vicki. He apparently made sure that it was clear that the woman he killed was Bloomingdale's mistress, the one famous in the tabloids. This twist shocked everyone who had expected her death to be related to the Bloomingdale dynasty in some way. The night Vicki died, Pancoast had waited for her to fall asleep before he turned on the water to obscure any noise so the neighbors wouldn't hear anything. Then he took Todd's baseball bat and beat her to death. His explanation about why he did it will send shivers down your spine. "I was just tired. I'd been working with her trying to get her moved. I just wanted her to go to sleep. I just wanted her to go to sleep and leave me alone that night." If this reasoning sounds callous, there's a bit more to it, though I think you'll still find it unsettling. Pancoast described living with Vicki as being her little slave because she acted like the Queen of Sheba and needled and manipulated him. He claimed that Vicki would drink heavily and take Valium every day, spending all of her time in bed, leaving him to cook for her and her son. Pancos claimed that Vicky never did anything. I would get her tea with her 7 lumps of sugar. I'd massage her feet and I'd comb her hair. The only time she ever moved herself was when she was manipulating somebody. He finally hit a breaking point. But there were a few things that didn't quite make sense. Pancos' clothes didn't have any evidence of bloodstains, and there weren't any fingerprints taken at the crime scene that would prove he had done it. Still, he confessed. Until he didn't. Eventually, Pancos recanted his confession and said someone else had killed Vicky, though he didn't say who. In the months after Vicky was killed, it was claimed by an attorney that she had 3 videotape cassettes which allegedly showed a few of the high-ranking members of Reagan's administration in compromising acts with her, as well as other women. This was, of course, a rumor, but it fueled more rumors. One was that the timing of Vicky's death seemed just a bit too convenient. Perhaps as she was sinking into poverty, she threatened to release the videotapes unless someone paid for her silence. As well, it seemed a strange coincidence that Pancos had moved in only 3 weeks before Vicky's death. Had he been paid to spy on her, or even to kill her? Or was he meant to find Vicky's tell-all memoir or the videotapes and get rid of them? After her death, her drawers had been rummaged through, and there was no sign of her memoir. There were also whispers that Vicky was actually killed by assassins sent by the government who wanted to destroy the videotapes, and Pancos was just the fall guy.
And they're off.
found you?
Just a gun.
So you weren't trying to get away with it?
The gun was to be given to somebody to clean and hide.
Who are you going to give it to?
I can't tell you that. Enough people's lives have been ruined.
You tell Terry that. So someone else knew this was going to happen.
Yes, and his name has never been mentioned anywhere.
It started out like any other Southern teenage romance. The pastor's daughter found a bad boy that she just couldn't resist. He was a couple years older and didn't quite put her dad's mind at ease. But his little girl was happy. At 16 years old, it was expected for Erin Caffey to have her rebellious phase. But not quite like this.
911, what's the address of your emergency?
This is Tommy Gaston. I've got a man that's been shot.
It seemed like a relatively normal evening in Alba, Texas. But Tommy Gaston was in for the surprise of his life when his neighbor, Terry Caffey, crawled to his house barely clinging to life. The scene was horrific. In the distance, his house was engulfed by flames. Tommy immediately called 911.
Alright, sir, I have a few questions that I need to ask you, okay? Is he conscious?
Yes.
And is he breathing?
Yes.
When did this happen?
I don't know, just a little bit ago, and we've also got a house on fire out here.
And the house is on fire? Is the person who shot him still nearby, sir?
Yes, he's right here at me.
Hey, you shot him?
No, I didn't. I don't know any more details. I've got to hang up and help him.
Sir, I have to ask you these questions. Okay, they're en route. Is there any serious bleeding?
Yes, he's bleeding.
Okay, is he completely awake?
Yes, he's awake.
Okay, what part of the body was injured?
I don't know, but I've got to go.
Sir, I need to know where he was shot. I need to know where he was shot at.
I don't know.
First responders rushed to the scene, where they found that the truth of the incident was much darker and more twisted than they ever could have imagined. It wasn't just a man suffering from gunshot wounds, but a man who had also just watched his entire family be killed. This was no random break-in. Terry knew the assailant, and he made that clear to police. The Caffey family was the poster of a wholesome suburban family with Christian values. Terry and his wife Penny had 3 children together. 16-year-old Erin was their eldest and their only daughter. The boys, Matthew and Tyler, were 13 and 8. Terry was a pastor, and the Caffeys were very involved with their church. Erin sang in the church choir and often sang solos. It's been said that Erin's voice would sometimes move the church crowd to tears. Erin's rebellious phase manifested in the form of her 18-year-old boyfriend, Charlie Wilkinson. As any parent would be, Erin's parents were slightly apprehensive of him at first. Terry recalls the first time Charlie was invited over for dinner, where he was immediately left with a bad impression. Terry greeted him by saying, "You must be Charlie," to which he responded, "And you are?" Despite the rude response, this didn't initially sound too many alarms, and Charlie continued to join the Caffeys for dinner, even attending church with them. Although this could seem like just a rude response, or a rather benign example of defiance, it's actually a significant indication of Charlie's antisocial traits. At 18 years old, and given the fact that he was meeting his girlfriend's parents for the first time, any typical teenager would have been more careful and more respectful when responding to Terry's greeting. The fact that Charlie said, "And you are," indicates that he likely sees himself at an equal level to Erin's father. Plus, it's certainly not a friendly greeting that you would give to someone you're trying to impress. It's possible that Erin could have contributed to Charlie's confidence and lack of respect. It's possible that Erin had been speaking poorly of her family to Charlie. This could be another reason why Charlie arrived with such an arrogant attitude. As time went on, Terry and Penny noticed a change in Erin's behavior. She was closed off to everyone except Charlie. They would often seclude themselves from the rest of the churchgoers after service, and sometimes engage in public displays of affection that were seen as inappropriate for a Sunday service. The parents tried to put a stop to it by limiting the time the couple spent together. They set rules, such as Charlie hanging out at their house so that they would be there to supervise. He was to leave by 9 p.m. on school nights, and Erin could use her cell phone to talk to him until 10 p.m. This didn't slow their quickly intensifying relationship, however, and Charlie bought Erin a promise ring. The fact that Erin was closed off to everyone except Charlie can be considered pretty typical of her age. Adolescents can become obsessed with a boyfriend or girlfriend and can act like there's no one else in the world besides that person. It's strange how no other behavioral descriptors are given about Erin from her parents that indicate antisocial personality disorder. Maybe Erin showed more concerning behaviors, but her parents may have minimized or dismissed them. When it was clear that the relationship would continue to cause problems as long as it went on, Penny put her foot down and said the two had to stop seeing each other. Their intentions were to keep their daughter safe, but they never could have imagined the danger that was on the horizon. The night that Terry crawled to his neighbor's house, he had seen things that were straight out of a horror movie. The Caffeys were sound asleep when Terry and Penny's bedroom door swung open with a bang. Several more loud bangs followed. This time, gunshots. Bullets showered the room where they'd been sleeping peacefully just seconds ago. Both Terry and Penny were shot multiple times. Terry recognized the assailant with the gun. It was Aaron's boyfriend, Charlie. He was accompanied by his friend, who would later be identified as Charles Wade. Along with guns, they were also carrying 2 large swords. Terry was lying in his bedroom, unable to move, when he heard his son Matthew cry out, "Why are you doing this, Charlie?" More gunshots followed. Wade had shot Matthew in the face. The fact that swords were used adds to the horrific nature of these murders, almost like Charlie and his friend Charles Wade were enjoying the process, acting like it was the scene of a movie and they were the villains. Or maybe they thought of themselves as the heroes. Charlie and Wade could have committed these murders with guns alone. Swords were unnecessary to accomplish what they wanted, which displays the profoundly evil intent here. And it indicates that the 2 men gained some sort of satisfaction from the process. Tyler, at only 8 years old, hid in the corner of a closet. It is unfathomable the fear that the little boy must have felt, hearing his family be brutally murdered all around him at the hands of his sister's boyfriend, knowing he would be next if they found him. Tragically, Charlie and Wade found him in the closet. The pair both stabbed Tyler to death with the swords. After, Charlie went back to Aaron's parents' bedroom and stabbed Penny in the neck with a sword to ensure that she died, nearly decapitating her. Once the 2 were sure they'd killed everyone, they set the house on fire and drove away. They never expected that Terry would make it out of the burning house alive. Terry had been in and out of consciousness during this traumatic event. Still, Terry fought for his life to make it out of the house and to his neighbors. Everybody knew each other in Alba. It wasn't long after Terry had named the killer that the police tracked Charlie down. In fact, Chief Deputy Kurt Fisher knew him well because he was a friend of Fisher's son. On his way to the crime scene, Fisher recognized Charlie's car where it was parked at Matthew Wade's single-wide trailer on his way to the crime scene. Matthew was Charles's older brother. His house became the spot, one where Charles and his friends could crash after a drunken night. When Fisher arrived, Matthew let the police enter the home, but he couldn't recall if Charlie had stayed the night there or not. Upon entry, the officers were faced with a mess of empty beer cans and dirty laundry. Wade and his girlfriend were woken up by the officers that were looking for Charlie. While searching the home, Fisher discovered a door frame that had been covered up with a blanket. He pulled back the blankets to discover Charlie lying on a mattress with a gun next to him. He had to be cautious. Charlie had just slaughtered an entire family. Who was to say that he wouldn't reach for the gun lying next to him and shoot? Fisher asked Charlie to show him his hands and then took the teen outside and told him what had happened to the Caffey family the night before. Charlie denied any involvement, claiming he got drunk that night and fell asleep. Because he was only wearing blue jeans, officers went inside to grab Charlie a shirt and shoes. When they retrieved his clothes, they noticed blood splatters. As he was taken away in the back of a squad car, firefighters were still struggling to smother the fire that swallowed the Caffey home. Despite their efforts, the entire house burned to the ground, and the bodies were eventually recovered. As police searched the trailer, they discovered a purse with Aaron's driver's license, shell casings and ammunition, and a used condom. As an officer began to tear away at piles of clutter, he saw a pile of blonde hair peeking out of one of the piles and grabbed it, assuming that it was a doll. It was a teenage girl lying in a fetal position, facing away from the officer. The officer demanded she stand up and put her hands where he could see them, but she didn't respond at all. He recognized her from the driver's license. It was Aaron. Immediately, Aaron began asking where she was and saying that she couldn't remember how she got there. She claimed that she'd been drugged the night before and didn't have many details to offer police. She claimed that she remembered a fire, 2 men in black with swords, and drinking something. After the drink, she couldn't remember anything, and her memories of earlier in the night were also blurry. Police felt sorry for Erin and praised her strength in light of an event as traumatic as the loss of most of her family. However, as the story unraveled down at the station, it would come to light that this was not the case. Terry was certain he already knew Charlie's motive. He wanted revenge because Penny had forbidden Erin from seeing him. Charlie's version of the story, however, was not one of rage, but of his willingness to do anything for the girl he loved. He claimed that he hadn't killed the Caffey family for revenge. He did it because Erin asked him to. Back at the station, Charlie was extremely forthcoming, although he initially wouldn't name his accomplice. Eventually, he cracked. It was Charles Wade.
Yes, and his name has never been mentioned anywhere.
Fuel, true
truly sorry about what happened, do you not think that to actually say who this other person was would show him that you were you really meant what you said?
I will tell you that he was the original person that was supposed to do it.
Are you going to tell me who it was?
No.
Why not?
Because he had nothing to do with it. There's no way he could have stopped it.
Like I said, this whole interview has been about you apologizing for what you did.
Well, I did. And I'm very sorry for what I did.
When Charlie says, "I'm very sorry for what I did," he sounds sincere. But his tone seems matter-of-fact, or almost like he is sorry, but he was going to do this no matter what. Like it was inevitable that he was going to commit these murders.
But surely this would show that you're completely sorry by making the people that could have stopped it pay a price for it. I know the story, but I just think that if this interview carries any weight, if what you told me is true, that you genuinely are sorry, I mean, you clearly find it difficult talking about this person who was looking after the gun for you, who was asked to do this originally, who backed out, who knew you were going to do it, and yet didn't say anything about it.
Promise was made and I can't break it. I still can't tell you this guy's name.
It's interesting how people with antisocial personality will commit horrific acts, but then claim to stand by principles like keeping a promise. As Charlie says, a promise was made and I can't break it. However, in this circumstance, Charlie may have said this as an excuse to avoid disclosing the name. Charlie did, however, seem to speak with conviction, and oddly enough, loyalty. It's also very possible that Charlie was trying to make himself sound righteous, or like he was trying to do the right thing in front of the investigator. Wade had agreed to help his friend carry out the murders because he'd been promised $2,000 by Aaron and Charlie. The $2,000 was in a lockbox in the Caffey home. Wade was easily convinced, intending to use this money for court fees to assist in trying to gain custody of his daughter. Contrary to his plan, murdering 4 people and setting a house on fire would prove to not be the best approach. During their interrogations, the boys were extremely forthcoming about their acts, and even led the police to the evidence that they had left under the bridge and in the river. According to the boys, Aaron, Wade, and Charlie were driven to the Caffey home by Wade's girlfriend, Bobby Johnson. Wade claims that Bobby didn't know of their plan, but insisted on tagging along. They weren't at the Caffey home for long before they were scared away by the family's dog, who immediately started barking loudly. Erin was not going to let this be the end of her plan. She called Charlie repeatedly in the late hours of the night, coercing him to come back and kill her parents. She said she would bring the dog inside so it didn't wake anyone up, but the boys were still hesitant, so Erin snuck out with them. Bobby drove the 3 of them to a cemetery where they sat for an hour and planned the murders of the Caffey family. Charlie said he attempted to reason with Erin multiple times, suggesting she run away instead. She insisted that she wanted them permanently gone, and not just her parents. She wanted her little brothers killed too. She said they were annoying, and they picked on her. The series of events described show the severity of Erin's and Charlie's antisocial personality disorder, because they extensively thought through their plan. This case was certainly not a heat-of-the-moment or anger-fueled murder. The murders were very carefully thought out by 2 people who have no empathy, and likely no conscience. Erin was apparently not disturbed by the thought of making her family suffer, and putting her parents and 2 brothers through such a horrible experience. An execution-style murder. It's very likely that Erin either had a deep, long-standing hatred for her family, or her psychopathy is so severe that she truly just wanted them out of her way, and had no issue with disposing of the lives of her parents and brothers. This is likely antisocial personality at its most severe, because even the worst psychopaths in history will tend to go after strangers. Those who plan and engage in not only murder, but murder carried out in such a brutal manner towards their own family, are really the most dangerous types of sociopaths. The term menace to society is really made for individuals like Erin, because if she could plan something like this to happen to her own family, imagine how horrific her behavior towards others she didn't know well could have potentially been. According to their plan, Wade was to kill them while Charlie carried out the murders of her parents. They burst into the house with a .22 caliber pistol and 2 samurai swords, almost successfully carrying out their plan if Terry hadn't survived. What seemed to affect Charlie the most about that night was being ordered by Wade to make the kids come out of the locked room they were hiding in. Matthew attempted to fight Charlie off, but was shot by Wade immediately. Charlie said that he couldn't handle murdering Tyler, although he did stab him once.
This is Detective Richard Allman, Rains County Sheriff's Office. Present in the room with me is Brandon Brower. You're friends with both of them? Yes, sir. I'm friends with all 4 of the people involved. Okay, did you come voluntarily? Yes, sir. We did not call you, correct? No, sir. You came with your own free will? Yes, sir. To tell you some information that we
remorse, it could also simply be a show of emotion because he was caught and was in jail. Although Charlie sounded remorseful in the interrogation, it's difficult to be certain about his actual remorse. People with antisocial personality disorder will often cry and claim to be regretful once they're caught.
Crying the entire time. What was he upset about? About everything, I guess. The crime, mostly, I reckon. I asked him how he was doing. I asked him if he did the crime, and he gave me some details. What did he say when you asked him if he did the crime? Well, I said, Charlie, this is what I said. I said, Charlie, did you pull the trigger? I have to know. He said, yes, I shot the mom and the dad, but I did not shoot the kids. He said he couldn't pull the trigger on the little kids.
Charlie described to Brandon how Charles had to finish killing Aaron's parents and he had to go outside because he could not kill the children. However, this phone call could have been strategically planned by Charlie to try to claim his innocence since he was already in jail, and he knew he would likely be facing serious charges.
Had you ever had conversations with Charlie before about any of this? About a month ago, he was telling me that his girlfriend was thinking about it. Charlie was telling me, he came over and it was just a typical hangout night. I said, what's that, Charlie? And he said, well, Erin's talking about her and her parents. And I was like, no, what? He was like, yeah, she is. And I was like, she trying to get you to do it? And he was like, yeah, but I can't, dude. They got 2 little kids in that house. I was like, I know. If you ever need help, just come to me, Charlie. I'll keep you out of trouble. But I was like, it didn't work. I asked him why he did it and what he was thinking when he did it, and he just never really gave me a flat-out answer on that.
Charlie and Aaron had plenty of time to show real remorse as they were planning these murders. There was a span of time where they could have realized what they were doing was horrific, but the thing with sociopaths is that they really only focus on achieving what they want. The means to the end is simply just a transaction. In Charlie and Aaron's case, it seems like it was just a puzzle they had to piece together so they could plan the events in a way that would allow them to succeed in committing the murders.
Any indication that this was going on? No, sir. I mean, I seen Bobby and Charles, I think Friday night, but they were, just happy as bluebirds. Didn't show no signs of anything. Okay. And when I seen Charlie on Thursday, he didn't show like he was going to do anything. I mean, he was just happy-go-lucky.
Brandon said he saw Charlie before the murders, and he described him as happy-go-lucky. It's possible that his attitude was this way because the murders were already planned, and everything was set to take place. Brandon said the same about Charles and Bobby. This is very odd, to say the least, given that this group was about to enter a home, kill a family, and then burn the house down. Aaron and Charlie were eager to materialize their plan, and Charles and Bobby may have been excited to get the money that was promised to them for their participation. Wade recalled Aaron being elated when they returned to the car with her packed suitcase. Once she had their confirmation that her family was gone, she gave them the combination to the lockbox that contained the money. They also took all the money from Terry and Penny's wallets, which added up to about $400. They then set furniture and blankets on fire with pocket lighters, watching the house go up in flames as they pulled away in Bobby's car. Aaron had shouted, "Holy shit, that was awesome," and told them how relieved she felt. During his interrogation, Wade said that Aaron was as happy as a kid on Christmas. They went to the river where they tossed Aaron's suitcase, the swords, and bloody boots in a box. Their plan was to come back for these items. Finally, Bobby dropped Aaron and Charlie off at Matthew Wade's trailer. They celebrated their completed mission by sleeping together. When Bobby was questioned, she pleaded ignorance to the whole thing. She finally cracked when she learned that the police already had the 2 boys in their custody. She confessed to everything. While Wade, Charlie, and Bobby were all telling stories that corroborated with each other, Aaron was still sticking to her story that she didn't remember anything. But the results of her toxicology report had just come in. There were no drugs found in her system, and no signs of smoke inhalation. Back at the hospital, Terry was recovering despite all odds being against him. He had fractured both of his cheekbones, broken his nose, and suffered from nerve damage in his right arm. When detectives came to talk to him, he asked about his daughter's involvement in the deaths of their family. They said one earth-shattering sentence that would make Terry's suffering so much heavier. Her involvement was great. He immediately cried out in despair. It was inconceivable that his sweet little girl could have done something so evil. Upon being told he could go home, he broke down again. He had nothing. He didn't have a home to go to, or anyone to come home to. He stayed with his sister as he continued to live out the nightmare that had become his reality. Aaron was placed under arrest but denied her involvement through tears. Because she was a minor, she couldn't be immediately questioned. This small blonde 16-year-old was not the suspect they had imagined, was the mastermind behind this gruesome plot to have her family killed. She wouldn't agree to speaking with investigators, choosing to write a statement instead. Still, she didn't budge from her story. Erin was placed in a juvenile detention center where she was held on murder charges. Terry visited Erin at the juvenile detention center, but because every conversation they had was recorded and could be used against her in trial, he couldn't ask her any questions, like why had she done such a heinous thing. Still, he had been shown every piece of evidence by investigators, so he knew all of the disturbing details. Despite having every reason to stop visiting Erin, Terry continued. Erin was sentenced to 2 consecutive life sentences plus 25 years for capital murder on January 2nd, 2009. Charlie and Wade were both given life without the possibility of parole for their crimes. Bobby was sentenced to 40 years. As it stands today, Terry still visits with Erin. In fact, he fights for her early release. Despite seeing the evidence, he still can't bring himself to believe that his daughter could be capable of such a thing. She has told him different stories about the events that took place the night that the Caffey family was killed. In one, she told him that Charlie wanted them dead, and her phone calls to him that night were her trying to talk him out of it. Terry believes that Erin didn't truly think Charlie would follow through with the acts. Unbeknownst to him, Charlie was not the first person that Erin had tried to employ to carry out her plan. A previous boyfriend claimed that Erin had asked him to carry out the same crime when they were dating. This ex-boyfriend of hers was not willing to go to the lengths that Charlie was to make her happy. He thought she was crazy and immediately told her to leave. This fact reveals a couple more details about Erin and her severe psychopathy. She was likely very manipulative, particularly with her boyfriends. She may have used various manipulation tactics, such as urging her past boyfriend to do this for her to keep her happy. She may have also used this approach with Charlie because in the interrogation recording, Charlie almost sounded like what he did was inevitable, but he also sounded genuinely remorseful, almost like he had to do it. This fact about Erin also, of course, reveals that she was planning this for a long time, meaning that she was planning the murders of her parents and brothers, all while living with them, going to church with them, having dinners, etc. This shows the severity of her antisocial personality, because she was able to have these horrible sentiments about her family while interacting with them on a daily basis. Her ability to do this while having the desire to see them dead shows her profound detachment from emotion, her lack of empathy, and the absence of any moral conscience. Terry has remarried since the murders and had one more biological child. He and his new wife also adopted 3 children. He founded the Forgiveness Project and wrote a book titled Terror by Night, the true story of the brutal Texas murder that destroyed a family, restored one man's faith, and shocked a nation. As of 2021, Erin is 29 years old and will not be eligible for parole for another 30 years. Charlie Wilkinson and Charles Wade will spend the rest of their lives in prison, dealing with the consequences of their cruel actions.
Hey, Gene?
Jacksonville 911.
Yes, sir. Hi. This is, I went out to play this afternoon. I thought she was with her, and now she's missing.
How old is she?
She's 8 years old.
Where was she playing at?
Right around the house here.
Is she a white female or a black
Yes,
female?
she's a white female.
What did she have on when she left?
She had on a red T-shirt. And, Mama, did she have on jeans? No, I've been upstairs, Mama. I have searched.
Ma'am?
Yes.
Blue jeans?
Mama, did she have on blue jeans? What'd she have on? What kind of shorts?
Pair of shorts?
She had on a pair of shorts and a red T-shirt.
She blonde hair? Black
No,
hair?
she's got reddish brown hair. It's actually a brown with an auburn tint to it.
What's her name?
Short. Her name is Maddie. She goes, it's Madeline.
What's her last name?
Clifton. C-L-I-F as in Frank, T-O-N.
When's the last time anybody saw her?
Mama, what time did I come home from voting? About 5:30? About 4:30 to 5 o'clock. About 5:30 was the last time we saw her. And I was letting the kids play out here for a little while. And then she disappeared. And nobody knows where she's at.
She have any friends nearby? Did you go check?
I've got every neighbor out here right now.
Okay, the police will be there shortly, ma'am. You keep looking, okay?
Okay, do you know where I am? I mean, I'm at the corner of Fleetwood and Stephen is right there.
What is it?
My husband just came home. And, hold on just a moment. Honey, Maddie is gone. No. Okay, my husband just pulled up, but she's not with him, of course.
Okay, the police are going to be there shortly, ma'am, okay?
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
To really
arrived in the neighborhood gathered to search for her, no one could have possibly imagined the heartbreaking and horrifying end to this case. The following footage contains never-before-seen crime scene photos. The last person to see 8-year-old Maddie Clifton on November 3rd, 1998 in Jacksonville, Florida, was her friend and neighbor, Joshua Earl Patrick Phillips. Because 14-year-old Josh's house was right across the street, the two had become fast friends and often hung out together. On that day, Maddie had gone over to Josh's house to play baseball outside in his backyard. Later, Maddie headed home, but she never arrived. Around 5 p.m., her mother made the disturbing 911 call you heard when she realized that no one could find Maddie. She was last seen wearing a red YMCA basketball shirt with her name across the back in big letters. Immediately, hundreds of people got together and searched for her, looking in the woods around her home and even in dumpsters. Early in the search, Josh asked Maddie's mother what was going on, and once he learned that no one could find Maddie, he eagerly joined the community to help search for his friend. Josh was distraught when he heard that Maddie had gone missing and did everything he could to help find her, putting up flyers with Maddie's information and helping to canvass the area where she vanished. Maddie's face, often a picture of her with a Kool-Aid-stained smile, was plastered onto billboards and t-shirts, and a $50,000 reward was offered in the hopes that someone, anyone, would recognize her and tell her anguished family what had happened to the bright and happy little girl. For almost a week, the community rallied together to search for missing Maddie. The first suspect was one of Maddie's neighbors, a man who had been accused of involvement in an assault case over 15 or 20 years earlier. However, the man had an alibi for when Maddie disappeared, and he was cleared of any suspicion. Soon, the FBI was involved when the local police struggled to find any more leads. But they, too, didn't find any new evidence. It was starting to look like Maddie had disappeared off the face of the earth. But everything changed 6 days after Maddie disappeared, when the most unsuspecting person was revealed to have the darkest secret. Missy Phillips, Josh's mother, noticed a strange wet spot on the floor of their house. From there, she started searching her son's room until her attention was brought to Josh's bed. She later said, "I didn't want to believe what I was seeing." Then, in shock, she left her house, looking around for a police officer. For a moment, she glanced over at the neighboring Clifton's house and thought to herself at that moment, they still were holding on to hope, but they would soon have their world crash down around them. The officer Missy found had been camped outside of the Clifton house during the search for Maddie. The officer followed Missy back inside, but entered Josh's room alone to see the horror that Missy had discovered. Sticking out from under Josh's mattress were Maddie's small feet. I have to warn you that the following details of what happened to little Maddie are especially disturbing, and not for the faint of heart. Josh had known where Maddie was all along. When he was asking Maddie's mother about what was going on, when he was handing out flyers, when he appeared to be worried about her well-being. All that time, Josh had known that Maddie's body was hidden under his waterbed. Police found that tape had been used to hold the bed frame together and keep her body from being discovered. In addition, the shorts she'd been wearing earlier were taken off. Investigators found a baseball bat hidden behind Josh's dresser, and they also found a knife stashed in the room. It was also noted that air fresheners were sitting on his nightstand, along with freshly burned incense and air freshener spray. Even more disturbing, a flyer about Maddie's disappearance had been placed next to the air fresheners. What this told the police was that there was a clear attempt to cover up the smell of Maddie's decomposing body. Possibly the most disturbing discovery was that as her body was removed from the bed, her hand was still clutching the bed frame, meaning that she had still been alive when she was shoved under there. Had she still been alive when everyone was out looking for her? Or when Josh was in the street pretending that he didn't know what had happened to Maddie after she left his house? We may never know. But what is clear is that if Josh had reported what happened, Maddie might have lived. An autopsy revealed that Maddie had been struck 3 times in the head, and it was believed that Josh's recovered baseball bat had been used as a weapon. Her throat had also been cut with the knife from Josh's room, and she was stabbed 7 to 9 times in the chest, though some sources put that number as high as 11 times. The autopsy also showed no evidence of an assault, despite her underwear being taken off. However, this detail would later come up as a key piece of evidence. Josh Phillips was arrested, and it was a shock to everyone. Those who met Josh described him as a quiet but friendly kid, with nothing particularly remarkable about him. Yet within hours, he admitted to killing Maddie on the day she was reported missing. It was during this confession that Josh gave his account of what happened to Maddie. Remember, this is his side of the story. Josh was home alone when Maddie showed up and asked him to play, and he knew that he wasn't allowed to have friends over when his parents weren't there. The two had been playing baseball in his backyard when Maddie was accidentally hit in the eye by the ball. As she started bleeding, she also started to cry loudly. To calm Maddie down, he brought her into his house, but she kept screaming, which sent Josh into a panic. He told the investigators that he was afraid his father would come home at any minute, and he would be angry with Josh for letting Maddie come into his house without permission. Panicking and wanting Maddie to be quiet, he grabbed his baseball bat and hit her once or twice hard on the head. He then hit her body under his waterbed. When his father finally came home, Josh said that Maddie was still moaning. He then dragged her out from the bed and stabbed her in the chest before hiding her body again until his mother found it. What many people to this day can't help but wonder in horror about is if Josh slept in his bed on top of Maddie's body. And the answer, as terrible as it is, seems to be yes, for a week. Let that sink in. Josh had no history of violence, nothing that would have ever made anyone suspect him, especially his actions when he was helping to look for Maddie. But still, Josh's version of events didn't quite make sense to investigators. For starters, he claimed that Maddie's shorts and underpants had been pulled off when he was dragging her inside the house from outside. Most people can agree, as investigators did, that his explanation didn't quite seem plausible. The tight-knit community was stunned and horrified to learn that the boy that helped search for Maddie just a few days earlier had been her killer all along. Some started questioning the Phillips family about how they hadn't noticed the young girl's body being hidden in their home for almost a week. Missy explained that there was nothing out of order for her to suspect anything. However, there were also signs that something was wrong, which only really made sense in retrospect. Josh had been especially quiet since Maddie was reported missing, but this was just explained away as him being nervous for his friend and scared. Additionally, if you're familiar with this case, then you've probably heard that police officers previously searched the Phillips house in the days before her body was found. The sheriff at the time claimed they searched the house, but that the officers never saw anything suspicious. How the police and Josh's parents didn't notice the smell of a decomposing corpse is beyond me. Josh insisted that he hit Maddie out of fear of his father, but the truth behind his home life wasn't revealed until Missy explained it publicly. She said that she and Josh walked on eggshells at home because her husband was so intimidating, frightening, and sometimes overbearing. He really didn't like it when any neighborhood children were in his house when an adult wasn't there to supervise, but he especially didn't want Josh to spend his time playing with any girls younger than him. Missy said he didn't have a fondness of little girls, which she never understood. Also, Josh's father, Steve, never got the chance to explain his side of things because he died in 2000 in a car accident. When the case went to trial, Josh was charged as an adult. Josh's defense argued that what happened to Maddie began as an accident and deteriorated through panic that bordered on madness, and that he should be charged with manslaughter. But the prosecution wasn't buying it. First, the autopsy didn't find any evidence of bruising on Maddie's face, as if she'd been hit in the eye by a baseball. In fact, there was no evidence that they'd been playing baseball at all. Second, Josh also claimed to have dragged Maddie into the house, but there wasn't any dirt on her body, which implies that her shorts probably didn't come off from being dragged. Furthermore, there wasn't any blood in the backyard or anywhere in the house except in Josh's room. Finally, the fact that Maddie had been found in only her shirt and socks indicated that there were at least some inappropriate undertones to the evidence. In the end, the trial only took about 3 days total. The jury found Josh guilty and convicted him of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to spend his life in prison with no chance of parole, but because of his age at under 16, he wasn't eligible for the death penalty. Behind bars, Josh grew from a teenager to an adult. Josh still refuses to talk in detail about Maddie's murder, except in 2018 to apologize to Maddie's family.
As I've grown up, I have learned the value of life. I wish to God that I could have known this or understood it when I was 14. Had I then, none of this would have come about. I had no clue what life meant.
Josh became tearful at several points while reading his apology letter, but this does not necessarily indicate that he is expressing true remorse. It's possible that he's putting on an act to prove that he's reformed in order to increase the likelihood that he's given a reduced sentence. Being exploitative and taking advantage of others to achieve their own ends is a narcissistic trait. Josh seems to focus much of his apology not on the victim, but instead on himself and his own suffering, which could be the result of other narcissistic traits such as grandiosity and entitlement. Now, the story might seem like it ends there, but it doesn't. In 2017, the case was resentenced, which should have never been a possibility for Josh based on the terms of his first sentence. Yet in 2012, the Supreme Court had ruled that mandatory life sentences without parole were unconstitutional for juvenile offenders convicted of murder. Even more horrifying details about the case were exposed at this trial. It was revealed that Josh had books about occult subjects in his room. In addition, it was shared that Josh had been looking at adult content on his computer just a half hour before Maddie's death, and that it was violent in nature and may have featured underage girls. Josh may have been influenced by these videos, and he may have been fantasizing about acting something similar out for himself. This could indicate that the crime was more premeditated rather than something that happened in the heat of the moment, as Josh originally claimed. If this is true, he may not have chosen Maddie specifically, but instead he took the opportunity when he found himself alone and unsupervised with her. Maddie's mother spoke at the trial and asserted that Josh hadn't been after Maddie that day in 1998, but her other daughter Jessie, who was 11 at the time of her younger sister's death. You see, a photo of Jessie had been found in Josh's room, one that Josh must have stolen from the Clifton house at some point before Maddie's death, which furthered the idea that he'd been obsessed with the Cliftons' other daughter all along. Josh's sentence was upheld after the 4-day trial, and he remains in prison. Still, this saga of a case will continue sooner than you might think, as Josh will once again be eligible for resentencing in 2023, after spending about 25 years in prison. For now, at least, this case doesn't have a conclusion, and it won't for a long time. Today we're taking a look at 5 cases that were solved in some of the strangest and most unexpected ways. Sometimes it really is the smallest clues that can break a case wide open. Let's get right into it with a heartbreaking case that was solved in one of the most unusual ways. In 2002, Holly Wells and Jessica Chapman were inseparable best friends. The 10-year-olds were out playing together in Soham, Cambridgeshire, England, on August 4th when both went missing from a family barbecue. They told their family that they were going upstairs to play together, but instead they snuck away to buy sweets from a vending machine at a nearby sports center. They never made it back home. Their disappearance shocked the small community, who began a thorough search for the 2 girls. The search included more than 400 police officers working around the clock with hundreds of volunteers. For days, their pictures were plastered on newspapers, but there was no trace of what happened to either Holly or Jessica. That is, until the worst was confirmed. Tragically, 2 weeks after they went missing, a gamekeeper stumbled upon both girls' partially burnt bodies, where they had been buried in a shallow grave in the woods. The same day that they were uncovered, Maxine Carr, who was a teaching assistant at the school both girls attended, and her boyfriend Ian Huntley, a caretaker at a different school, were both arrested. In a disturbing twist, Huntley had actually been part of the volunteers who were searching for Holly and Jessica. Huntley even gave a TV interview where he shared his concern for Holly and Jessica's safety. By helping police search for the missing girls, Huntley gained several important things. 1, he eliminated himself from any suspicion. If someone was refusing to help, this would be odd and draw attention. 2, he was able to gain information by being on the inside. If he had felt that the police were close to finding out the truth, he would have had the opportunity to plant false evidence to lead them in another direction. And 3, by remaining so close to the case, he likely got a thrill out of seeing everyone search for the girls, when he knew the truth. He enjoyed playing his role of concerned school caretaker on the outside, but on the inside, he was probably excited that he was getting away with fooling everyone around him. Giving a TV interview about his concern for Holly and Jessica's safety was another way he got a secret thrill out of tricking everyone. But how had these 2 fallen under suspicion when the girls' bodies were only just found? Well, Carr actually knew both Holly and Jessica through her work. Before the girls' bodies were found, Carr also spoke to the news about how Holly had made her a card on the last day of term, as a way to say thank you for being a good teaching assistant. But there was something very telling about the way Carr spoke about Holly to reporters. She said, that was the kind of girl she was. She was just really lovely. She used past tense while there was still hope that the girls could be found alive. It was this slip of the tongue which indicated that Carr knew far more than what she was admitting, and brought suspicion on both her and Huntley. As well, both of the girls' distinctive Manchester United shirts were found dumped in the garbage bin at the school where Huntley worked. The shirts had been cut off them and burned in an effort to destroy any DNA evidence. Since the shirts were hidden at the school, it seemed clear that someone who worked there or had access to the building was probably involved in their disappearance. Soon after the girls' bodies were found, a very specific specialist was brought in to see if there was any evidence that would crack the case. Patricia Wiltshire, a forensic botanist, was contacted. Never heard of a forensic botanist? Well, that's because there aren't many. In fact, Wiltshire was the only forensic ecologist and botanist in the United Kingdom at the time who specialized in the location of human remains and the linking of offenders to the scene of crime. Wiltshire noticed an incredibly small detail that, until that point, had been overlooked, though I think you'll understand why no one else noticed it. Wiltshire noted that there was a section of nettles in the brush that were growing new side shoots. This only happens when the nettles have been stepped on. Taking an even closer look in the pattern of nodes on the side branches, Wiltshire was able to work out that the nettles had been stepped on precisely 13 and a half days before. This key evidence was used to show that the girls must have been buried soon after they had gone missing. As well, Wiltshire used the trodden nettles to establish a possible path that the killer had likely used to bring the bodies into the woods. Police then followed this trail and found one of Jessica's hairs on a twig, proving that she was right about the path. Wiltshire then examined Huntley's shoes and determined that they had pollen on them which matched the same kind found along the path. Carr had lied to the police in order to give her boyfriend an alibi to cover up his crimes. Initially, Carr may have acted out of fear. Perhaps she knew that Huntley had killed the girls, but she may have been afraid for her own life if she didn't help him. Huntley and Carr's relationship prior to the murders was described as turbulent. Given his history, it is possible that Huntley was violent or verbally abusive to Carr. Her motive for lying about being with him the night of the murder may have been self-protective. Confronted with this evidence, Huntley began to behave strangely in police interviews. Investigators noted that his body language changed when he was asked, "Was there any occasion, Ian, when you had physical contact with the girls?" Huntley said, "Physical contact? No." Huntley displays several symptoms of antisocial personality disorder, including disregarding the law, being deceitful, acting impulsively, being aggressive, and having a lack of remorse. Many people who commit great acts of violence such as this have a history of trauma from their own childhood. Huntley was allegedly bullied so badly that he switched to a new school when he was 13. He likely felt very out of control when he was bullied at this young age, which may have triggered something in his personality to switch. The girls he killed were a similar age to him when he was bullied. Perhaps in his mind, he finally felt like he was in control of what happened to him. When he was 18, he had a history of relationships with young girls before he ever met Holly and Jessica, including girls as young as 13. Between 1995 and 2001, Huntley had inappropriate contact with 11 underage girls, ranging between 11 and 17 years old, and in 1998 he was charged for assaulting an 18-year-old girl. Huntley clearly had a history of grooming young girls, and his violence quickly escalated from assault to murder. Despite his history of inappropriate encounters with minors, Huntley managed to get his job as a caretaker at a school because the head teacher who employed him admitted that he didn't check any of Huntley's job references or his history. So, what happened that day? Well, the girls had been returning home from the vending machine when they passed Huntley. He told him that his girlfriend Carr, who they knew well from school, was at home. It was there that he killed them both. He then buried their bodies. Investigators believe that Huntley had been planning to attack the girls for a long time before he actually did. Huntley used his relationship with Carr to lure the girls back to his house. It is likely that this is something he had fantasized about for a long time, and he was ready whenever the right opportunity presented itself, the girls walking alone. It is possible that he groomed one or both girls in advance to increase their trust in him. He also used the relationship the girls had with Carr, their teaching assistant, as a way to manipulate the girls into coming over. Maxine Carr was found guilty of perverting the course of justice and sentenced to jail for 42 months. When she was released, Carr was given a new identity. During Huntley's trial, Carr completely turned against him, referring to him as that thing in the box. It's possible that once she realized what he did, she was shocked and disgusted, which naturally made her want to distance herself from her former partner. But it's also possible that she only changed her tune in order to protect herself, and if that's the case, it worked, considering she received such a short sentence. Ian Huntley was sentenced to jail for life with a minimum of 40 years. He won't be eligible for parole until 2042. The resolution of this second case is far less clear-cut, but by the end I think you'll agree that only someone paying very careful attention to detail would have figured out this solve. On April 26, 2005, Raven Abaroa headed out around 8:30 to play soccer in Durham, North Carolina. He had no idea the horror that he would return home to find. When he got home around 10 p.m., Raven found his wife dead in their bedroom. Janet Abaroa was 25 when she was killed and had just given birth 6 months earlier to the couple's son, Caden. Tragically, Janet was also pregnant with a second child when she died. Caden was found unharmed in the room next to the bedroom. After realizing his wife was dead, Raven phoned for the police. He told them, "She's been shot or something. There's blood everywhere." The police found Janet in a kneeling position and pronounced her dead at the scene. Though Raven thought Janet had been shot because of the amount of blood, she'd actually died from multiple stab wounds, including one at the base of her neck, which was deep enough to go through her artery and all the way into her lung. She was also stabbed in the chest, and one of her fingers was slashed. On the day that she died, Janet had picked up Caden from his daycare before she met up with Raven and another member of their Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Raven told investigators that before he left to play soccer, Janet had started to get ready to go to bed around 8 p.m. The specifics of this story eventually revealed the small clue needed to understand what happened to Janet that night. But for now, one thing was clear. Raven appeared to have an alibi for the time his wife died. The couple's relationship apparently went through a rocky patch after they first moved to Durham. According to Janet's sister, she confided in them that Raven had actually wanted to end their marriage altogether, and that he'd been unfaithful with several different people. But the couple managed to work through their issues before their son Caden was born. As the investigation into Janet's death got underway, police discovered that Raven had a knife collection, though it had strangely gone missing sometime before investigators arrived. He eventually claimed that one of the knives was found packed away in a moving box of his belongings. He blamed the police and said that they were the ones who overlooked it. However, the police were adamant that they didn't miss anything. This strange incident brought suspicion onto Raven, but there was no evidence that connected him to his wife's death, and his alibi was indisputable. They decided to review the crime scene images, and that's when they saw a tiny detail that had previously been overlooked: Janet's contact lens case. The case was left on the counter, and an investigator noticed that the top was off, which to them was an indication that her lenses were probably not in the case at all. Small detail. Well, this tiny distinction could mean that Raven's entire story was wrong. You see, Raven had been adamant that his wife was getting ready for bed when he left for soccer on the night that she died. But if she hadn't taken out her contacts, then she probably wasn't actually getting ready to go to sleep. Janet's family also assured investigators that she had a habit of always taking out her contact lenses when getting ready for bed. Even though this small difference doesn't seem huge, it was enough that strong suspicion was suddenly cast onto Raven Abaroa. He was arrested on February 1st, 2010, and charged with first-degree murder. But there was one big problem. The contact lens theory was just that. There wasn't any evidence. They had to know if Janet was still wearing the contacts when she died. The investigators called an ophthalmologist and asked if it was possible to still find contact lenses on a body that had been buried 5 years earlier. The doctor told them that there was a very good chance that the lenses would have disintegrated over that time. Still, Janet's body was exhumed. To everyone's amazement, fragments were recovered from Janet's body. Once they were cleaned, it was determined that she had still been wearing her contact lenses when she died and when she was buried. Raven's story didn't add up. Janet wasn't killed after getting ready for bed, meaning that there was a good chance she may have died before he left for soccer. The case went to trial in 2013. The prosecution painted Raven as a controlling husband and pointed to the fact that the timeline he gave didn't add up. Ultimately, the jury was unable to reach a unanimous verdict, as they were stuck at 11-1 on a guilty verdict. The judge declared it a mistrial. The case went back to court again, but this time Raven entered something called an Alford plea for voluntary manslaughter. An Alford plea is a guilty plea in which a defendant can maintain their innocence of the crime, but admits that the prosecution's evidence would likely result in a guilty verdict if brought to trial. This meant that he acknowledged there was evidence, primarily the contact lenses, that could potentially convict him. The plea didn't admit guilt, though it's an agreement to be treated as if he was guilty. Because of the plea, he received a reduced prison sentence. Raven Abaroa was sentenced to 95 to 123 months in jail. Because he'd already spent a total of 4 years in prison before and after his trial, which he was given credit for, Raven was released on Christmas Day in 2017. He has maintained that he's innocent, while Janet's family has said they believe his plea deal was a form of admission. Today's third case might be the most unconventional solve of all, and goes to show you that no piece of evidence, no matter how insignificant, can be overlooked. South Sea Beach in Hampshire, England is usually a summer destination, but in July 2012 the area was more like something out of a horror movie. A group of students came across a horrific discovery in a trash bag left on the beach. A human torso. Also hidden in 2 different places along the beach were the human remains of a man's legs and pelvis. The body was revealed to be 30-year-old David Guy, but the details of his death weren't clear, likely because the rest of his body was never found. His cause of death wasn't entirely clear, though the marks on his torso suggested that he'd been stabbed in the chest and killed. It also wasn't exactly clear when he died. Investigators managed to narrow down a window that he died between June 30th and July 3rd. Eyewitnesses were sure that they saw a man riding by on a bike near the spots where the pieces of Guy's body were found. A man who they recognized as a local to the area, David Hilder. Hilder was a scrap metal dealer and the neighbor and friend of Guy. Police turned to him as a person of interest. They discovered a strange story. On July 5th, just after the window of time when Guy was killed, Hilder had shown up at the Shoreham police station. However, the station was closed at the time, so Hilder called an operator where he told them, "I would like to speak to someone. I think I've done something serious. This morning I found a lot of empty Nurofen wrappers in my pocket." Nurofen is a different brand name for ibuprofen. Then he said the ominous words, "I think I've killed someone." Hilder waited for 2 police officers to meet him and went willingly to answer their questions. They noted that Hilder looked dirty and disheveled and was acting extremely confused and rambling. When the police asked him what he meant by he thought he killed someone, he just kept repeating that he didn't know. Hilder was having trouble remembering what exactly he was worried about. Police realized that something was very wrong with Hilder, and he told them that he worried he'd taken an overdose, though he didn't specify on what. He was taken to the hospital soon after to be checked out. While he was there, the police went and searched his flat, but to their surprise, they didn't find anything that they thought was suspicious. When they told Hilder this, he was visibly relieved. He told them that it must have been all in my head then. He was eventually discharged from the hospital, and no one thought too much about it. That is, until Guy's body was found on the beach. Suddenly, they weren't so sure whatever Hilder had come to the police to report was only in his head. But there was no physical evidence to connect Hilder to Guy's death. Well, not obviously. Upon closer look, investigators found exactly 8 cat hairs on a curtain that was wrapped around the torso. Police knew that Hilder owned a cat named Tinker and believed that the cat hair found on Guy's body matched, but they couldn't be sure that it was an exact match. Luckily for them, the University of Leicester had just created a new DNA database. The catalog was a collection of British cats' DNA. The investigators took the cat hair from the torso and ran it through the cat DNA database. As the sample was run against a wider sample of other cats, it was determined 3 of the samples in the database matched. This meant it wasn't a perfect match, but still helped to narrow down the source. Fortunately for investigators, Tinkers had a relatively rare DNA makeup, only shared by a third of cats. Police determined that there was only a 1 in 100 possibility that the hairs were not from Tinker. Hilder was charged with Guy's murder. This case was the first time cat DNA was used as evidence in a criminal trial in the UK. As well, traces of Guy's blood were also discovered at Hilder's flat. At trial, it was revealed that Hilder suffers from a mild learning disability and has an IQ of 63. As well, the jury was told that he also suffers with bouts of depression, which may have influenced the events which led to Guy's death. Hilder likely had very limited learning and reasoning skills. He also exhibited several other significant mental health problems, which could be symptoms of another psychological disorder, including disorganized speech. Police said that Hilder was acting extremely confused and rambling. When he was questioned about what he meant when he said he killed someone, he kept repeating that he didn't know. Impairment in major areas of functioning for a significant period of time, work, interpersonal relations, or self-care. Police described Hilder as being dirty and disheveled, but the details of exactly what happened that night, how Guy died, and why, might never be fully understood. It was theorized that the two had a fight, and Hilder lost control and stabbed Guy through the chest with a sharp blade. It was speculated that the reason Hilder may have grown angry was because Guy wasn't taking good care of Tinker, though this wasn't confirmed. To cover up his friend's death, he'd cut up the body and disposed of it by carrying the pieces in a large butcher's box on the front of his bike to dispose of them at the beach. Despite this, Hilder denied he had intentionally murdered his friend. This was probably not the work of a calculated psychopath. Psychopaths are known for being charming, highly intelligent, and possessing a grandiose sense of self, which does not seem to describe Hilder at all. And the jury agreed. Hilder was cleared of the murder charge, but was eventually convicted for the manslaughter of David Guy. He was sentenced to spend at least 12 years in prison. I'm sure you're wondering about what ended up happening to Tinker, and I'm happy to say that the cat eventually found new owners. With that, let's move on to our next case, which was solved thanks to the help of a very unlikely source. In late August or early September 1991, 31-year-old Dawn Sanchez went missing after last being seen as she climbed into her boyfriend Bernardo Bass's car at a Four Seasons Motor Lodge in Los Altos, California. The Los Altos police said Dawn worked as a former prostitute before she went missing. Because of this, some sources say that Bass may not have been Dawn's boyfriend, but was actually her client instead. Because Bass was the last person to see Dawn alive, suspicion immediately fell onto him. As the search for Dawn got underway, a few witnesses came forward to report that they thought they had seen the couple in a vacant lot where they were having an argument. The witnesses even said that they were sure that Bass shot Dawn in this lot after their fight because they heard gunshots. With this information in mind, Bass was charged with her death. Despite these testimonies, police struggled to ever find any evidence that actually supported them. The FBI became involved and helped in the search of a Santa Clara Creek, looking for Dawn's body. They never found the corpse, the gun allegedly used to kill her, or Bass's 1979 Pontiac Grand Prix car. Tragically, Dawn's case was dismissed in 1992 because of insufficient evidence. Bass simply walked away. It wasn't until 2007, 16 years later, that Dawn's cold case was suddenly reopened. It's believed that an informant contacted the police to say that the car they were looking for was probably disassembled and then buried below a large abandoned lot in El Viso, which is why they couldn't find it. Almost immediately, police hit a dead end trying to figure it out. They were using a metal detector, and the lot was filled with both buried and surface metal debris. The police then searched the property owned by Bass's family. His parents owned 2 properties in Santa Clara, where Bass lived for 2 decades in a small converted garage with boarded-up windows in the backyard. This meant he was living there when Dawn went missing. Investigators found a large closet in Bass's bedroom, which had something that they described as a kind of niche that was about 20 inches wide and 4 feet deep. A family member told the police Bass mentioned the niche to them and made the creepy comment that, "I have to seal this off in case the police ever search here." Because Bass and Dawn were allegedly dating when she disappeared, her death was possibly a result of domestic violence. Bass was described as a jealous, controlling boyfriend, and Sanchez was afraid of him. Despite Bass's claims that he was just one of Dawn's clients, police found evidence to the contrary. Love letters written by Bass to Dawn. In the letters, Bass said he wanted to marry her and have children with her. It's possible that this was a very one-sided relationship, with Bass being obsessed with Dawn and Dawn rejecting him. He was deeply jealous, and her way of making a living probably enraged him, as she would frequently be entertaining other men. Dawn, being a prostitute, may have been part of the reason that Bass decided to kill her. He may have felt that she was an easy target and that she wouldn't be missed. She may have had limited family or other social support. In fact, she was last seen on August 30th, 1991, but she wasn't even reported missing until early October. Bass wasn't charged until later in October, 2 months after she disappeared. That gave him plenty of time to get rid of the evidence. Prostitutes are often a target of serial killers, such as the infamous Jack the Ripper or the Long Island serial killer. Shockingly, 32% of U.S. serial murder female victims between 1970 and 2009 were known prostitutes. Though they didn't find any human remains, the police brought in cadaver dogs, all of which indicated that they scented human remains in the closet. It takes a truly disturbed person to continue to live in a small, converted garage apartment where they have hidden a body. Once again, Bass was charged with Dawn's death. Investigators theorized that Bass must have shot her in his car, then hid Dawn's body in the niche after killing her, until he figured out where to hide it. Because of the evidence in the vehicle, he dismantled it and hidden the pieces under the lot. But they still needed evidence. Excavating the entire lot would be far too expensive, and so the district attorney decided to reach out to an unlikely source for help: the United States Geological Survey. They agreed to help and brought in the aid of investigators from NASA's Payload-Directed Flight Research Group. This group developed technologies which help Earth science missions to gather data using magnetic and ground-penetrating radar sensors, which is what they brought in to map the lot. A rover went over the lot and used magnetic rays to map the areas where investigators would most likely find the car, and it worked. These specific parts of the lot were excavated and revealed parts of a car that matched Bass's missing Pontiac. At first, Bass pleaded not guilty to the charges of voluntary manslaughter, but he later changed his plea to no contest when presented with the evidence of the car. He also changed his plea in order to avoid the risk of receiving a 25-year-to-life sentence. Despite the fact that Don Sanchez's body was never recovered, and the weapon also wasn't found, Bernardo Bass was sentenced to 6 years in prison. The final case I have for you is a tangled web of contradictory stories, but it shows how the truth can be uncovered by the smallest detail. In May 2009, 35-year-old Christoph Borgai was reported missing by a Ryanair colleague and fellow air steward. What they didn't know was that Christoph had actually been missing since April. When police arrived to check on Christoph at the house where he was living in Ellesmere Port, they were met by Dominic Kocher, one of Christoph's friends, who told them that it was all a misunderstanding because he was gone on holidays. Soon after, family and friends of Christoph received emails from him, telling them that he was safe and was traveling through China. However, there was also conflicting information, as some people believed that Christoph had returned to his home in France. Kocher, a married dad of 3, didn't actually live at the home with Christoph, but his cousin Manuel Wagner and friend Sebastian Bendu did. For more than 3 years, there was no trace of what happened to Christoph. It was as though he had completely vanished. Then, Kocher and his family, along with Wagner and Bendu, moved away together from Ellesmere Port, first to Warrington and then to live in Dumfries, Scotland. Before they left the Hylton Close house in Ellesmere Port, the 3 men made sure to tell the new tenant that the garden shed behind the house was off limits, because the landlord kept their personal property inside. Little did anyone know, the outbuilding held something far more sinister. After their move to Scotland, everything started to unravel for the group. In May 2013, Bendu suddenly traveled the 200 miles from Dumfries back to Ellesmere Port. Once there, he used a phone box to call police and tell them, "This is too much for my mind," and he wanted some peace. He told the police that he had killed Christoph 4 years earlier in self-defense, but he added that he was only now coming to the police to confess out of fear that Kocher would eliminate him. He led police to the garden shed where he said Christoph's body was buried below in a cement tomb. Later, Bendo completely changed his confession, saying that he hadn't acted alone and that Kocher had also been involved in Christoph's death. Kocher denied it. According to Bindu's new story, Christoph had been in his room when he was called into what was essentially a specially prepared kill room in their kitchen. There he was met with Bindu and Kocher, who were wearing blue plastic overshoes and standing on tarpaulin, a heavy, waterproof cloth. Kocher held a knife to Christoph's throat. Then Bindu took a claw hammer and hit him in the head 3 times, cracking his skull. Kocher then stabbed Christoph in the neck with a paring knife before his body was wrapped up in the tarpaulin and a duvet cover. Kocher mixed some cement and Christoph's body was sealed inside a concrete tomb below the garden shed. However, once again Bindu told a completely different story. This time he included Wagner. Bindu claimed that he'd walked in on Kocher holding a knife to Christoph's neck as Wagner hit him in the head with a hammer. He said that Wagner kept hitting Christoph another 10 times. Kocher then stabbed Christoph and Bindu himself joined in to deliver the fatal blow. When he was arrested, Wagner denied all of it and said that he thought Christoph was off living happily ever after in China with a girlfriend. Even though in his version of events he'd nothing to do with Christoph's death, Wagner later admitted that he unknowingly helped to move Christoph's body when Bindu asked for him to help move a tarpaulin-wrapped package. Wagner claimed he thought it was just some garbage.
Hello there and welcome to Go Mining, the most efficient...
With everyone giving conflicting stories, it was hard for investigators to figure out what exactly was the truth and who played what role in Christoph's death. They excavated the concrete tomb below the shed and found it contained a low brick wall that was used to hide the gruesome evidence. Christoph's body was below, wrapped in tarpaulin along with the claw hammer, the 2 knives used to kill him, the handle of another knife, and the SIM card for Christoph's phone. But what was most telling was that Christoph had been buried with 3 separate layers of concrete over top. Each layer showed a kind of timeline of when it was poured. It was an analysis of the concrete that helped to narrow down who was the ringleader in orchestrating Christoph's death. You see, in the weeks before, Kocher bought concrete, bricks, limestone chipping, and also 3 paring knives. The composition of concrete used to make the chamber below the shed matched the concrete Kocher bought. Finally, investigators had evidence to sort through the conflicting statements given by the men. Regardless of who dealt which blow, it seemed that Kocher had been the one to plan Christoph's death and concrete burial. At first, Manuel Wagner was not charged with murder and cleared because of insufficient evidence. But when Bindu changed his story, Wagner was later charged and a jury found him unanimously guilty. He was sentenced to life with a minimum of 16 years behind bars. In 2014, Sebastian Bindu was diagnosed as having paranoid schizophrenia, and in a separate trial was found guilty of murder and received a 14-year minimum life sentence. As the ringleader, Dominic Kocher was sentenced to jail for life with a minimum of 23 years. Even with Christoph's killers sentenced and behind bars, one thing was still missing: the motive. Because Kocher never admitted his guilt, he also never gave a reason for Christoph's death. But there are some theories. Kocher was unemployed, but he had come to an odd arrangement with Christoph, Bindu, and Wagner, where he cooked, cleaned, and did their laundry, and in exchange they put their wages directly into his bank account. But Christoph may have been planning to move to Belgium and leave Kocher without an income, which would have upset him. Bindu later alleged that Christoph and Wagner had a relationship which Kocher could not stand. It appears that the most likely motivation in the murder was money. Kocher, Wagner, Christoph, and Bindu had a very odd arrangement. It's possible that Christoph brought in the most money, so losing that income would have caused a big problem for Kocher. He may have felt he was losing control as well as money when Christoph decided to leave, so he made the plan to kill him out of revenge. Bindu also reported that Christoph and Wagner had a relationship, so jealousy could also be a motive. Kocher was already in a position of power for the group by managing their affairs, so he was able to use that power to enlist help from Bindu and Wagner. Notably, Bindu had mental health problems, paranoid schizophrenia, which may have explained why he gave his paycheck to Kocher and how he came to help with Kocher's plan to kill Christoph. This could also explain his inconsistent accounts of the murder, as disorganized speech is a symptom of schizophrenia. Bindu stated, "I was manipulated by Dominic. I was like a puppet."
You sneaky little girl. Yeah, you're sneaky. You're very sneaky.
nice to do. Getting that much done. For awful. I was hoping I could make some excuse for you guys to kill me.
After several days of being interrogated by the police, 30-year-old Matthew Hoffman finally broke his silence and started talking, but no one was ready for the horror of what he had to say. I mean, it's one thing to love the great outdoors, but Matthew took his obsession with trees and leaves to a lethal level, and hiding in the roots of this case is a chilling confession you won't believe. Tina Herman was a hardworking 32-year-old living in the quaint town of Apple Valley, Ohio, with her 2 children. Beyond being a devoted mother, she was an incredibly reliable employee at the local Dairy Queen, who never missed a day of work. So naturally, when she failed to show up for her shift in November 2010, alarm bells went off right away. Tina's absence was so unusual that her manager, Valerie Haythorne, decided to go drive by her home and make sure everything was okay. She noticed Tina's truck was in the driveway with another unknown car, and that some lights were on inside the house, so she figured all was well and left. When Tina missed another day of work, Valerie went back to her house and reportedly knocked on the locked front door several times, but all she got in return was an eerie silence on the other side.
Cleveland 911, police, ambulance, or fire. Hey, check this out. I just came from McDonald's, right? This broad is trying to break out the fucking house next door to me. She like, this motherfucker done kidnapped me and my daughter, and we've been in this bitch. She think I'm sir, you know what I mean? Sir, you have to calm down and slow down. Is she still in the street? Yeah, I'm looking at her. She right now. She calling y'all. She on another phone. Cleveland 911. You need police, fire, or ambulance? I'm the police. Okay, and what's going on there? I've been kidnapped, and I've been missing for 10 years, and I'm here. I'm fine now. I'm just saying, I'm using the phone. Okay, stay there with those neighbors. Talk to the police when they get there. Okay. Okay, talk to the police when they get there. Okay. Hello? Yeah, talk to the police when they get there. Okay, all right. Wait, now I need them now. As soon as we get a car open. No, I need them now before we get back. Can you ask her if she needs an ambulance? She needs an ambulance? She needs everything. She's in a panic, bro. I think she's been kidnapped, so, put yourself in her shoes.
The chilling 911 calls you just heard were made in 2013, after a woman made a daring escape after nearly a decade in captivity. The news shocked not only the Cleveland, Ohio neighborhood where the woman had been held, but the world, as more unbelievable details about the House of Horrors were uncovered. The nightmare first began in 2002 when 21-year-old Michelle Knight left the home of a family member on August 23rd. Michelle had been on her way to a case management meeting about the custody of her 2-year-old son Joey when she got lost. While trying to figure out where exactly she was, Michelle was stopped on the street by a man who she quickly recognized as the father of one of her friends. Trusting this man was the worst mistake of her life. Growing up, Michelle had a difficult home life where her family struggled to get by. She spent much of her time helping to care for her siblings, but claimed to have been abused as a child and teen. At only 14, it all became too much for her, and she ran away from home, choosing to live on the streets instead. Eventually, Michelle decided to move back home and return to high school. Then at 18, Michelle became pregnant, allegedly as a result of an assault. Soon after, she gave birth to her son, Joey. Though she wanted to be the best mother possible for her son, Michelle eventually lost custody of him in 2002 after an incident reportedly involving her mother's boyfriend. Allegedly, the man became intoxicated and fractured Joey's knee. The young boy was then moved from the house and placed in foster care. She was on her way to a meeting, hoping to regain custody of Joey, when then 42-year-old Ariel Castro pulled over to offer her a lift to the hearing. Because Michelle knew him casually through one of his 4 children, she agreed. Castro worked as a school bus driver for the Cleveland Metropolitan School District and was a local musician. In the car, the two got to talking, and Castro offered Michelle a puppy. The young mom was thrilled, thinking a puppy would make for a great present to Joey. Castro told her they could pick up the puppy from his house before they continued to the meeting. But there was no puppy. Castro had likely been thinking about abducting someone for a long time. When he saw Michelle walking alone and she agreed to get in the car, he was presented with the perfect opportunity to carry out his fantasy. When they got to Castro's 2207 Seymour Avenue home, and Michelle went inside, she had no idea that she would never be allowed to leave. Once in the home, Castro struck. He wrapped an extension cord around her neck, binding her arms and legs, and shoved a sock into her mouth to prevent her from screaming for help. Castro told her, "You're not going to leave for a long time," and began taking off his clothes. Terrified, Michelle started to beg him to let her go, telling him that she needed to get her son. Castro's response was to tear the photo of Joey she carried into tiny pieces. It was the only picture she had of him. He told her that she would never see her son again. He kept her chained in the dark basement for days and put a motorcycle helmet over her head to muffle her screams. This was just the first of repeated, unimaginable horrors that Castro inflicted upon Michelle. He assaulted and beat her multiple times a day. To keep her cries from being heard, he played loud music to drown. At some point, Castro had allowed Michelle to have a pet dog, a pit bull puppy she named Lobo, but she claimed that when the dog bit him trying to protect her from him, he broke its neck in front of her. Castro felt a huge rush of power in those first few days with Michelle. He had complete control. He dictated when she could eat, what she wore, where she slept, what items she was allowed to have, and what happened to her own body. Killing the dog in front of her was another show of power, and likely a scare tactic as well. He wanted her to be afraid and know that he was in charge. Castro lived alone, so there was no chance of anyone else stumbling upon Michelle hidden there. Though he had 4 children, none of them lived with him. His ex-common-law wife had custody of the children, and she moved out of Castro's home in 1996. It was her mother, Barbara Knight, who filed the missing person report about Michelle. The report describes what she was last seen wearing, and states that she had a mental condition and that she confused her surroundings a lot, which may have been what happened just before Castro found her. Despite being kidnapped in broad daylight, the police believe that because Michelle had run away before, she might have done it again. They assumed that because she had lost custody of Joey, she decided to leave. This assumption may have greatly impacted any search efforts to find her. Michelle's case was eventually forgotten. Her name was taken off the missing persons database only 15 months after she was reported missing. Though she didn't know it, her mother still continued to search for her. However, some reports claim that her family made very little attempt to find her.
I would give her a big hug and kiss and say, I love you.
Mister?
Yes.
When there was no sign of what had happened to Michelle, her son was eventually adopted by another family. On at least one occasion, Michelle tried to escape the house of horrors where Castro kept her confined. During her attempt, her neck and back were hurt so badly, she was afraid to try again. She said, "We had no way to get out of that house, and even if we tried, we got hurt." 7 months after Michelle had been kidnapped and held captive, 16-year-old Amanda Berry got up and got ready for work at a fast food restaurant on April 21st, 2003. She thought about calling in since the next day was her 17th birthday. Her entire life would have been different if she hadn't gone to work that day. It was during her walk home, only a few blocks from her house, that everything went horribly wrong. There was a vehicle sitting in a driveway at an angle where she had to go around. Amanda remembered smiling at the people inside the vehicle, a man and his daughter, because the daughter looked familiar to her. She believed it was one of her friends she had known in middle school. But then the vehicle started following after her as she walked. The man pulled up to her and asked if she wanted a ride home, and Amanda realized that the girl was no longer inside. When Amanda commented that the girl wasn't with the man anymore, he told her that his daughter was at his house and asked Amanda if she wanted to see her. Believing that the man was the father of her friend and therefore trustworthy, Amanda told him yes, a choice she would come to deeply regret. Amanda had gone to school with 2 of Castro's daughters, but what she didn't know was that neither lived with him, and in fact they lived in a different neighborhood with their mother. Though it isn't entirely clear, it appears that Castro had been dropping off one of his daughters before he spotted Amanda and took advantage of the fact that she knew his daughter to lure her to his house. When they arrived at the house on Seymour Avenue, the man told her that the girl, his daughter, must have been in the bath. As they waited, he started to show her around the house, a house she could never be allowed to leave. Castro took Amanda upstairs and showed her where another young woman was fast asleep. Amanda didn't know it at the time, but the other woman was now 22-year-old Michelle Knight. The nightmare only got worse from there. Castro forced Amanda into the next bedroom where he told her to pull her pants down. After, Amanda's wrists and ankles were bound with tape. Castro went one step further and added a belt over the tape around her ankles. She was chained to a pole in the basement as Castro put a helmet over her head and told her that if she was quiet, he would take her home. It was a lie. The initial rush of power and excitement for Castro after he abducted Michelle had likely faded somewhat after 7 months, so he took Amanda to feel that huge rush again. Just like with Michelle, Amanda happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Castro saw the opportunity and he acted on it. That first day, Amanda was left in the dark with only a TV for company. As much as she cried and screamed, no one came to save her. Her family reported that she was missing soon after, and she watched on TV in Castro's basement as her mother and sister made pleas for her safe return.
The whereabouts and everything of my daughter, Amanda Berry. Thank you all very much for being here. I appreciate it.
Amanda Berry's mother's pleading for anyone with information about her daughter's disappearance to come forward. She's been missing since late April.
After being in the house for 4 days, Castro brought Amanda back upstairs where he chained her to a radiator in a bedroom. Eventually, Castro asked her if there was anything she wanted to pass the time, and Amanda asked him for something she could write in. He brought her a diary with a tiny lock and key. In one of her first entries, she wrote, "You never know what you got till it's gone. I just can't wait to go home. I'm 17 now, but don't have a life. But he told me I'm young and will go home before summer. Another 2 months." It was another lie. A week after abducting Amanda, Castro called her family to taunt them about how he had taken her. He referred to her as Mandy, a nickname that only those close to her ever used, which especially disturbed her family. Castro also claimed that Amanda wanted to be with him. This call was almost Castro's downfall. He was literally 2 blocks away from being caught. Around this time, the FBI had developed technology capable of tracking a cell phone's location, but it only worked if the phone was turned on. Authorities were able to narrow down the call to within 2 blocks of where Castro lived, and they staked out the area for weeks, hoping for a sign of Amanda. But Castro never turned the phone back on, and so they eventually gave up. There were thousands of reported sightings of Amanda over the years. There were even times when people reported that she had died, but her family kept hope because her body was never found. Over the years that she was held captive, Amanda addressed almost all of her diary entries to her mother, Lawana Miller. She died at 43 in 2006 from heart failure, though her family said she died of a broken heart after losing Amanda, who she searched for relentlessly. She never learned what became of her daughter. It isn't known for sure how Amanda found out her mother had died, but the women sometimes had access to a TV or VCR, where they frequently saw updates in their own missing persons cases, so she may have seen the death announced on the news. After, she still addressed her diary entries to her, but wrote, "Mother in heaven." When Amanda was first taken, Michelle only saw her for a few minutes, but then didn't see her again for months. Castro likely kept the girls separate so they wouldn't be able to band together against him. If they were together when he wasn't around, he wouldn't know what they were discussing, especially what they were saying about him, and this would make him feel like he was not in control. Everything Castro did was about control. Even with 2 women already held hostage in his house, Castro wanted more. A year after he took Amanda, he went looking for another victim. Castro promised Amanda that if he got another girl into the house, then he would finally take her home. It was another lie. Again, Castro was searching for the high of that initial abduction, because it is worn off after a year. As time passed, Castro began to anticipate the next abduction. The more he thought about doing it, the more he wanted to. He likely felt a huge thrill and rush of power each time he took a new girl. It seems that with each kidnapping, Castro felt more confident and more dangerous as he captured younger women each time. Just 5 blocks from where Amanda had been taken, Castro ran into someone he knew on April 2nd, 2004. Castro's daughter, Arlene Castro, was walking home from school with 14-year-old Gina De Jesus. The girls were going to hang out, but when Arlene's mother said no, Gina started on the long walk to her house alone. She called her own mother and told her she was on her way, but she would never make it. Arlene was the last person to see Gina before she went missing. Castro also knew Gina's father, so when his vehicle pulled up next to her on the sidewalk, she wasn't too alarmed to see him. Castro asked Gina if she had seen Arlene, and when she said she had, he asked for her help locating her. The request didn't seem out of the ordinary for the teen, so she agreed and got into the car with him. But Castro didn't take her to find Arlene. Instead, he brought her to his house where he asked her to help him move some equipment. By now, Gina was understandably alarmed. Then Castro's behavior changed. Instead of telling her what equipment he needed help with, he started to groom himself in front of her, trimming his eyebrows, mustache, and nose hairs. He shifted his attention to her and began inappropriately touching her. Gina warned him he could go to jail because she was so young, and he responded that she could leave. However, he had one stipulation. She had to leave out a different door than the one she came in, and to use the basement door. Likely just feeling relieved that she could leave, Gina didn't ask any questions. Once in the basement, Castro pounced and tried to chain her up. At first, the chains weren't tight enough, and Gina managed to get loose. She tried to run. Castro caught her and overpowered her, but she managed to land a few hard kicks on him. Gina screamed for help, but he had turned up the volume of the radio in his basement, and the radio in the living room so no one could hear her. He managed to tie her up and left her in his basement. The day she went missing, Gina's mother, Nancy Ruiz, called police to report that she had disappeared. Yet investigators didn't immediately look into Gina's disappearance as a missing child because they assumed she may have run away from home. When the search for Gina finally began, something especially twisted happened. Castro joined in the efforts. All the while, he knew exactly where Gina was. Because Castro was friends with Gina's father, he helped pass out flyers about her disappearance, and even comforted Gina's mother while at a vigil for her a year after she'd gone missing. Castro likely joined the search to gain access to information about the case, and any possible leads. He may have also wanted to ensure that he was not a suspect, since Gina was last seen with his daughter. And finally, he likely felt excitement that he was helping with the search, and that no one but him knew the truth. For the first few weeks that Castro held Gina captive, he mostly left her alone, but on May 7th, 2004, he assaulted her for the first time. Horrifically, he continued to do so regularly. He chained up Michelle and Gina together in the same room where they had to share a mattress. They would remain together in that room during their entire captivity. On a few occasions, Michelle tried to intervene when Castro attempted to assault Gina, which resulted in her being assaulted and beaten more often herself. He would assault each of them while the other was still in the room. Castro had kidnapped all three women within 20 months in a roughly 5-block area. Inside the home, the women were forced to live in filthy and cramped conditions. They were chained up, tortured, and starved. All suffered from depression, sickness, and bed bugs. During the first winter she was there, Michelle was left naked for months, with just a thin sheet to keep warm. She also wasn't allowed to shower for the first 8 months after she was taken. Amanda was kept in a room the size of a closet, with a dirty and old mattress. She had to go to the bathroom in a bucket, which was kept in the room with her and smelled terrible. Anytime Castro showed them any kindness, it always came with disturbing conditions. Amanda recalled that whenever he allowed her to shower, she had to shower with him. Castro frequently assaulted the women. In order to muffle any sounds of their cries for help, he used a sound system to play loud music so no one would hear. Amanda said she tried to numb herself, but she secretly kept track of each instance of assault, with a number at the top of the pages in her diary, with the hope that one day he would be caught and punished. Michelle became pregnant on 4 or 5 occasions, but Castro forced her to miscarry each pregnancy by beating her so severely. The injuries were so damaging that they left Michelle unable to have any more children. He ensured none could escape by boarding up the windows and locking all of the doors. Castro also psychologically manipulated them, testing them to see if they would try to escape. He sometimes pretended to leave the house, and then would sneak back in without the women knowing. That way, they could never really trust he was gone. He would check that they hadn't tried to leave, and warn that if he ever caught them attempting to escape, that he would kill them. Other forms of Castro's manipulations were calculated gifts and deprivation to pin the girls against each other. Castro used a domestic economy to hand out rewards to the women. He would give them cash allowances that they could use to buy food and other necessities, which he could also take away. In order to ensure the women didn't trust each other, he intentionally played mind games with them, often between Amanda and Michelle. When he first took Gina, he gave her the nicest room and let her eat first, which caused some resentment between the women. Buying occasional little gifts for the girls was a manipulation tactic to gain their trust and cooperation. When you have had literally everything taken away from you, Such as Michelle, Amanda, and Gina did, a small item takes on a larger meaning. Making sure the girls didn't trust each other was Castro's way of ensuring they didn't join forces against him. It was another form of control. One of the cruelest moments of many cruelties was when Castro told Gina she had to play Russian roulette with him and take turns pointing the gun at each other. He claimed to have loaded the gun with one bullet. At that point, Gina felt like she had nothing to lose because she thought she was going to be in that house forever. But in a resistance streak, Gina also wanted a chance to pull the trigger while the gun was aimed at Castro. She wanted to kill him. She pulled the trigger, but nothing happened. Michelle was the most outwardly resistant to Castro. She often talked back to him, refusing to use his name when she spoke to him. Instead, she called him Dude. Castro disliked her the most out of his captives because she refused to break. Michelle later said, "He wanted to break me, and that's something he couldn't do, because you can't break someone who's already broken. You can only make them stronger." Something that all the women held on to was hope, whether it was finding strength in the belief that their families would never give up on them, or even resistance by fantasizing that they could kill Castro with rat poison. At first, the three women were kept separate from each other in different rooms of the house. But then on May 23, 2004, Castro brought them all together just so they could watch a show. It was America's Most Wanted and featured both Amanda and Gina's missing persons cases. This was especially painful because the families of both girls were interviewed. Gina said that after this, she couldn't stand him, but had to act as though she was friends with Castro in order to survive. Following Michelle's abduction, there was very little, if any, TV or news coverage about the case. Castro used this lack of effort to find her to torture Michelle, telling her it was because no one was looking for her. This was made all the worse when Amanda Berry's mother appeared on the news frequently, begging for her daughter to be returned. Castro would twist this to make Michelle feel even more alone in comparison.
Did you ever imagine that she would be found?
Not really. I didn't even think that we would ever see her again. We were still looking for her, watching out to see if we seen her on the street, but like I said, we really never publicized it.
Michelle said, "It would hurt because I knew my family didn't care." Castro even said to her, "Ain't you glad I took you?" After bringing the women together to watch TV, they started to talk to each other. Well, they spoke to each other whenever they had the chance, because Castro actually forbade them from speaking among themselves. He put gates up to keep them apart, but they could still speak, and when he closed the doors to stop them, they communicated through pictures and notes carefully slid under doors. Whenever Castro left them in the house alone, which was very infrequently, the women would sometimes pretend like everything was okay, dancing and singing together or watching The Vampire Diaries on TV, attempting to feign any kind of normalcy. On occasion, Castro would allow the women to go outside of the home, but only to the yard or the garage, and whenever they were out of the house, he made them wear disguises such as a helmet or a wig, like the one shown here. Everything became all the more disturbing when Amanda turned 20. She began to suspect that she was pregnant. For some reason, instead of forcefully terminating her pregnancy as Castro had with Michelle, he allowed her to carry the baby to term. On Christmas Day, 2006, Amanda went into labor. Castro had purchased a baby pool for her to give birth in the home and had Michelle help her deliver the baby. While she was in labor, Castro sat in a rocking chair and read a book on babies rather than offer an aid. The birth wasn't easy, not only because she had to give birth without any professional help, but the child wasn't breathing at first. Castro apparently threatened to kill Michelle if she didn't save the baby. Michelle managed to get the child to breathe by blowing air into her mouth, and thanks to her efforts, the baby survived. Amanda named her daughter Jocelyn. The baby became a very welcome distraction and source of joy for the three young women. According to Michelle, Castro began calling Amanda his wife after the child was born. He even referred to them all as a family. For the most part, Jocelyn was as hidden from the outside world as the others. But unlike the three women, Castro would occasionally let her outside in the backyard, to the park, or to Sunday services with him. He even took Jocelyn to visit his family, including his mother, Lillian Rodriguez. Apparently, Jocelyn called her grandmother. Rodriguez never revealed where she thought the young girl came from or who she thought her mother was. All the while, Amanda worried Castro might possibly do something to her daughter. And what might be one of the strangest turn of events for the women, They also watched the breaking news in August 2009 of J.C. Dugard's escape from captivity after 18 years. The three women were fascinated by the story and watched for any updates. It must have been particularly surreal to see the evidence of someone escaping a situation so similar to the one they were currently in. And yet, when talking about the man who had held J.C. captive, Philip Garrido, Castro made the comment that guy was crazy. Though it may seem like Castro was at least willfully ignoring any similarity between himself and Garrido, when one of the women said that what happened to J.C. was just like their situation, he asked him if they were going to write a book about this. Castro must have felt extremely confident that no one would ever discover the women, because he occasionally had friends and family members come over to the house. On one occasion, the women were almost able to alert Castro's daughter that they were there. While Arlene visited the home, they were hidden away in the basement. They were close to shouting for help, but they were too afraid that Castro would kill them if they did. They had another chance to call for help when the house next door to Castro's was raided by police in 2010. But again, they were too afraid. On another occasion, when he had family over, he hid the women in a van. There were many close calls over the years. When police were investigating Gina's disappearance, they looked at connections with her friends, including Arlene Castro. But instead of investigating her father, they became suspicious of her stepfather, Fernando Colon. Colon claimed that during an interview with police, he told them that the person they should really be looking into was Castro, as he also knew Gina. He alleges that he even said that Castro was known to be violent. However, nothing ever came of the tip, and the FBI claims that they have no written record of Colon saying this. Another close call for the women in Castro's house, quite literally, involved Castro's other daughter, Angie, who found a weird message on her answering machine. The message sounded like it was left after her number had been pocket dialed, but the frightening part was that she could hear the voice of a young woman screaming and shouting, "Get away from me." Concerned about what she had heard, Angie reported the message to the police, who traced the call, but instead of tracing it to Castro, they believed the call came from a different phone. Gina's mother would later assert that some kind of mistake must have been made when the call was traced, because she believes it had come from Castro. At one point, the police believed that Amanda's case was solved when Robert Wolford, a man already convicted of murder in 2007, admitted in 2012 that he had also killed Amanda Berry. This was, of course, a lie, but investigators didn't know that at the time. Not only did Wolford pass a lie to over a notoriously unreliable measurement of truth, but he claimed that he could lead the police to Amanda's remains. Even though it wasn't the conclusion anyone was hoping for with Amanda's case, the police and her family had their hopes up that they would finally have answers. Oddly, the area where Wolford told the police they could find her body was nearby to where Amanda was actually trapped alive in Castro's home. Investigators didn't find any remains. As the excavation was filmed by the news, Castro's brother Pedro was actually seen pointing at the efforts and saying, "That's a waste of money." The police dug up one other backyard in their search for Amanda. Everything changed on May 6, 2013. Jocelyn, who had more freedom in the house than the women, went downstairs before she ran back up to tell Amanda that, "I don't find Daddy. Daddy's nowhere around." And there was something else. For the first time, Amanda's bedroom door had been left unlocked. Amanda isn't sure if the unlocked door is another test left by Castro, but she immediately knew it was their chance. At this point, she'd been held captive for 10 long years. She made her way downstairs. Jocelyn was right. There was no sign of Castro. The front door had an alarm on it, but it was the storm door beyond that proved to be the issue. It was padlocked shut, but Amanda was determined. She pulled the door open just enough that she could stick an arm through. She started screaming for help. While this was happening, Gina feared that Castro had caught Amanda, and out of terror, told Michelle to stay with her upstairs instead of running to help Amanda. 75-year-old Aurora Marty heard the calls for help, and as an arm reached out from behind the door, Marty ran over to the house across the street from hers on Seymour Avenue. The girl behind the door says to her, "I'm Amanda Berry." Marty doesn't speak much English, but she still recognized the name. She said, "You can't be Amanda. Amanda's dead." Because of her arthritis, Marty struggles to help Amanda pull the door open. There are conflicting accounts about what happens next, but either way, Amanda begs for help getting the door open, and then Charles Ramsey sees her arm.
"Hey, check this out. I just came from McDonald's, right? This broad is trying to break out the fucking house next door to me."
He grabs grabs the other side of the door and starts pulling, trying to get it open. When that doesn't work, he kicks at it, telling Amanda to do the same thing on the other side. And she does. The bottom panel in the storm door gives way, and she can crawl through.
Sir, you have to calm down and slow down. Is she still in the street? Yeah, I'm looking at her. She right now. She calling y'all. She on another phone.
With her 6-year-old daughter in her arms, Amanda ran to a neighbor's house to call 911. The entire time, she was terrified that Castro would return and hurt her, even though she was surrounded by people. Her call goes through at 5:52 p.m.
Help me, I'm Amanda Berry. I've been kidnapped and I've been missing for 10 years and I'm here, I'm free now. I'm across the street, I'm using this phone. Okay, stay there with those neighbors. Call the police when they get there. Okay.
I have a call pick on the phone with a female who says her name is Amanda Berry and that she had been kidnapped 10 years ago. Still has on the phone right now. She's saying that the male is Ariel Castro.
Police were sent immediately to the house. They arrived at 5:54, about 2 minutes after Amanda called for help. As they arrive, they are flagged by a woman with a small child in her arms. They quickly realize that this isn't some prank call, but that it's real. She's the girl from the missing person flyers, Amanda Berry.
This might be for real.
And then Amanda tells the police that she isn't alone.
There might be others in the house.
2 officers forced their way through the crack in the door that Amanda had escaped through. They managed to open the storm door so more officers can follow after them. They check the basement, but it's empty. Then an officer climbs the stairs and shouts, "Cleveland Police." Michelle had no idea what was going on downstairs, but when she finally worked up the courage to go and find out, she opened the door to a police officer shouting,
Adam 23 radio. We found them. We found them.
As soon as she realized it was the police, Michelle runs in at the officer's arms and hugs them, shouting, "You saved me, you saved me." She told them to never let her go. The officer couldn't help but tear up. When he asks if there's anyone else, Gina De Jesus comes out of another bedroom.
Gina De Jesus might be in this house also.
For the first time since they were taken, the 3 women were outside of the house. Michelle is now 32, Amanda 27, and Gina 23. The police broadcast the description of Castro's vehicle, and he was found just as he pulled into a McDonald's parking lot. He was arrested and handcuffed on the spot at 6:16 p.m. One of his male relatives was in the car with him. Not long after this, the police announced that they had arrested 2 other men on suspicion of kidnapping, Castro's brothers, Pedro and O'Neill. All 3 were arrested. One reason the brothers fell under suspicion was that O'Neill was with Castro at the time of his arrest. However, only Castro was charged, and Pedro and O'Neill were released. Though it's hard to imagine no one who knew Castro had any idea that he had kidnapped 3 women and held them captive in his house for over 10 years. Investigators stated that neither brother appeared to have been involved. They also said that neither had any knowledge about the 3 women. Generally speaking, most people are under no legal obligation to report a crime, whether they knew about it in advance, witnessed its commission, or found out about it after the fact. However, there are exceptions to this law. Some examples would be mandated reporters if you aid and abet in the crime, or if you willfully conceal the commission of a felony federal offense. The latter can result in a charge of misprision of a felony, which is a form of obstruction of justice. The shocking rescue made worldwide news. Instead of celebrating her release after 11 years, Michelle was rushed to the hospital. She complained to the police about having chest pains and trouble breathing. She is a small woman, but at the time that she was found, she only weighed around 84 pounds. She was so tiny that the police thought she was actually a child. At the hospital, Michelle found out that she had a bacterial infection in her stomach and only had days to live. If she hadn't been freed from Castro's house when she would have died. She eventually recovered. But that wasn't the worst of it. Michelle has been left with lifelong physical damage. On top of never being able to have children because of Castro's physical assaults, Michelle's eyesight has been permanently altered after spending so much time trapped in the dark. She also suffered from damage to her facial bones from the repeated beatings to her head. On one occasion, Castro broke her jaw with a barbell. None of this compares to the mental effects of Castro's torture. During those long years of captivity, Michelle occasionally contemplated taking her own life, but her her will remained strong when she thought about her son. Once the women were rescued, Castro's house was boarded up. After the women were discovered, people started to come forward with stories about the house on Seymour Avenue. Elsie Centrone, who lived 3 houses away from Castro, claimed that several years earlier her daughter had spotted a naked woman crawling in Castro's backyard. She said she called police about it, but they didn't take it seriously. In a similar incident, another neighbor, Israel Lugo, claimed he heard pounding on the doors coming from inside Castro's house and called the police in 2011. When the police showed up, Lugo alleged that they knocked on the door, and when no one answered, they left. The police admitted that they'd been at the Castro house twice in the last 15 years, but they maintained those visits had nothing to do with the women's disappearances. In contrast to this, after his arrest, other neighbors came forward to say that Castro always appeared to be happy and respectful. Disturbingly, the kids and parents in the area trusted him, and he was known to take the children on rides on his motorcycle. What may be most horrifying of all is the fact that Castro was almost stopped on multiple occasions before he had the chance to hold 3 women captive for a decade. He had a long history of abuse and several run-ins with the police, including an incident involving the owner of a house neighboring his own. In 1994, Ernesto Santiago had come to check on his property when he realized a chain-link fence was missing. He asked Castro about it, and according to the police report, Castro became upset and picked up a shovel and attempted to hit the victim with it. In 2004, while Castro was working as a bus driver, he was charged with child endangerment and abduction. He'd allegedly left a 13-year-old boy on the bus unsupervised. When he got back on the bus, he drove it to Wendy's and, once there, allegedly told the child to lay down, bitch, while he went inside the restaurant to eat. He denied ever saying that. When he was interviewed about the incident, Castro said, "I just totally forgot he was there. I didn't check the bus." He was suspended for 60 days, but the charges were unsubstantiated due to insufficient evidence. He was eventually fired in 2012 after leaving the bus unattended in a fire lane for hours. As well, there's a long trail of police reports recording Castro's physical assaults against his common-law wife, Figueroa, dating back to 1980.
Watch the WHL.
After an incident, she called the police to report Castro, but never went through with pressing charges because he had allegedly threatened to kill her and their children if she did. Another police report states that in a different incident, Figueroa asked Castro where he was going, and he became violent and slapped her. When she tried to get away from him, he slammed her into the wall and against a washing machine. Her shoulder and arm were both injured in the assault. Castro made another threat when Figueroa eventually lodged a formal complaint against him after a horrific incident where he reportedly stomped on her head with his boots on in front of their children. Figueroa's son ran from the house and Castro chased after him, giving her a chance to lock him out of the home. When the police arrived, Castro tried to flee, but they caught him. According to a court petition, Figueroa had suffered a broken nose, broken ribs, 2 dislocated shoulders, and a lost tooth at the hands of Castro. Figueroa also developed a brain tumor from the multiple head injuries she had. When Figueroa went to take the stand at the courthouse about the incident, Castro allegedly threatened her at the entrance, and she never testified. Because of this, he was never indicted as there wasn't enough evidence. It's not uncommon for victims of domestic violence to become uncooperative after filing charges with the police. This may be due to fear, battered women's syndrome, or because they don't think the violence will happen again. Police and prosecutors always try to take as many photos as possible, statements, and any other evidence they can collect so that if the victim becomes uncooperative, they can still prove the charges. While it's obviously more difficult to get a conviction without the victim's testimony or cooperation, it is still often done. It was only after Amanda's daring escape that Castro was brought to justice. During his trial, Castro claimed to have an addiction to adult content and said, "I'm not a monster, I'm sick." He also made claims that went directly against the evidence police found in the home, such as the chains and ropes used to restrain the women. Castro said that he treated the girls well and claimed any intercourse with them was consensual. When asked about terminating Michelle's multiple pregnancies, he admitted that he had, but only after alleging it was always a mutual decision. Castro refused to take responsibility for what he did by using excuses, such as that he's sick or that he treated the girls well. He knew exactly what he was doing when he abducted and tortured the girls over the course of 10 to 11 long years.
If you'd like to enter a plea of not guilty, we will waive the reading of the indictment, waive the 24-hour period, and just enter the plea.
Mr. Castro currently faces hundreds of years in prison with the current charges, and it is our hope that we can continue to work toward a resolution to avoid having an unnecessary trial about aggravated murder and the death penalty.
Castro was a classic narcissist and exhibited several traits of narcissistic personality disorder, including a grandiose sense of self-importance, is preoccupied with fantasies of unlimited success, power, brilliance, beauty, or ideal love, requires excessive admiration as a sense of entitlement, is interpersonally exploitative, i.e. takes advantage of others to achieve his own ends, lacks empathy, shows arrogant, haughty behaviors and attitudes. He was also sadistic, meaning he derived gratification from the physical and emotional suffering he caused in other people. Castro eventually admitted he would have been easily caught at the beginning if the police had only seen the surveillance footage from Wilbur Wright Middle School, near where he took Gina. In a bold statement of stomach-churning irony, Castro said, "If they would have questioned me, it's possible that it would have ended right there. I feel that the FBI let those girls down." Castro's arrogant statement about how the FBI let those girls down is another example of his narcissism. Not only does he deflect any responsibility, but he is also actually blaming the FBI. Only Michelle attended Castro's sentencing hearing. She told him, "I spent 11 years in hell. Now your hell is just beginning." On August 1st, 2013, Ariel Castro was sentenced to life in prison after he pled guilty to 937 counts of kidnapping and assault in exchange to avoid the death penalty. His sentence was extended to include 1,000 more years. Castro never even came close to serving his sentence. The 937 counts were charges because each individual assault, kidnapping, etc. of each victim was charged as a separate offense on an indictment. While in prison, he complained frequently about the prison food, even believing it had been tampered with, and said that the prison guards were negligent. Less than 2 months into his sentence on September 3rd, 2013, Castro was found dead in his prison cell after he had taken his own life by hanging. Records from the jail show that Castro was listed as requiring special observation because he was believed to be at risk of taking his own life. Castro had complete power over multiple people for years. Being in jail was a total loss of control for him, and he couldn't stand that he wasn't calling the shots anymore. Officers found his body 27 minutes after their last check on him, kneeling with a bedsheet tied around his neck and attached to a window hinge. Oddly, his shorts were found around his ankles, and he wasn't wearing underwear. Because of this detail, at first, it was incorrectly believed that Castro may have died as a result of autoerotic asphyxiation, which would have made his death an accident. However, after speaking to other inmates, it became clear that Castro had lost weight while incarcerated, causing his pants to frequently slip down. This explained why his shorts were down when he died. Castro left a note behind where he cited scripture and wrote that those who confessed with their heart will be saved. In another note he wrote, "My kids and grandkids," and drew a heart around the words. Other doodles on the page were some of his family members' names, more hearts, flowers, and music notes. On one hand, Castro's death robbed the women of the satisfaction of knowing that he was being punished for his many crimes. But on the other hand, their nightmare was officially over. All three women were eager to begin their lives after captivity, but reintroduction into society wasn't easy for any of them after a decade being held hostage. The women suffered from complex post-traumatic stress disorder after years of abuse. Michelle was the first to speak publicly about the horror she faced, as the one who had been held by Castro the longest.
I'm learning that I'm more stronger. I am able to define who I am, not by the situations that are surrounding me. So I learned in life it's better to forgive, but you'll never forget what happened to you. But for your healing process, it's better to forgive.
Though Michelle had hopes of gaining custody of her son, she did not. Still, his adoptive parents sent her photos and updates about him. It's a very difficult situation, but it would have been extremely disruptive for Joey to be uprooted from the only home he has known for most of his life. As part of moving on, Michelle changed her name to Lily Rose Lee. She has published 2 books under her birth name about her life during and after those 11 years, titled Finding Me and Life After Darkness. On the anniversary that she escaped, May 6, 2016, she got married. Amanda has been able to raise Jocelyn in a healthy and safe environment. Since she was taken as a teen, Gina said that one of the things she always wanted to do was learn to drive. She now has her driver's license and went back to school. Amanda and Gina collaborated on a book with 2 Pulitzer Prize-winning Washington Post reporters and published their own book called Hope in 2015. Amanda and Gina are still friends to this day, but they are no longer in contact with Michelle. Gina explained that all 3 women liked each other at one point in the beginning, but their relationship was fractured now. It appears that the ways Castro attempted to turn the women against each other had lasting effects on them. He often played Amanda and Michelle off of each other, so they never really got along. While Amanda and Gina grew close and shared a lot with each other over the years, Amanda simply said that she and Michelle were 2 different people. Both Amanda and Gina have stated that they wish the best for Michelle. When Michelle was asked why she no longer speaks to the other women, she said Gina was like a sister to her, but their lives have pulled them in different directions. She hasn't directly commented about Amanda. Today, all 3 women work in some way to help survivors, highlighting missing persons cases or help the families of missing persons. Michelle founded Lily's Ray of Hope to help victims find housing, clothing, and access to education. Amanda began hosting a segment on the news about Cleveland's missing persons cases in 2017. Gina became an ambassador for the Northeast Ohio Amber Alert and founded the Cleveland Family Center for Missing Children and Adults. All 3 women have proven their courage, perseverance, and unbelievable ability to survive.
I'm going to play one more, then I'm going to get off.
What's up, guys? I just want to let you know that I want to follow myself, you know? I want to actually believe in myself.
Yes, I need to. I don't know how to do this. My son, I'm concerned about his own safety. It seems like he's a little delusional.
I know what's right for me.
I just heard like shots fired.
I know that they can change me. But the thing is, that's not being healthy, you know? I used to think that I needed steroids to be this thing, to be this symbol, to be this lie.
Sounded really. How many did you hear? It was like 1 and then da-da-da.
We're all the same, though. Peace out. Peace.
The young man in this video is 19-year-old Austin Harriff, a promising student and football player, or at least he used to be those things. That's because just 3 days after posting this video, he claimed to have been overcome by dog spirits, who police say drove him to commit a frenzied, cannibalistic crime. What's most intriguing about this case is the fact that Austin documented his life in YouTube videos, mainly consisting of workout tips or karaoke-style cover songs, proving unique insight into his state of mind. His videos strongly allude to his darker persona, as does his channel's description. I've got a psycho side and a normal side. I've lost my mind, help me find it. While many of the possible warning signs went unnoticed in the time leading up to the attack, people still wonder how the seemingly average young man transformed into an accused killer with superhuman strength. Austin Harriff was born on December 21st, 1996, in Jupiter, Florida, to Wade and Mina Harriff. Austin lived primarily with his mother and excelled in high school, even enrolling in advanced courses in several subjects. He also played on his school's football team and was widely considered a popular, good-looking guy. Austin had big dreams of working in the medical field someday, just like his mother, father, and grandfather. But he also had passions for singing and songwriting. So in 2016, he began his freshman year at Florida State University. Austin seemed to blend right into college life as a rather quiet member of the Alpha Delta Phi fraternity. And his grades were excellent, but by that summer, he had started to become unhinged. Austin's family reported his behavior during this time as somewhat erratic and unrecognizable to the young man they once knew. Suddenly, Austin was hardly sleeping at all and seemed obsessively fixated on helping other people. Not to mention, his YouTube videos had grown much darker in recent months. On July 13th, 2016, just 1 month before the attack, he posted a video showing himself carrying a gun before grabbing a knife and walking with the pointed end facing out. Oh, and just a few days before he posted that video, he shared a clip of himself rapping the lyrics. "I'm like Bugs Bunny, I stick my teeth in because it's funny. I'm like a Looney Tune, I take a lot of shrooms." His mother, Mina, was particularly concerned by the bizarre, or disgusting as she called them, poems and song lyrics she found written in her son's journal. One entry read, "Do you know what it feels like to be so afraid to speak? Becoming a bully because all the bullies bullied me. Man, I just wanted to be accepted. The anxiety I feel inside feels like I internally bleed. So much pain and embarrassment every week." Austin was clearly struggling with some inner demons, but there was even more intense warning signs in his internet search history. Months before the crime took place, he had searched for answers to countless questions, including, "I think I'm going crazy. Am I? Must I sleep? What am I? And can we really control more than we think?" On August 16th, 2016, Austin confessed to his sister that he thought himself to be immortal and half human, half horse. Alarmed by this admission, his sister encouraged him to seek the help of a therapist, unaware that their mother had already been considering having Austin evaluated under Florida's Baker Act. Under this law, a person can be detained for up to 72 hours while an assessment of their well-being takes place. The Baker Act allows doctors, mental health professionals, judges, and law enforcement to commit a person to a mental health treatment center for up to 72 hours if they display certain violent signs of mental illness, or if they may be at risk for taking their own life. The purpose of the Baker Act is to allow time for a mental health evaluation to be performed and to de-escalate a crisis. This evaluation will confirm whether the individual is experiencing a mental health issue, and if the person is determined not to be a danger to themselves or others, they will be released after the holding period. Unfortunately, he didn't receive the treatment he needed in time, and later that night, all of Austin's internal struggles boiled over to the surface. Austin was out to dinner with his parents at Duffy's Sports Grill when he apparently got angry and walked out of the restaurant alone. From there, he went to his mother's house and allegedly began drinking cooking oil mixed with Parmesan cheese. Mina stated that she drove him back to the restaurant, but Austin stormed out for good when an argument erupted between him and his father. Mina was incredibly worried about her son and frightened by his behavior, so she called 911.
My son, he's kind of taken off, and I'm concerned about his own safety. Acting a little strange. 19. It seems like he's a little delusional, and he was out to dinner with his dad today, and he took off, and we're just, he was with his sister, and he says, he feels immortal and like a superhero, so I don't know what's going on with him.
Meanwhile, 3.5 miles away, 59-year-old John Stevens and his wife, 53-year-old Michelle Stevens, were having a relaxing evening in their favorite hangout spot, the garage. While it's not everybody's cup of tea, the retired couple had set up a television and chairs, and they kept the door open so they could say hello to passing neighbors. They jokingly called it their Garage Mahal. One of their children later told reporters, "It wasn't classy, but it was a gathering place. That garage always brought people together." At around 9:20 that evening, a 911 call came in from one of the Stevens neighbors, Jeff Fisher. He claimed to have been awoken by strange sounds and screams coming from outside. When he went to see what was going on, he saw a young man attacking Michelle in her garage. He turned and looked at me and said, "You want no part of this," or "You don't want a part of me," one of the two, and then from his right hand swung. Not realizing the intruder was carrying a knife, Jeff approached him and was violently slashed and stabbed. After a brief altercation, the helpful neighbor retreated into his home, badly injured, and called the police. Now, spoiler alert, The man accused of wielding the knife is Austin Harriff.
911, do you need fire, police, or medical?
Please, and medical. Young man beating up a woman across the street.
Okay, are they outside or in a house?
It's in a garage. I think he had a knife, but I'm not positive.
Are either of them injured? Can you tell from where you are?
Yes, there's a girl laying on the ground. He beat her up.
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
Can you have your wife or I don't want you moving if you've been stabbed, but can you have your wife or someone look out and see if he's still there?
I don't know. See if that car's still there, honey. It appears he's still there.
Officers descended on the scene, and what they found will surely haunt them for years to come. Police described finding Austin on top of John Stevens with his fingers like a fishhook in his mouth, pulling at his cheek. Deputies attempted to subdue Austin with a taser, who was allegedly growling as he used his mouth to tear at the innocent man's face. The taser didn't seem to faze the crazed frat boy, so authorities were forced to use a canine attack dog. But unfortunately, it was too late for John and Michelle, who were declared dead at the scene. Once subdued, Austin allegedly told authorities that he ate something bad. When asked what it was, he simply replied, human. Jeff Fisher was rushed to the hospital where he underwent emergency surgery to save his life. Austin was also transported to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. In addition to various sharp force wounds, his lungs and liver were failing, and he was going through periods of convulsions. It's possible that whatever caused Austin's lungs and liver to fail could have contributed to the attack. For example, if he ingested an unknown substance, this could have had an effect on his thoughts and behavior. However, at this time, there's not enough information to determine what caused Austin's organs to fail. A medical examiner concluded that John had died from knife wounds prior to being mauled, and that Michelle had also suffered multiple stab wounds, but her cause of death was from being beaten. The initial consensus was that Austin had likely been using Flakka at the time of the attack. However, a toxicology report indicated that Flakka wasn't in Austin's system that night. Instead, only trace amounts of THC were found, along with the prescriptions administered at the hospital. A fellow university student told reporters that he suspected Austin's behavior could be attributed to roid rage, related to excessive use of steroids. While those claims have never been verified, the acquaintance mentioned that Austin seemed to gain muscle at an alarming rate during his first year of college. Unable to determine what Austin had consumed to make him so sick, doctors listed him in critical condition and treated him for schizophrenia. Some believe he drank chemicals found in the Stevens garage to take his own life, but we may never know because Austin claims to have no recollection of that night's events. In the 911 call that Austin's mom made, she mentioned that Austin was a little delusional. Delusions can be a symptom of schizophrenia. The age of onset for schizophrenia in males is usually between late teens to early 20s, which fits with Austin's age at the time of the incident. Family members are usually the first to notice that something seems off. Early warning signs of schizophrenia include the following: a concerning drop in grades in school or performance at work, trouble thinking clearly or concentrating, suspiciousness of or uneasiness around others, a decline in self-care or personal hygiene, inappropriately strong emotions or no feelings at all, unusual thoughts or beliefs, hearing, seeing, tasting, or believing things that others don't. The odd questions in Austin's search history prior to the crime, e.g., I think I'm going crazy, am I? Must I sleep? What am I? And can we really control more than we think? Indicate that big changes may have been occurring in his mind, and he was trying to figure out what was happening to him. Difficulty sleeping, feeling afraid of going crazy, feeling strong and powerful, thinking you have special powers, and thinking bizarre things are all early warning signs of a psychotic break. After recovering from his physical injuries, Austin was transferred to Martin County Jail to await trial. Authorities released a heartbreaking call between him and his father.
Hello? Hey, Austin. Hey, Dad. How you doing, buddy? I'm doing okay. I'm real proud of you how you didn't answer any questions. Yeah. Well, you're good. How are you doing? I'm all right. Well, how's life?
It's tough on us, officer. We're not used to this.
Am I gonna be okay?
Yeah, you're gonna be okay.
Just hard adjusting to jail.
I know you need to get a Bible, Austin.
I asked for one.
Do you have one?
Are you getting me a therapist or anything?
Yes, I plan on it. Everything's gonna be all right. I mean, don't worry about nothing. We're gonna get through this.
Okay. Anything new on the news? Not about me, but anything new in the outside world?
Yeah, there's a hurricane coming.
Yeah, I heard.
Yeah. So I think I'm going to Tampa.
You are?
Yeah, I'm gonna put my boat up and stuff. I'll never give up on you.
Okay.
I promise, okay?
Alright.
You listen, Austin, you gotta stay strong here now.
I know.
It's the toughest thing you've ever done.
I know.
But you gotta stay strong.
I'm just adjusting.
I know it's gonna be hard to adjust, but you'll get used to it. And we'll get the best thing we can do to get. Huh?
You know how long I'm gonna be here?
I don't know how it works yet, but hopefully we can get you into a mental place.
Yeah.
As time goes on.
Yeah.
That's what this first step is.
You think I can?
Yes, I do. I'll spend whatever it takes to get you out of there. Okay?
Okay.
I love you, bud.
Austin's voice during the call with his dad is very flat and sounds monotone at times. Negative symptoms such as diminished emotional expression are another symptom of schizophrenia. A forensic psychologist evaluated Austin, and according to the report, he had been suffering from sinister hallucinations accompanied by the feeling that he was a god of some sort. As he had told his sister earlier, he also believed himself to be half human, half animal, often a horse, dog, or werewolf. The assessment concluded that Austin was legally insane on the night of the crime, stating he had experienced an acute psychotic episode that rendered him unable to distinguish right from wrong. Hallucinations feel very real to the person experiencing them. They affect one's senses, so the person may hear, see, smell, feel, and or taste things that aren't real. According to the report, Austin could only recount bits and pieces from that evening, including putting on a Michael Vick jersey that he claimed made him feel indestructible before going to dinner. There, he said he was overwhelmed by a sense that time had come to a standstill, and he was the Grim Reaper. He gave a short mention of hearing voices as he ran from the restaurant toward his father's house, passing right by the Stevens home. Finally, Austin reportedly told the psychologist that the last thing he remembered was viciously mauling John before waking up in the hospital. Following the evaluation, experts deemed Austin a threat to both himself and the general public. As a result, it was suggested that he spend the remainder of his life in a psychiatric hospital or prison. But of course, it's all dependent on whether or not he's found legally insane at trial. Not guilty by reason of insanity is a plea that can be entered by a defendant in a criminal trial, where the defendant claims that they were so mentally disturbed or incapacitated at the time of the offense that they didn't have the required intention to commit the crime and are therefore not guilty. Essentially, the defendant is admitting they committed the alleged crime while denying responsibility because they lack the capacity to act with criminal intent at the time. This doesn't result in the defendant going free, but such a verdict will require the defendant to be admitted into a mental institution, sometimes even for the duration of their life. Austin Harriff was set to stand trial in May 2020, but it was delayed due to the judge's request for a second mental health evaluation. His defense attorneys argued this motion, but it was ultimately approved a few months later. In contrast, the second psychologist found that Austin was not legally insane that night. While the new trial date is pending, some sources expect it to be sometime in spring 2022. In the meantime, Austin is also facing a wrongful death lawsuit alleging that he regularly drank alcohol in excess. The suit also contends that he had purchased a switchblade the day before John and Michelle's deaths. A wrongful death lawsuit is a civil suit that allows surviving family members to seek justice on behalf of a loved one who passed away due to an act of carelessness or violence. The burden of proof is lower than in a criminal case, and a guilty verdict will result in monetary damages being awarded to the victim's family and has no implication on the defendant's freedom. A defendant can be found not guilty criminally, but guilty civilly, like in the infamous O.J. Simpson case. All right, on that note, it's time to move on to our second mind-blowing case.
So I'm just going to ask you, do you, Dylan Millard, solemnly affirm that in this statement you shall tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
I walked to my room, and then I was on my way back to the kitchen to make a snack, and I noticed that my father seemed to still be asleep in bed, which was odd because it was late in the afternoon. I poked my head in, and then I walked into the room, and I saw the blood on the pillow, and he's dead.
Let's face it, buying and selling things online is basically second nature at this point, and most people don't think twice about the possible risks. I mean, surely you'd be able to sense a dangerous situation from a mile away, right? That's exactly what Tim Bosma must have thought when he posted his truck for sale online. However, instead of a smooth transaction, the church-going father went on what was supposed to be a quick test drive with two prospective buyers and was never seen again. On the evening of May 6, 2013, in Ancaster, Ontario, 32-year-old Tim Bosma left his wife, Charlene, and their 2-year-old daughter at home while he took two men on a test drive in a truck he hoped to sell. The couple had posted the vehicle online, but something about the whole situation felt off, starting with the fact that the two men arrived at their home on foot. They claimed to have been dropped off by a friend, but neither Charlene nor Tim recalled seeing another vehicle. While waiting for the men to arrive, Tim had actually asked his wife if he should go on the test drive with them, to which she replied, "Yes, you should, because we want the truck to come back." So the young father left, assuring his wife that he would be right back. But when he still hadn't returned after more than an hour had passed, Charlene began to panic. She tried calling Tim's cell phone over and over, but eventually the call started going straight to voicemail. After a little more time passed with no word, Charlene called the Hamilton police and reported him missing. Due to the unusual circumstances, officers initiated a search right away, deploying K-9 units, a search and rescue team, and enlisting the help of community volunteers. During a press conference, Charlene begged for her husband's safe return, saying, "It was just a truck, a stupid truck. You do not need him, but I do. Our daughter needs her daddy." Tim's cell phone was recovered 3 days later from an industrial site roughly 20 minutes outside Ancaster. But still, there was no sign of the missing father. Investigators quickly realized that whoever called Tim about the truck that night had been using a burner phone registered to a fake name. Still, he wasn't the only person in the Toronto area that had been recently contacted by that number. Smartphones are easy to track and are often a key piece of evidence police rely on to solve crimes. Burner phones are often used by criminals, as it's harder to trace back to the owner, but as you will see, not impossible. An Israeli army veteran, Igor Tumenenko, spoke to detectives and informed them that he had also received a call from that number regarding a truck he was selling. 2 days before Tim's disappearance, he said that he'd brought two men on a test drive and described one as wearing some kind of distinctive satchel with a tattoo of the word ambition on his wrist. Police held another press conference, alerting the public to this new information, and within just a couple of days, they got the call that would ultimately crack this case and send shockwaves throughout Canada. Officers from Toronto and Peel heard the description put out by Hamilton police and immediately knew who their suspect was, Dylan Millar. Born August 30th, 1985 to Wayne Millar and Madeline Burns, Dylan was privileged from the very start. His mother worked as a flight attendant and his father was a pilot for the family's aviation firm, Millard Air, as well as Air Canada, where the couple met. Dylan was raised in Toronto as an only child and shared his parents' passion for flying from a young age. In fact, he was just 14 years old when he set the world record for being the youngest Canadian to fly a helicopter and an airplane solo on the same day. By age 27, Dylan owned several costly properties in the Toronto area, where he was known to host lavish parties. He also spent a lot of time working on planes with his father, but his cushy life would soon take a dark turn. Now, let's go back roughly 6 months before Tim disappeared. On November 29, 2012, Dellin found his father dead in his bed from a single gunshot wound to his left eye. Dellin was brought in for questioning, where he said that his father carried some great sadness with him throughout life that I never knew. He never wanted to share that with me. As a result, investigators ruled that Wayne Millar had taken his own life and closed the case, leaving Dellin to inherit millions.
I was on my way back to the kitchen to make a snack, and I noticed that my father seemed to still be asleep in bed, which was odd because it was late in the afternoon. I poked my head in, and something didn't really seem right about the way he was laying. He was laying very stilly. And then I walked into the room, and I saw the blood on the pillow. I got out my phone, and I walked back into my dad's room, and I called my mother, and I told her, he's dead.
So, after receiving tips from the Toronto and Peel agencies, authorities caught up with Dellin at the Millard Air hangar to question him about Tim's disappearance. They were incredibly suspicious of the party boy and immediately put him under surveillance. You see, unbeknownst to everyone, Dellin was a familiar face to authorities, who seemed to remember his tattoo from the interrogation following his father's death. Then, just 4 days after Tim Bosma vanished, Dellin was arrested based on cell phone data showing his movements matched with the burner phone. Police also obtained a warrant to search his various properties. In reviewing security footage from Dellin's hangar on the night of Tim's disappearance, police could clearly see a pickup truck towing a trailer and 2 individuals walking inside. Then a large burst of flames erupted from the trailer, suggesting the use of the incinerator. Investigators located Tim's truck in a large trailer in Dellin's mother's driveway the very next day. The vehicle had been stripped and cleaned, but forensic testing revealed blood evidence and traces of gunshot residue. Oh, but even more damning, Dellin was found carrying Tim's keys on his own keyring. An acquaintance of Dellin's informed detectives that he kept some strange things around one of his properties, including a 10-foot portable livestock incinerator with the Eliminator written on the side. Investigators recovered bone fragments, including human teeth, from inside the incinerator. But due to the damage caused by the fire, it was impossible to run DNA tests on the remains. However, based on the circumstances, police felt confident that they belonged to Tim Bosma. And on May 14th, they publicly confirmed his death. Dellin Millar was subsequently charged with first-degree murder, and as if this story wasn't insane enough, it's time to introduce Dellin's accomplice, Mark Smitch.
The Western Hockey League, where speed collides with power, and the future of the game takes center ice. Watch the WHL. Highlight of the night. Free on Victory Plus. Star. Every game, every team, all season long. Superstar status achieved. Victory Plus, where fans win.
Play now.
Dellin met Mark, a high school dropout, in 2006, and the two bonded over a shared passion for video games. They committed several petty crimes together over the years and seemed to enjoy the thrill of stealing. However, a mutual friend would later report that Mark worshipped Dell, but Dell hated him. Psychopaths are known for being able to con and manipulate other people into doing things that benefit themselves. This could explain the discrepancies in the friendship they appeared to have, as opposed to how Dellin actually felt about Smitch according to their mutual friend. Following Dellin's arrest, police put Mark under surveillance for a week before taking him into custody on the same day as Tim's funeral. He was also charged with first-degree murder. Now you might be wondering how these two guys knew Tim, or why they might have wanted him dead. But the terrifying truth is that they were perfect strangers. Still, police would soon find out that Tim wasn't their only victim. Enter Laura Babcock. 23-year-old Laura was Dellin's ex-girlfriend, and at the time of his arrest, she'd been missing for almost a full year. The pair casually dated around 2008, but they had both moved on to different people after a relatively short time together. However, when Laura found herself facing some mental health issues, she started sleeping with Dellin again, despite him being in a new relationship. Those who knew the young aspiring actress said she was kind, bubbly, and always on her phone. That's why alarm bells went off right away when she stopped posting to social media and responding to messages. As detectives worked to unravel the twisted story, they learned that Dellin's other love interest, Christina Nootka, did not get along with Laura. As a result, Dellin sent Laura a message in April reading, "You are harmful to me. Please don't try to contact me until you've made some huge leaps of self-discovery. As I said before, good luck with life." But unfortunately, Laura continued to reach out to Dellin. In early July 2012, Dellin sent a message to Christina telling her that he would stop Laura's interference in their relationship, saying, "First I'm going to hurt her, then I'll make her leave. I will remove her from our lives." Cell phone records show that Dellin brought Laura to his house just before she vanished. He took a chilling photo of what appears to be something, possibly a human, wrapped in a tarp later that day. Detectives also discovered that Dellin had recently purchased a .32 caliber Smith & Wesson revolver, and that the Eliminator had arrived just 2 days after Laura went missing. Dellin later texted Mark, "Barbecue has run its warm-up. It's ready for meat." Laura was reported missing by worried friends and family members on July 14th, but the police believed her disappearance was of her own choosing. Not buying the police's explanation, Laura's loved ones took matters into their own hands, and after hearing of Dellin's arrest, they contacted the authorities. A search of Mark Smitch's property yielded some very incriminating pieces of evidence, including Laura's iPad and other personal belongings. They also found a disturbing recording of Mark rapping.
The bitch started off all skin and bone. Now the bitch lay on some ashy stone. Last time I saw her outside the home. And if you go swimming, you can find a phone. Find a phone? What? Find a phone. If you go swimming, you can find a phone.
Dellin wrote approximately 65 letters to Christina from prison during this time, mostly telling her that they needed to get their story straight and suggesting they tell police that Laura had overdosed. He explicitly told Christina to destroy the letters, but investigators later found them strewn about her home. While inmates have a First Amendment right to write and receive mail, incoming mail is legally allowed to be opened and read by corrections staff and can be used as evidence against the inmate. The main reason for this is that contraband is often smuggled into prison via mail. Outgoing mail can also be opened if it poses a legitimate prison security issue. The only exception is mail that specifies it's privileged, i.e. going to or from an attorney. This kind of communication is protected by attorney-client confidentiality. Legal mail must be specifically written on the envelope of all such communications. At this point, prosecutors felt confident that they had ample evidence to secure a conviction in the cases of both Laura Babcock and Tim Bosma. But there was still one more victim awaiting justice. Remember Dellin's father, Wayne Millar? Well, he had died from what police ruled a self-inflicted gunshot wound just a few months after Laura disappeared. However, now that they understood how dangerous Dellin was, investigators knew they had to give his case a second look. After a bit of digging, they found out that Wayne had threatened to cut Dellin off financially, as he was recklessly spending all of the family's money. Do I sense a motive? Psychopaths often live a parasitic lifestyle, meaning they leech off of other people. They also are callous and lack empathy, with their relationships being surface level only. Dellin relied on financial support from his father, and he may have lacked the ability to have a genuine emotional connection with him. Psychopaths use other people as a means to an end. Dellin may have believed that his father was no longer useful to him alive, since he wasn't going to be providing him with money anymore. Forensic tests on the Smith & Wesson revolver found by Wayne's body showed Dellin's DNA all over the place. Moreover, there was no gunshot residue on Wayne, implying that he hadn't been the one to pull the trigger. Gunshot residue testing, often referred to as simply GSR, is a valuable resource for the police and prosecutors. When a gun is fired, the shotgun residue particles are emitted from the back of the weapon, flying onto the skin and clothes of the person holding the gun when it fires. This residue cannot be removed by normal washing or cleaning, and therefore can be taken from suspects with adhesive collection devices for testing. This evidence is rather compelling when found, as it's hard to explain how it got there if you didn't in fact fire the weapon. Dellin manipulated the police and lied about his father having some great sadness in order to paint the death as him taking his own life. Dellin Millar and Mark Smich went on trial, with prosecutors arguing that Tim was likely shot in the truck shortly after leaving his home. While many speculate that the crime was simply committed for the thrill of it, the motive has never been clearly defined. Despite countless attempts to pin the crime on each other, both men were convicted for the murder of Tim Bosma in June 2016.
All right, we just take out those 5 baddies real quick and we...
They each received a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole for 25 years. You may be wondering how both men were convicted for murder when they each blamed the other. This is because of a jury instruction that can be given called acting in concert. Essentially what that means is when 2 or more people join in a common purpose to commit a crime, each of them, if actively or constructively present, is guilty of any crime committed by the other in pursuit of the common purpose to commit the crime. A need for stimulation and proneness to boredom are psychopathic traits, as well as lack of remorse. Dellin may have got a thrill out of the fact that he got away with murder not once, but twice, so he wanted to do it again. Dellin claimed he was bankrupt following the conviction, so he insisted on representing himself at the trial for Laura Babcock's murder. On the very first day, he arrogantly questioned Laura's father, saying, "This can't be easy for you, being questioned by me, considering I'm the accused. Does this make it extra difficult?" Clearly, he didn't do an outstanding job of representing himself, because both Dellin and Mark received additional life sentences for the death of Laura Babcock. Psychopaths have an inflated sense of self known as grandiosity. Psychopaths see themselves as superior to other people, and they have a disdain for those around them. Representing himself may have been Dellin's way of taking control or even alleviating boredom, and his behavior toward Laura's father indicates that he lacked empathy. Under the Sixth Amendment, in addition to guaranteeing the right to retain or appoint counsel, it also guarantees a defendant the right to represent themselves. This is called being pro se or pro per. Then, in 2018, Dellin was tried alone for the murder of his father. The court heard about Wayne's idea to start an airplane maintenance and repair business to help restore the family's finances. They also heard about Dellin's out-of-control spending habits and his general disinterest in contributing financially. But the real icing on the cake for the prosecution was his alibi. Dellin claimed to have been at Mark Smitch's house the night his father died, and by now he wasn't exactly considered a reliable source. Dellin was ultimately found guilty of shooting and killing his own father, landing him a 3rd life prison sentence. So, for those not keeping count, Mark must serve a minimum of 50 years behind bars, and Dellin 75 before even being considered for release. Laura Babcock's father made a statement to reporters following Dellin's 3rd conviction, saying, "It's been proven that not only the Bosmas and ourselves lost a loved one, the Millar family must live with the fact that this heinous individual murdered his own father. We feel for Wayne's relatives, save for one." Christina Nuga, Dellin's girlfriend, was charged with accessory after the fact to murder for helping cover up Tim Bosma's death. However, she accepted a plea deal and agreed to testify against Dellin, resulting in just a 3-month prison sentence for her involvement. During the trial, she claimed to have had no idea what happened to Tim, saying she was distracted as they drove to hide the truck. Yeah, sure. While the remains of Laura and Tim have never been entirely found or identified, their families find some solace in knowing that these madmen will be locked away for good. Now, I'm sure your head is still spinning from this one, but let's move on to our final shocking true crime case. When Susan Smith took her children out for a nighttime drive to clear her head, no one ever expected it to make national headlines. However, decades later, people still can't stop talking about that fateful night and the heinous actions of one individual. Let's start at the beginning. Susan Vaughn had a troubled upbringing filled with pain and loss. In 1977, her father took his own life, leaving Susan to be mercilessly hurt by her mother's new husband. After years of torment, 13-year-old Susan became severely depressed. Finally, in 1987, she confided in her high school guidance counselor and mother and told them what she'd been enduring at the hands of her stepfather. But they allegedly decided not to press charges, so Susan's nightmare continued. Doctors attributed Susan's behavior to stress and diagnosed her with an adjustment disorder. As a result, she began seeing a psychiatrist and, strangely, expressed that her inappropriate relationship with her stepfather was completely consensual. Furthermore, she claimed to be jealous of the male attention her mother garnered. Doctors and mental health providers give an adjustment disorder diagnosis when a person has symptoms, such as depression and/or anxiety, but the symptoms are due to a particular stressor that the person is going through at a particular point in time. After years of mistreatment, despite her attempts to get help, Susan may have felt like the only thing she could control was her response. She may have felt powerless, as she couldn't escape what was happening, so she chose to take back some control of her life by telling herself and the psychiatrist that it was consensual. While working at a Winn-Dixie supermarket, Susan met David Smith, a strict Jehovah's Witness. 1 year later, the pair got married. 19-year-old Susan was already 2 months pregnant with their first child, Michael, at the wedding. However, there was trouble in paradise from the moment they said, "I do." The Smiths argued constantly. They briefly separated, but attempted to reconcile following the birth of their second son, Alex. Unfortunately, that lasted all of 3 weeks before Susan started looking outside her marriage for companionship again. While the extramarital affairs started as casual flings, sometimes even with married men, Susan became deeply involved with her boss's son, Tom Bentley, in 1994. Tom was good-looking, wealthy, and reportedly quite the catch, so it's not hard to see why Susan fell head over heels so fast. Susan filed for divorce from David later that year, hoping that her relationship with Tom would soon blossom into something more serious. But Tom wasn't ready to become a father figure to her children. Still, in October of 1994, Susan wrote him a letter saying, "I want you to know that I've never felt with anyone the way I feel when I'm with you. I've never felt so needed. You're a very special person, and that is part of why making love to you is so wonderful." Tom's response came the very next day, and needless to say, Susan was crushed by his words. Here's a snippet from the typed letter he sent. "Susan, I could really fall for you, but like I've told you before, there are some things about you that aren't suited for me, and yes, I'm speaking about your children. I'm sure that your kids are good kids, but it really wouldn't matter how good they may be. The fact is, I just don't want children. These feelings may change one day, but I doubt it. With all of the crazy, mixed-up things that take place in this world today, I just don't have the desire to bring another life into it, and I don't want to be responsible for anyone else's children either. But I'm very thankful that there are people like you who are not so selfish as I am, and don't mind bearing the responsibility of children." On October 25th, Susan allegedly drove to Tom's office in a frenzy to tell him that she was upset because David had discovered some personal information about her and threatened to share it with other people. Although it's not entirely clear what he found out or if that's even true, claims have been made that Susan was still sleeping with her stepfather around this time. In any case, the tumultuous conversation ended with Susan telling Tom that she had slept with his father and him demanding she leaves. Susan was completely beside herself and didn't know what to do, so 3 hours later, she strapped 3-year-old Michael and 14-month-old Alex into her 1990 Mazda Protege. They took off into the night, but what happened next came as a shock to everyone. Susan's actions indicate that she was desperate for attention, especially from Tom. When her first attempt at getting his attention didn't work, i.e. her claim that David was threatening to share information about her, she may have resorted to what is presumably a lie about how she was sleeping with Tom's father. She may have wanted any attention from Tom that she could get, even if it was negative attention. Susan may have had a deep fear of abandonment, and when Tom ended things because of her children, she could not handle that rejection. A short time later, a local resident reported Susan running frantically to their door and explaining through sobs that she had just been carjacked and that a black man had kidnapped her 2 sons at gunpoint. Susan reported the incident to the police, reiterating that a man had jumped into her car while stopped at a traffic light. She initially claimed to have been returning from Walmart, but later changed her mind and said she was just out for a drive. Authorities began searching for the missing children immediately, even employing the help of helicopters, but nothing came of their efforts. She may have changed her story when she realized that Walmart possibly had security footage that could reveal she was lying about being there. This implies that she may not have thought through her plan very carefully before giving her story to police. For more than a week straight, Susan made tearful pleas on the news alongside David, begging for the safe return of their babies. However, something about the whole situation seemed really fishy, and not just to the authorities. Those who knew Susan were also side-eyeing her story. Beyond not acting in a manner consistent with a woman who just lost her children, Susan was virtually unable to give detectives a description of the carjacker. Many noted that she seemed overly concerned with her appearance and that she'd put on the facade of a grief-stricken mother in front of the news camera. However, the most incriminating piece of information came from Susan's account that she'd been stopped at a red light when the attacker entered her car. She told investigators that there were no other cars on the road, but if that were true, then the traffic light wouldn't have been red. You see, this particular light only turned red if there was another vehicle in the opposing lane. Susan and David both agreed to take polygraph tests, a notoriously unreliable measurement of whether or not someone is telling the truth. Still, while David passed with flying colors, Susan failed multiple times. Then, on November 3rd, she made a statement on national news alongside David. But moments after the camera stopped rolling, she finally cracked under the growing pressure and confessed the horrible crime to police behind a local church. She tearfully told them that the children were not all right and that they were at the bottom of John D. Long Lake. Susan admitted that she drove to the lake, exited the vehicle on the ramp, and allowed it to roll idly into the water, with both toddlers stuck inside. Some reports state that the cold-hearted mother actually watched as her children slowly drowned before fleeing the scene. She was subsequently charged with 2 counts of murder and held without bail. Susan's history of abuse likely contributed to how she parented her own children. Research has found that women who were abused as a child may have difficulty later on developing close relationships with their own children. These mothers may distance themselves from their children because, in their mind, affection is linked to the abuse they experienced. Susan may have had trouble forming an emotional bond with her children that is necessary in a healthy parent-child relationship. This could possibly explain how she was able to kill her own children. Susan insisted that she intended to take her own life alongside her children, but chickened out at the last second. Authorities located the submerged Mazda protege and found the 2 little boys hanging upside down in their car seats, with one of their tiny hands pressed up against the back window. They also recovered a soaking teddy bear and Tom's letter in the car, presenting investigators with a crystal-clear motive. David was utterly heartbroken and initially held on to hope that perhaps Susan had killed them quickly before sending them into the lake. But, tragically, an autopsy later confirmed that Michael and Alex had been alive when they entered the water. The trial began 8 months later, and as Susan was escorted into the courthouse, outraged citizens screamed "baby killer" in her wake. Her only defense was that she suffered from extreme mental illnesses, which were to blame for her heinous actions. It's surprising that a case which had so much media attention was still tried in her home county. Generally, a defense attorney will request a change of venue, arguing their client cannot possibly have a fair trial with an impartial jury, which is a constitutional right of every defendant. However, the attorney may have also strategically not made such a request, in the hopes that people would have some mercy on her or her family, who they may run into after the case is over. On the other hand, the lead prosecutor in the case asserted that Susan was a cold and calculated killer with zero remorse. They outlined her obsession with Tom Findlay to the jury, clearly demonstrating that she had annihilated her own children in an effort to win him over. The jury deliberated for just 2 hours before handing over a guilty verdict in July 1995. Susan Smith was sentenced to life in prison, but the story doesn't stop there. She was transferred to several different facilities after it was discovered that she had slept with 2 correctional officers. Victims of child abuse endorsed more attitudes indicative of sexual preoccupation as compared to the control group in one study. Susan's actions appear to fit with this research, given her history of infidelity and her relations with 2 correctional officers. Susan seems to have a great need to be wanted, and this may be a way that she tries to fill that need. Susan is currently being detained at the Leith Correctional Institution in Greenwood, South Carolina, and as of late, she seems to be behaving herself. Could it possibly have something to do with the fact that she's going to be eligible for parole in 2024? She broke her silence in a letter to a local newspaper, stating, "I'm not the monster society thinks I am. The thing that hurts me the most is that people think that I hurt my children in order to be with a man. That is so far from the truth. There was no motive, as it was not even a planned event. I was not in my right mind." I beg to differ. Despite acting as a model inmate in recent years, Susan Smith is still the same narcissistic, manipulative monster she's always been. I guess we'll just have to wait and see what the state has to say when she becomes eligible for parole. Oh, and as for David Smith, the other victim in this story, he remarried in 2003. The couple later welcomed a baby girl, of which he stated, "There's no greater love in the world than loving a child."
Everyone is buying Miss Davidson a gift. How about a water bottle? Hydration is in. It's perfect!
When Lindsay Hawker finished college, she was eager to explore the world. Her adventure began in Tokyo, but no one would have predicted that Tokyo was also where it would end, with her mutilated body found buried in a sand-filled bathtub on an apartment balcony. Bill, the head of a driving school, and Julia, a policy advisor for Transport for London, had been blessed with 3 girls. Lindsay was the middle daughter of the 3, including her younger sister Louise and older sister Lisa. They were a close-knit, hard-working family. Lindsay had just earned a biology degree from Leeds University, and she was ready to branch out and see the world. After conducting thorough research, she had fallen in love with the idea of teaching English in Japan. Bill and Julia were apprehensive to see her go. Perhaps their instincts were telling of the unimaginable events to come. Nevertheless, they let 21-year-old Lindsay start her adventure, despite their reservations. Just before Lindsay was set to travel to Japan, her older sister Lisa reminded her to be careful. "Remember Lucy Blackman," Lisa had said. It was a haunting thought, as the story of Lucy was tragic. Also a young Brit eager to see the world, Lucy and a friend worked as hostesses at an exclusive Tokyo nightclub that was frequented by wealthy businessmen. One such man took 21-year-old Lucy out on a private date. Sadly, that was the last anyone ever saw of her. Even more disturbing than her disappearance, her remains were located 7 months later. Her body had been dismembered and buried in a shallow cave. With this warning, Lindsay traveled to Tokyo a few months later in October of 2006 and began her job at Nova Intercultural Institute, a reputable English language school. Lindsay settled right in with her 2 flatmates who were also teachers at the school. She quickly became absorbed in her work, and she grew to love Japan. In fact, she felt even safer there than she did in Britain. In December of 2006, a few months into Lindsay's Tokyo adventure, her parents and younger sister Louise visited to celebrate Lindsay's birthday with her. They explored her favorite locations and enjoyed a celebratory dinner at a sophisticated, world-renowned bar. And though they knew it was a very special experience, only time would reveal how much they would eternally cherish the memory of that night and what would be Lindsay's last birthday. As they continually observed Lindsay's friendliness toward strangers, her father had an uneasy feeling. He mentioned his concern to Lindsay, but she brushed it off. After all, she was the English teacher, and she wanted to fit in. Would Lindsay's innate trust in strangers indirectly lead to tragedy? Lindsay came to love her new job so much that she and her boyfriend of 4 years, Ryan Garside, made plans to spend the upcoming summer together. They would save funds for their upcoming plans to travel the world. In fact, they planned a full year of travels before they would return to Britain, where Lindsay would resume studies with plans of becoming a doctor. Sadly, the plans would never come to fruition. Everything went horribly wrong on the evening of March 25th, 2007, when Lindsay's flatmates realized she hadn't come home since she'd left earlier that morning. It was not like Lindsay to disappear for any period of time, let alone to spend the night away. The following day, staff at the school placed a call to Lindsay's father and alerted him that Lindsay had missed 2 days of teaching without contacting the school. Something was clearly wrong. Just 5 days before she was last seen alive, Lindsay was enjoying time with friends at a favorite local bar she was known to frequent. According to the owner, a fellow Brit, Lindsay wasn't a big drinker by any means. She always headed home early. The bar was just a means to watch football in the company of friends. Like any other evening, Lindsay grabbed her bike and headed home. However, it would soon be discovered that someone had been watching Lindsay. Back at her flat and in the company of a roommate, Lindsay heard a knock at the door. She answered and found a young Japanese man who wished to take private English lessons from Lindsay, and at his request, Lindsay allowed the man inside the flat. During a somewhat strange interaction, the man drew a picture of Lindsay, and on the paper he included his phone number and his address on the back. At the time, no one could have possibly known how significant that piece of paper with the bizarre drawing would soon prove to be. Lindsay had agreed to provide the English lessons. Still, the man gave her a feeling of uneasiness, but she couldn't turn down the chance to make some extra money for her upcoming travel plans. But Lindsay was smart. She would only teach him in a public place for safety purposes. On the morning of Sunday, March 25th, Lindsay left her flat and headed to a coffee shop near the man's apartment in the town of Gyotoku. Footage shows Lindsay entering the shop behind a man. Lindsay appears quite uncomfortable as she frequently adjusts her hair. Lindsay's frequent touching of her hair and face could be a self-soothing behavior because she might feel uneasy or nervous. She left the shop ahead of him and got into a taxi with him. They headed back to his flat in order for the man to get money to pay Lindsay for the lesson. As they pulled up to his apartment, Lindsay asked the taxi driver to wait, as she'd be back momentarily. Tragically, it appears it had been an elaborate trap, and she would never make it out of that apartment alive. The taxi driver waited several minutes, then went on his way. The following day, Lindsay was reported missing. That's when the authorities utilized the crucial information from the strange drawing found at Lindsay's flat. Several police officers responded to the address, which belonged to a man identified as Tatsuya Ichihashi. He politely answered the door of the apartment, but then promptly fled. And then they found her out on the balcony. It was unbelievably horrific. Lindsay had been buried in a bathtub, one hand partially protruding from the combination of sand and dirt. She was barely recognizable. Her long hair had been shaved off, her body bound and terribly beaten, her neck broken. What kind of monster could have done this to Lindsay? The details that would unfold were unfathomable. Tatsuya was the prime and only suspect, yet the case was quite puzzling on the surface. The 28-year-old was an unemployed child of wealthy and successful parents who gave him a generous monthly allowance. His father was a brain surgeon and his mother was a dentist. He didn't seem like the type of person to do something like this, or did he? A parasitic lifestyle is a trait of a psychopath, along with having a lack of realistic long-term goals. Psychopaths also have a proneness to boredom, which may lead them to commit crimes for the thrill of it. There had been a sign that something was wrong when Tatsuya was 13. In school, he was assigned to write about his dreams for the future. According to a friend, he wrote in great detail about his fantasies of spying on girls as they dressed. A week after Lindsay was last seen alive, her father made an appeal to those in Japan in an attempt to seek information. He cited the murder as a source of shame on the nation, and it seems his appeal was somewhat successful. A short while later, the police released the video footage of Lindsay's last moves to TV stations. Around 2 weeks after Lindsay's murder, it's believed that Tatsuya phoned his parents, only to let the line go dead upon his father's answer. But the message was clear that he was still alive, despite rumors supported by the media that he had taken his own life.
Your home is your happy place.
Some wondered if perhaps he was involved with the Japanese mafia known as the Yakuza. It was believed that he idolized the violent gangs, but the idea didn't seem plausible to crime experts. What happened to Lindsay wouldn't have been worth the consequences for the Yakuza. Others theorized that he was able to evade capture because he was living in Tokyo's red light district, dressing in disguise as a woman. In late October of the following year, Lindsay's family received devastating news. Tokyo police plan to reduce their team of 140 officers assigned to Lindsay's case. Considering Japan's geography that included mountains and remote wilderness, they presumed Tatsuya would never be located. But after the setback came a major development. On November 10th, 2009, police were contacted by a ticket officer at Osaka Ferry Port, stating an individual that resembled Tatsuya had purchased a ticket for Okinawa. Police quickly approached and questioned the man. He finally folded. With 3 words, the search was finally over. "I am Ichihashi," he said. Bill's instincts had proven true. Tatsuya had been hiding in plain sight all along. Evidently, he'd been working in construction during his months at large. As a loner, he seemed to have mastered the art of blending in. But how had he evaded capture for so long? As the story would unfold, the strangest twist of all would soon be revealed. Tatsuya had performed plastic surgery on himself. He'd sliced off part of his lower lip using a pair of scissors, removed moles from a cheek using a box cutter, and gone so far as to perform a nose job on himself using a needle and thread. In addition to his DIY plastic surgery, he'd saved funds from his jobs and underwent 2 professional procedures that included nose jobs, altered eyelids, cheek implants, and lip thinning treatments. Changing his appearance was the ultimate deception and con, which are 2 traits of psychopathy. Ironically, the very procedures that were intended to hide his identity would lead to his capture. It was a plastic surgeon, the second one to be precise, who set things in motion. The surgeon became suspicious of the man who wished to radically change his appearance. Police were alerted, and a photo of his altered face was issued. Within a matter of days, he was apprehended at the ferry terminal in Osaka. Lindsay's family and friends were relieved the suspect had finally been arrested. But it would not be until early July of 2011, nearly 2 years after his capture, that he would stand trial. At trial, Lindsay's parents and sisters listened as Tatsuya described the horrors Lindsay endured during her last hours in that apartment. She'd followed him from the taxi to his front door and waited as he grabbed her payment for the English lesson inside his home. But then he told how he'd punched her and dragged her into his flat. He confessed to assaulting Lindsay. However, he did not admit to intentionally killing her. He claimed it was an accident. He panicked and inadvertently suffocated her when she screamed out for help, out of fear someone might hear her. It seems unlikely that Tatsuya would have allowed Lindsay to leave after assaulting her, as she would easily be able to identify him and even provide his address to authorities. He may have been downplaying her murder in an attempt to receive a lesser sentence. Lindsay's family requested the convicted murderer be punished at the maximum penalty allowed by Japanese law. Japan does have the death penalty, which is execution by hanging. It's generally reserved for only the most heinous of criminals, and unlike in the US, it's extremely rare in Japan to be sentenced to death for only killing 1 person. The sentence came just days after the verdict was reached. Nearly 4.5 years after Lindsay's murder, Tatsuya was sentenced to life behind bars. Some red flags to look out for. The first warning sign was that Tatsuya showed up uninvited to Lindsay's door, which suggests that he may have followed her home. The drawing Tatsuya did of Lindsay could be interpreted as flattering or charming, but it seems like a strange thing to do the first time they met. But since there isn't anything overtly sinister about a drawing, Lindsay may have brushed this odd event off. Lindsay allegedly felt somewhat apprehensive about providing lessons to Tatsuya. However, she decided to meet with him anyway, as she may have felt there was no logical justification for refusing. She took precautions, such as meeting him in a public place, but he then convinced her to go to his apartment. Although she may not have felt entirely comfortable with this, it's possible that she justified to herself that she could still take safety measures, such as public transportation, and then just waiting in his doorway for him to get the money. How to avoid similar situations. If someone is pressuring you to meet at their home or in another private place when you don't feel comfortable, do not give in to their demands. Tatsuya manipulated Lindsay into going with him in order to get money he owed her. If you're in a similar situation, remember that no amount of money is worth putting yourself in a potentially dangerous situation. It can be difficult to justify making a decision based on something as small as having a bad feeling about someone. However, it's important to always trust your gut.
Were you waiting for that box to hit me? Well, I'm still waiting for you to try pin shot and see if you can find a single ad. I mean, seriously, only 2 soldiers and they want to take over.
Ashley Freeman was celebrating her 16th birthday with her best friend Loria Bible. Though the night started with pizza, then a slumber party at Ashley's family farm, it ended in tragedy, with a fire that destroyed the Freeman's home. When the flames were finally extinguished, there was no sign of either girl. Ashley and Loria enjoyed a festive start to their evening on December 29, 1999. After dinner out, they continued the celebration at the Freeman farm along with Ashley's parents, Kathy and Danny. In the very early morning hours of the following day, a call came into the Welch, Oklahoma Fire Department. Firefighters arrived at approximately 5:30 a.m., shortly after the call came in, to find the Freeman mobile home completely engulfed in flames. Inside, the remains of Kathy were located. But where was Danny? And where were the girls? The following day, one of the questions would be answered in the most horrific of ways. The scorched body of Danny was discovered in the debris. Sadly, it was Loria's parents, Jay and Lorene, who found the charred remains that police hadn't been able to locate the previous day. But the girls were still nowhere to be found. Loria's car was parked out front, the keys in ignition, but how had they disappeared without so much as a trace? A search party gathered and combed through the premises over the 2 days that followed. Among the findings was an insurance verification card, but the name on the card wasn't familiar. Loria's purse was also found amongst the ash and debris that had once been a home. Autopsies of Danny and Kathy were performed by the Oklahoma Medical Examiner's Office. The findings were unsettling. Each had suffered an execution-style gunshot wound to the head. The state fire marshal later inspected the site and concluded that it had been deliberately set. No surprise there. Authorities soon inferred the killings had been drug-related. According to multiple accounts, Danny was associated with the drug community. Over the following years, police continued to investigate leads, but each proved to be a dead end. Then, in 2005, there was a major development in the case. Authorities had zeroed in on a man by the name of Jeremy Jones. The 41-year-old was a convicted killer, located on death row in Alabama. Coincidentally, records showed that Jones was arrested in the early morning hours of December 30th, 1999, the day of the fire. Complaints included public drunkenness and drug paraphernalia possession. The arrest occurred just 18 miles from the location of the Freeman home. Were authorities on the brink of solving the case? Then it happened. Jones confessed to killing Kathy and Danny Freeman and setting their home ablaze. The deadly confrontation had been the result of an attempt to collect on a drug debt. He said that he hadn't expected to find anyone else at the home, and the girls had taken him by surprise. He then took the girls to Galena, Kansas, shot them, and threw their bodies into an abandoned mine shaft. Finally, this case was on its way to being solved, but there was one thing missing: the girls' bodies. Soon after the confession, authorities coordinated a search of the mine shaft. Unfortunately, the search was unsuccessful. There was still no trace of the missing girls. Then, Jones recanted his confession, and authorities were once again back at square one. It may seem surprising that someone would confess to a crime they didn't commit, but it's possible that Jeremy made up the story so he could be in the spotlight. He was apparently already on death row, so he may have felt like he could gain some attention while having nothing to lose. Then he may have enjoyed pulling the rug out from under the police by recanting. When 2009 rolled around, 10 years had elapsed, and the case still remained unsolved. In hopes of inspiring anyone with knowledge of the case to come forward, the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation offered up to $10,000 in reward for information that would lead to an arrest and conviction in the killings of Danny and Kathy Freeman. Still, no luck, and the case remained cold. Then, very unexpectedly, an intriguing development occurred at the beginning of 2017. There was a new sheriff in town, and he had come across a box that contained vital information. Authorities kept the items confidential, but a member of the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation divulged that the findings were extremely valuable, and the information provided a definite course in potentially solving the case. Everything was about to come out, and the details of the events of the night of the trailer fire and the days that followed were sure to disturb even the most seasoned of detectives. Potential witnesses that had been uncovered were tracked down and interviewed, and a tangled tale of evil began to unwind. Remember the insurance ID card that was found at the scene of the Freeman's fire-ravaged trailer? Well, the owner was located, and she provided valuable pieces of information that jump-started the case. At the time of the Freeman murders and disappearances of the girls, she had been the girlfriend of a man by the name of Phil Welch. Phil happened to live less than a mile from the Freemans at the time of the murders. A few months later, she claimed he'd been abusive toward her. She'd left her little old sedan behind and ended the relationship. Right after the first woman left Phil, another took her place. This woman would prove to provide groundbreaking information, and others would soon give accounts that paralleled those that she gave. During her interview, she told of conversations she'd overheard between Phil and two other men. She identified the others as David Pennington and Ronnie Dean Busick. She said that they talked about the people killed in Welch, Oklahoma over a drug debt. She'd heard the girls had been taken and eventually killed, and that Pennington and Busick had set the Freeman trailer ablaze. What she said next was shockingly...
Don't stress, it happens. Mogo offers personal...
Phil had nailed a poster to his wall that featured a $50,000 reward for information in the disappearances of Ashley and Loria. The poster was a souvenir or reminder of what he'd done, and he was proud of it. But the poster wasn't the worst of it. She said Phil had Polaroid photos kept in a leather briefcase, and the images were horrifying. No question about it. The woman stated, the girls in the photos matched the images on the poster. In the pictures, their hands were tied and their mouths gagged. Leads that had rolled in around that time tied another woman to the case. She had lived with David, and she had also overheard disturbing conversations. In fact, she stated that she heard him talking about the girls all the time. David told her the girls were at the bottom of a pit, and he threatened to throw her in too if she told anyone what she'd heard. And the little car Phil's first girlfriend had left behind when she moved out of his place. She claimed that Phil had been using the car at the time of the killing, and that could explain why the first girlfriend's insurance card was found nearby. And then there was the third man, Ronnie. He'd been heard talking about the Freeman murders and the missing girls. Ronnie told an acquaintance about how the girls had been assaulted and tortured in a trailer in Pitcher and kept alive for several days. Ronnie named Phil as the shooter and said that he and David set the trailer fire after Phil left with the girls in the little old car. It may seem unfathomable that the two women connected to Phil and David had all of this information for years, but never reported it. However, they may have been afraid for their own lives, as they knew what the men were capable of. It's also possible that the women may have thought they would get in trouble for not going forward sooner. With this information, investigators believed it was time to go directly to the men at the center of the rumors: Phil, David, and Ronnie. However, there was a big problem. Well, two big problems, to be exact. Phil had died in 2007, and David had died in 2015. That left just one. Things were about to get really bad for old Ronnie. In late April of 2018, Ronnie was arrested on 4 counts of murder, kidnapping, and arson. He was seen as more of an accessory than the mastermind, and he pleaded guilty to being an accessory to first-degree murder in mid-July of 2020. Ronnie had an option to have his proposed sentence reduced if he were to lead authorities to the remains of Ashley and Loria. The deal was that his 15-year sentence, 10 years in prison, and the remaining 5 years suspended would be reduced to 5 years behind bars if the remains of Ashley and Loria were successfully recovered. But there would be no such luck for Ronnie or the girls' families, as Ronnie was unable or unwilling to provide the location. On August 31st, Ronnie received the 15-year sentence. Loria's mother, Laureen, stated that she would not stop searching until the girls were brought home, and there's still a shred of hope that the girls' remains will be recovered.
911, what is the location of your emergency? Okay, hello? Yes, I need you to take a couple deep breaths so I can see what's going on.
My name is Russell Faria.
Russell, what's going on there?
I just got home from a friend's house, and my wife killed herself. She's on the floor.
Okay, Russell, I need you to calm down, honey, okay? We're gonna get somebody on the way there, okay?
The frantic 911 call you just heard was made by Russell Faria just moments after he returned home to discover his wife Betsy's body. Betsy had been given months to live when her breast cancer spread to her liver, but it wasn't the cancer that killed her. Betsy and her husband Russ were married on January 21st, 2000. They lived in Troy, Missouri. Her sister described her as positive and upbeat, a shining light. And as a couple, Betsy and Russ seemed to be doing well, considering her illness. A friend of Betsy's even described Russ as a loving and doting husband. But all of that would be thrown into question soon. At first, Betsy's cancer had gone into remission, and the couple planned a cruise for their family and friends as a celebration of life in November of 2011. Unfortunately, just 1 month before they were set to leave, they got the worst news imaginable. Betsy's cancer had spread to her liver, and worse than that, she only had a few more months to live. Still, they went ahead with the cruise and cherished their time together. But things were about to take a drastic turn south, and no one could have predicted how twisted things would get. It was a typical day on December 27th of 2011. Betsy attended morning chemotherapy with an old family friend, Bobby Wan, and Russ was going to pick her up later that night at her mother's after his weekly game night with friends. To Betsy's surprise, her close friend Pam Hupp showed up at treatment and offered to take Betsy home, even though the round trip for Pam would take a full hour. The ladies had met 10 years earlier through their work in insurance sales. Betsy accepted the generous offer. Little did she know, this would be her last trip home. Pam dropped Betsy off at home around 7 p.m. Pam placed a call to her husband Mark Hupp a few minutes later to let him know she was about to leave Betsy's house and would soon be home. He didn't answer, so Pam left a short message. Betsy chimed in with a quick Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. The call ended, and Pam departed Betsy's house, headed for her own. Meanwhile, Russ's evening had been uneventful. His 5 friends had called it a night around 9, and Russ left and stopped off at an Arby's for a couple sandwiches. But Russ's life was about to change forever. He arrived home expecting to find Betsy asleep on the couch, but instead he discovered her lying on the living room floor near their couch, covered in blood. Russ frantically placed his 911 call at 9:40.
What did she do? Do you know?
She's got a knife in her neck and she's raised her arms.
Okay, calm down, honey. Is she breathing at all?
No.
She is not breathing?
The terror and raw emotion in Russ's voice are gut-wrenching as he tells the operator that his wife appeared to have taken her own life. His mind may have jumped to the conclusion that Betsy took her own life because of her cancer prognosis. It's not uncommon for people diagnosed with terminal illness to consider taking their own lives. But when the sheriff's deputy arrived at the scene less than 10 minutes later, it was obvious that something far more sinister had occurred. She had been stabbed repeatedly, her arms nearly severed, wrists slashed to the bone, the knife still protruding from her neck. Russ was escorted outside. An autopsy would reveal that 55 stab wounds covered her body. This is clear evidence of overkill and is an indication that the victim most likely knew the perpetrator. Around 11 p.m., a little over an hour after the sheriff's deputy arrived on the scene, he drove Russ to the Lincoln County Sheriff's Office for questioning. It was routine procedure. Russ was the spouse of the deceased, after all. But soon the tone changed, and the questioning turned into an interrogation that would last nearly 11 hours. A search of the Faria house uncovered blood on the couple's bedroom light switch plate and on a pair of Russ's slippers in the closet. Russ's game night friends were interviewed while he was interrogated, and they agreed with the timeline of events Russ had provided. But investigators weren't sure if they'd agreed on the night's events because they'd crafted a conspiratorial story, or if it was simply an accurate timeline. At about 6:40 the next morning, 2 detectives arrived to interview Betsy's friend Pam. She proved to be very helpful to the investigation. 4 days prior to Betsy's stabbing, Betsy had changed the beneficiary on a $150,000 life insurance policy from Russ to Pam. According to Pam, Russ and Betsy's daughters couldn't be trusted to handle the funds, so Pam agreed to manage funds for Betsy's daughters. Pam also claimed Betsy had told her that Russ was physically abusive. The doting husband was starting to sound more like a heartless bully. Russ was released after being in police custody for nearly 24 hours, but his freedom was only temporary. He was arrested on January 4th, 2012, the day after Betsy's funeral, on charges of first-degree murder and armed criminal action. For the following 22 months, Russ sat in prison awaiting trial, which finally began in late November of 2013. Jurors listened as the prosecution built quite a case against Russ. They proposed that Russ had been driven by rage when he discovered life policy paperwork that had been left on the kitchen counter. As well, prosecution suggested that Russ had left his phone at his friend's place during game night, made the 30-minute commute back to the Faria home, murdered Betsy, and then a loyal friend from the group delivered his phone along with an Arby's receipt later that night in an effort to mislead investigators. When the 911 call was played for the jury, prosecution also argued that Russ's emotions were over the top and insincere, saying he was faking his reaction to Betsy's brutalized body. And then there were the slippers. The blood on Russ's slippers found in the bedroom closet was damning, no doubt about it. When Pam was called to testify as witness for the prosecution, she reinforced the argument that the Faria marriage wasn't the happy one it appeared to be. Not happy at all. And as beneficiary of the $150,000, Hupp testified that she had set up a trust for the girls in the amount of $100,000. As for the other $50,000, Betsy asked that it be set aside to help a friend's daughter, a 12-year-old child whose mother had recently died of cancer. The jury deliberated for about 4 hours, and it was no surprise that Russ was found guilty of the heinous crime. A month later, Russ received a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. End of story, right? Not at all. After the dust settled from the conclusion of the trial, some of the questions about Betsy's murder were anything but answered. It turns out that the jury had not been permitted to hear facts that Russ's attorney, Joel Schwartz, was certain would have changed the outcome of the trial. Because of this, Russ was granted a retrial on June 5, 2015. In fact, the presiding judge went so far as to describe the original trial as rather disturbing. Just 2 weeks prior to the retrial, a shocking bombshell was dropped. A forensic expert found a document on a Faria computer. It seemed to be an email Pam had mentioned to police a few years earlier, and it detailed Betsy's fears concerning Russ. In the email, she wrote that she felt he was going to harm her, and mentioned an incident where Russ allegedly held a pillow over her face. She asked Pam if she would serve as beneficiary to Betsy's life policy, so Pam could handle funds for Betsy's daughters. With this new evidence, the retrial was going to be a challenging battle. November 2nd, 2015 arrived, and the trial commenced. Once again, the prosecution painted Russ as the abusive husband, and Betsy the fearful victim.
Buddy, let me tell you, I was just...
The defense stated that it appeared Betsy had been dead for some time when Russ discovered her body, and testimony of a paramedic supported the claim, saying that she was cold and stiff to the touch upon his arrival at the scene. However, Russ's lawyer also introduced a new potential suspect, and it was none other than, you guessed it, Pam Hupp. She was the last to see Betsy after all. Some peculiar things about Pam were about to emerge. There were inconsistencies in Pam's previous accounts of the evening. Initially, she'd stated she hadn't gone inside Betsy's home. On another occasion, she said she'd stuck around at Betsy's for 20 minutes. At trial, she testified she was back home by 7:27. Phone records showed that she had called Betsy at that time, but why? And why didn't Betsy answer the call? Most importantly, as indicated by cell phone records, why was Pam still within 3 miles of Betsy's home when she placed the call? Perhaps the strangest, most unbelievable twist was a police officer's testimony that during the previous summer, Pam had described her and Betsy as, get this, lovers. According to Pam, they'd been engaged in a secret romantic relationship for 10 years. And boy, had Russ been angry when he'd found out. Then the document found on the Faria computer was introduced. Not a great development for Russ. Or was it? The defense expert testified that the letter had been planted 5 days before Betsy was murdered. It was the only document on the computer with an unknown author, and it had been created in a word processing program the computer didn't even have. Interesting. So if Betsy hadn't written the email, who had? Russ's bloody slippers were also addressed, but a CSI who had investigated the scene testified that the slippers looked like they'd been dipped in blood, not worn through a bloody path. On top of this, cell phone records, receipts, and even merchant footage backed up Russ's account of the evening as he ran errands and grabbed his Arby's meal. On November 6, 2015, the judge decided the case. This time, Russ was acquitted. But a very important question still remained. If Russ hadn't killed Betsy, who had? Russ's lawyer literally couldn't rest. He was losing sleep over the murder despite his client's acquittal. Prosecuting attorney Askey had no intention of pursuing any other suspect, but Schwartz's gut told him that someone else was going to die. an ominous prediction that would soon prove true. In what seemed to be a completely unrelated event, on August 16, 2016, Pam was in her car in her driveway when a strange man confronted her. She jumped out of the car and rushed into her home, but the man followed her inside.
911, what's your emergency? Hey, hello, there's someone broken in my house. Help! What's the address you're at? Help! Woman, get your what? I'm getting in the car with you. No, get away. Address. Get out, get out, get out.
Then, 5 shots rang out. Pam's flat tone in this clip is somewhat strange. She doesn't appear to be expressing much emotion, despite the situation. It almost sounds as if she's reading from a script. This type of scenario should trigger a fight or flight response, which is the body's way of coping with extreme stress or danger, and is usually expressed by yelling, screaming, or crying, all of which is the opposite of Pam. Pam told police about how the intruder had tried to kidnap her to get Russ's money, and yelled that he was going to kill her. That's when she located her revolver, pointed, and shot him. Following the questioning, Pam was released, but in time, the truth would be exposed, and in a way no one could have imagined. About a week later, St. Charles County prosecutors and investigators announced that further investigation had led them to develop their own theory. It went something like this. Pam needed to divert attention from herself, as it was known that Betsy's case was being reinvestigated. She tried to make it look like she'd been attacked by an assassin sent by Russ, then shot the man in self-defense. And Joel's prediction of another casualty had sadly proven correct. Pam was finally arrested. Footage shows Pam being questioned, then grabbing a pen and tucking it into her clothing behind her back. She requests a trip to the restroom. Suddenly, chaos erupts at the police station.
There's an officer here, a female officer that's going to escort you to the back. Okay.
Pam has attempted to take her life by inflicting injuries to her neck and wrists using the pen she'd hidden. Authorities believed Pam's bizarre attempt to take her life was an indication of her guilt in the killing of the alleged intruder. He was identified as 33-year-old Louis Gumpenberger, who was mentally and physically disabled due to a horrific car crash in 2005. It definitely didn't do Pam any favors when cell phone records indicated a ping near the home Louis shared with his mother and son just 45 minutes before she placed the 911 call. The call seemed like nothing more than a terrible performance on Pam's part. And how had Louis made the 13-mile commute to Pam's home? He rarely left his apartment, with the exception of brief walks with his mother. Furthermore, in Louis's pocket were 9 $100 bills. It just so happened that 4 of the bills were sequential to a $100 bill located in Pam.
I'm done! Dude, what's the matter?
An unlikely coincidence, don't you think? A strange note was discovered in Louis's pocket. It seemed to be a pitiful attempt to incriminate him, but it was quite obviously planted. Then a chilling piece of information surfaced. Louis wasn't the only person Pam had allegedly tried to lure into her vehicle. 6 days before his death, a police report was filed by a woman who'd been approached by a Dateline producer at her home in St. Charles County. The offer was enticing. She would be paid $1,000 by the producer for simply reenacting a 911 call for the show. But her instincts told her something wasn't quite right. She'd made the mistake of getting into the car and quickly told the woman to take her back home. The woman did, and a home security camera captured footage of the 2016 Acadia and the license plate. The vehicle was found to belong to, yes, Pam Hupp. On August 12, 2019, Pam was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for the killing of Louis. The death penalty was taken off the table when Pam entered an Alford plea. An Alford plea is where there is strong evidence of guilt, but a defendant doesn't have to actually admit to the crime in order to plead guilty and accept a plea bargain. This is often done in an attempt to avoid the worst possible sentence for the crime. In July of 2021, yet another outrageous twist in this strange tale occurred. At long last, Pam was formally charged with first-degree murder in the death of Betsy Faria. Perhaps after all of the years since Betsy's death, justice could be on the horizon for family and friends of the woman whose life was cut short. That's how this story ends for now. But before we go, I'll leave you with one more intriguing tidbit. Pam's mother, 77-year-old Shirley Newman, died about 2 years after Betsy's murder in 2013, years before Pam was arrested. but the cause of death was anything but natural. She fell from her apartment balcony 3 floors up. Apparently, she had a large amount of Ambien in her system. The cause of death was ruled undetermined. It's alleged that Pam was the last person to see Shirley alive. Was it simply an accident, or something more sinister? Perhaps we'll never know. Here are some red flags from this case.
Alrighty guys, I'm shutting it down, so like, share, comment, subscribe. I'm out of here. Peace!